Rain had a cruel way of making people feel unwanted. Maybe that was why Anderson hated it. The cold drops soaked through his thin shirt as he stood silently outside the enormous black gates, his small fingers curled tightly into fists at his sides. Water dripped from his dark hair onto his eyelashes, but he did not wipe it away. He had already learned something important very early in life. Complaining never changed anything. Beside him, his mother struggled to remain standing. Her breathing sounded weak tonight. Uneven. Painful. Every few seconds, a soft cough escaped her lips despite how hard she tried to suppress it. One trembling hand gripped the iron gate while the other pressed against her chest as though she was trying to hold herself together physically. Anderson looked up at her quietly. He hated that look on her face. The desperate one. Because desperation always meant humiliation came next. "Please," she whispered weakly to the guard standing beyond the gate. "Just tell him I'm here. Just once." The guard sighed heavily, already irritated. "I told you before. Mr. Kane doesn't want to see you." Her fingers tightened around the metal bars. "At least let him see Anderson." "No." The answer came too fast. Too easily. Like they weren't even human enough to deserve consideration. Anderson lowered his eyes silently. He was used to this part. The whispers. The stares. The cruel little comments adults thought children couldn't understand. Bastard. Mistake. Unwanted. Even at his age, he already understood what those words meant. His mother swallowed painfully. He's still his son. The guard laughed softly. Not kindly. Then he should have been born somewhere else. The words struck harder than the rain. Anderson's fingers curled tighter. His chest hurt suddenly. Not because of the insult. Because of his mother. He could feel her breaking beside him little by little every time they came here. Still. She kept coming back. For him. Always for him. The rain grew heavier. Cold wind swept through the empty street, making his mother sway slightly. Anderson instinctively reached for her hand. Her skin felt freezing. "You should sit down," he whispered softly. She quickly forced a smile. The kind mothers made when trying to hide pain from their children. "I'm okay." But Anderson knew she wasn't. Children noticed more than adults believed. He noticed the medicine she skipped because food mattered more. Noticed the way she coughed blood into napkins when she thought he was asleep. Noticed how tired her eyes looked lately. Anderson noticed everything. That was why he rarely spoke. Because some pains became heavier once spoken aloud. Minutes passed. Then finally. The gates opened. His mother straightened immediately. Hope filled her exhausted face so quickly it almost hurt to look at. Anderson felt nothing. Or at least. He tried not to. A man stepped out from inside the mansion. Tall. Expensive suit. Untouched by rain. His father. The man whose blood ran through Anderson's veins but whose love never did. Anderson stared at him quietly. Trying to understand how someone could look at their own child with such emptiness. His mother took a shaky step forward. "Please," she whispered. "I don't have much time left." The man's expression remained cold. "You should have thought about that years ago." The words sliced through the air mercilessly. Anderson saw his mother flinch slightly. But she kept going. "At least acknowledge him." Silence. Then. "I already did," the man replied calmly. "By allowing you to keep him." Something ugly twisted inside Anderson's chest. Behind the gates, soft laughter echoed from nearby servants. Watching. Enjoying this. His father finally looked directly at him. Anderson wished he hadn't. Because there was nothing there. No warmth. No curiosity. No regret. Just annoyance. Like Anderson was an inconvenience standing too close to his perfect life. "He looks exactly like you," his mother whispered tearfully. His father's jaw tightened slightly. "That's unfortunate." The sentence nearly shattered her. Anderson felt her hand trembling violently in his. For a second, he wanted to scream. Wanted to ask, why? Why was being born such a terrible thing? Why did everyone look at him like he ruined something simply by existing? But the words never came. They never did. Because Anderson had already learned another important thing. People only listened to children they loved. And nobody here loved him. Take your child and leave, his father said coldly. And don't come back again. Then the gates slammed shut. Loud. Final. The sound echoed through the rain like a death sentence. Anderson looked up at his mother slowly. She stood completely still. Her shoulders trembling quietly. Not dramatic crying. Not loud sobbing. Just silent heartbreak. Like this pain had exhausted even her tears. Something inside Anderson broke then. Not loudly. Not all at once. Just a small crack deep inside his chest. The beginning of something dark. His mother suddenly bent forward coughing violently. Anderson immediately held onto her arm. Mom. I'm okay, she whispered quickly despite barely breathing properly. But she wasn't okay. And they both knew it. Still. She smiled at him. Even now. Even after being humiliated. Even while falling apart. She still smiled for him. That hurt the most. The walk home felt endless. Rainwater soaked through Anderson's shoes as he walked beside her silently through crowded streets glowing with city lights that somehow made loneliness feel worse instead of better. People passed them without looking twice. Warm restaurants overflowed with laughter. Families hurried beneath umbrellas. Cars splashed dirty water across the roadside. Anderson stared quietly at the city around him. The world looked so alive for everyone else. But for him, it always felt like standing outside a window he would never enter. His mother stumbled suddenly. Anderson caught her quickly. Mom. I said I'm fine. But her voice sounded weaker now. Fragile. He hated fragile things. Fragile things broke easily. Fear slowly crept into his chest. Not sharp fear. The quiet terrifying kind. The kind that sat heavily inside your stomach and whispered, something bad is coming. His mother squeezed his hand gently as they continued walking. You know, she whispered softly, when you were born. Anderson looked up quietly. You didn't cry immediately. A faint smile touched her exhausted lips. The doctor panicked. Despite everything, Anderson listened carefully. Because he loved hearing her talk. Even ordinary things sounded important when she said them. But then, she continued softly, you opened your eyes and looked right at me. Rain slid slowly down her face like tears. And I remember thinking. Her voice trembled slightly. That you were the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Anderson's throat tightened painfully. Because nobody had ever spoken about him like that before. Beautiful. Wanted. Loved. His mother touched his cheek gently. Don't let this world make you believe you're worthless. The words wrapped painfully around his small heart. Because deep down, he already did believe it. The first time Tina saw Anderson cry. He was hiding behind the old bookstore near the market. Trying very hard not to make a sound. She remembered it clearly because it had shocked her. Not the crying itself. The silence. Most children cried loudly when hurt. Anderson didn't. He sat curled against the wall, skinny shoulders shaking slightly while blood dripped slowly from his split lip onto the dusty ground beneath him. Like he had already learned the world hated weakness. Tina stood several feet away holding 2 pieces of bread her mother had sent her to buy. She was only 12 then. Too young to understand why seeing him like that made her chest hurt. At first, she almost walked away. Not because she disliked him. Because everybody said she should stay away from him. Children repeated adults more than they realized. And adults always said the same things about Anderson. Bad blood. Trouble. That boy. Like even his name dirted their mouths. But Tina had never understood it. Every time she looked at him, all she saw was someone painfully lonely. And lonely people made her sad. Slowly, she walked closer. Anderson noticed immediately. His entire body stiffened. He wiped his face quickly with the sleeve of his shirt and stood up too fast like he'd been caught committing something shameful. His eyes avoided hers. "I'm leaving." His voice sounded rough. Embarrassed. Tina frowned slightly. "Why are you bleeding?" Silence. Then quietly. "I fell." It was obviously a lie. The bruises on his face looked too fresh. Too deliberate. Tina stared at him for a moment before holding out one of the pieces of bread toward him. Anderson looked genuinely confused. "What's that?" "Bread." "I know what bread is." "Then why are you asking?" He blinked once. Tina almost smiled. "You should eat." Anderson stared at the bread silently. Then at her. Suspicion filled his face immediately. Children like him learned early that kindness usually came with humiliation attached afterward. Why? The question sounded too serious for someone his age. Tina tilted her head slightly. "Why what? Why are you giving it to me?" The honesty in his voice hurt unexpectedly. Like nobody had ever given him something without demanding something back first. Tina shrugged lightly. "Because you look hungry." His throat moved slightly. For a second. He looked like he might cry again. But instead, he lowered his eyes quickly. "I'm not hungry." His stomach growled loudly the exact moment he said it. Tina stared at him. Then burst into laughter. Real laughter. Bright enough to startle him completely. Anderson looked offended instantly. That wasn't funny. It really was. It betrayed me. Tina laughed harder. And against his own will. A tiny smile almost appeared on Anderson's face too. Almost. But he stopped it quickly. Because happiness felt dangerous. Temporary. Still. He accepted the bread. Carefully. Like it might disappear if he held it too tightly. Tina sat beside him near the wall without asking permission. The afternoon sun warmed the narrow street quietly while market sounds drifted softly around them. For a while. Neither of them spoke. And strangely. It wasn't uncomfortable. Anderson ate slowly. Like someone trying to make food last longer than it realistically could. Tina noticed that too. She noticed everything about him eventually. The way he flinched when people raised their voices suddenly. The way he apologized too quickly even for things that weren't his fault. The way he watched happy families sometimes with a look that hurt to witness. "What happened to your face?" Anderson stiffened slightly again. "Nothing." "Someone hit you." Silence. Then quietly. "It doesn't matter." Tina frowned. "It matters if it hurt you." He looked at her strangely after that. Like nobody had ever said something like that before. "You ask too many questions. You avoid too many answers." That nearly made him smile again. Nearly. "You're annoying. You're rude. You laughed at me. Because your stomach exposed you." Anderson shook his head slightly. Something warm settled quietly inside his chest. Small. Unfamiliar. Nice. It frightened him a little. Tina leaned back against the wall beside him comfortably. "You know," she said softly, "my father says people who stay quiet too much eventually explode." Anderson stared ahead silently. Maybe exploding is easier. The words came out before he could stop them. Tina looked at him immediately. Something painful crossed her face. Because no child should sound like that. "No," she whispered softly. "Exploding hurts people." Anderson lowered his eyes. "Sometimes people deserve it." The quiet darkness in his voice unsettled her. Not because he sounded cruel. Because he sounded hurt. Deeply hurt. Like life had already carved sadness into places children should still keep soft. Tina hesitated briefly before speaking again. My mother says hurt people become dangerous when nobody loves them properly. Anderson laughed softly. Empty. Then I'm probably doomed. The sentence shattered her heart a little. Because he said it like fact. Not fear. Not sadness. Fact. Tina looked at him carefully. At the bruises. The exhaustion in his eyes. The loneliness wrapped around him like a second skin. Then softly. I don't think you're bad. Anderson froze completely. The words hit him harder than any insult ever had. Because nobody said things like that to him. Nobody defended him. Nobody looked at him gently. And somehow, that scared him more than cruelty did. Why? The question slipped out quietly. Tina shrugged again. You look sad, not evil. His chest tightened painfully. Because nobody had ever understood him so quickly before. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The golden afternoon sunlight stretched across the street softly while distant laughter echoed from nearby shops. Then Tina suddenly stood. Anderson immediately felt disappointment twist unexpectedly inside him. Strange. Nobody staying had ever mattered before. I should go home, she said. He nodded once. Of course. People always left eventually. Tina started walking away. Then paused. Turned around. And smiled. Bright. Warm. Dangerously beautiful. What's your name? Anderson blinked once. Anderson. Tina. He repeated it silently in his mind. Tina. Soft name. Pretty name. Before leaving, she pointed toward the bread still in his hands. Next time I'll bring 2. Next time. The words echoed strangely inside his chest. Like hope. Anderson watched her disappear down the busy street. Then slowly looked down at the unfinished bread in his hands. After that day, Anderson started waiting for her. He hated himself for it at first. Because waiting meant hoping. And hoping was dangerous. Hope made people weak. His mother used to say, the cruelest thing about life is that it teaches poor people to dream anyway. Anderson understood those words more with every passing year. Still. Every evening after finishing work at the mechanic shop near the market, his feet carried him toward the old wooden bench beneath the jacaranda tree automatically. And every evening, Tina was there. Sometimes eating roasted corn. Sometimes reading books. Sometimes humming softly to herself while swinging her legs lazily beneath the bench. Waiting. For him. The first few days, Anderson pretended not to notice. Pretended arriving there meant nothing. Pretended her smile didn't make something warm and painful happen inside his chest. But Tina noticed everything. You came. Anderson shrugged. I was passing by. You pass by here every day. Maybe. She laughed softly. The sound did strange things to him. Dangerous things. Because slowly, he started associating peace with her voice. And that terrified him. People like Anderson didn't get peaceful things. Eventually the bench became theirs. Not officially. Nobody said it aloud. But everyone in the neighborhood noticed. The quiet bastard boy and the supervisor's daughter sitting together every evening like the world outside the bench didn't exist. Sometimes they talked for hours. Sometimes barely at all. And somehow, those silent evenings became the happiest part of Anderson's life. Which was tragic considering how small those moments were. One afternoon, Tina found him asleep on the bench. The sight nearly broke her heart. His body looked exhausted. One arm tucked protectively beneath his head while grease stains marked his clothes from working all day. There were bruises on his knuckles again too. Fresh ones. Tina sat quietly beside him without waking him. For a moment, she simply watched him sleep. And realized something that frightened her slightly. Anderson looked younger when asleep. Softer. Like pain loosened its grip on him briefly whenever unconsciousness stole him away from the world. His eyelashes trembled slightly before his eyes slowly opened. The moment he realized she was there, he sat up immediately. Alert. Defensive. Like resting itself was unsafe. You drool when you sleep. Anderson frowned instantly. I absolutely do not. You do. You're lying. You looked peaceful though. The sentence silenced him unexpectedly. Peaceful. Nobody had ever described him that way before. Anderson looked away quickly. I was tired. You're always tired. He shrugged lightly. That's life. Tina hated when he said things like that. Like he already accepted suffering as normal. You work too much. We need money. The quiet honesty hurt her. Tina looked down at his bruised hands. Did someone hurt you again? Anderson immediately pulled his hands away. It's nothing. You always say that. Because it usually is. Frustration filled her chest suddenly. Not at him. At the world. At the people who looked at this boy and only saw something unwanted instead of someone trying very hard to survive. You know what I hate about you, she muttered quietly. Anderson blinked. What? You never get angry. The statement genuinely confused him. Why would that bother you? Because people keep hurting you and you just, she struggled for words, accept it. Anderson looked toward the road silently. Cars passed slowly beneath the orange evening sunlight while distant market noise floated softly through the air. Then quietly. What changes if I get angry? Tina opened her mouth. Then closed it again. Because she didn't know. Anderson leaned back against the bench slowly. I used to get angry when I was younger. Her chest tightened slightly. What changed? He laughed softly. Not happily. You eventually realize nobody cares. The sentence hurt far more than shouting would have. Because he sounded so certain. So tired. Tina stared at him quietly. Then suddenly moved closer. Anderson stiffened instantly. Not because he disliked it. Because he wasn't used to gentleness. Tina carefully took one of his bruised hands into hers. Anderson stopped breathing for a second. Her fingers were warm. Soft. Careful. Nobody had ever held his hands carefully before. What happened to these? His throat tightened painfully. Work. That's not from work. Silence. Then quietly. I got into a fight. Tina frowned immediately. You. Surprising. Yes. That almost made him smile. Almost. What happened? Anderson hesitated briefly. Then shrugged lightly. They were talking about my mother. Something cold entered his voice at the end. Tiny. Sharp. Tina's chest ached instantly. What did they say? Silence. Then softly. That she should have aborted me. The world seemed to stop around them. Tina stared at him in horror. Anderson looked away casually. Too casually. Like he'd heard worse before. Which somehow made it more heartbreaking. Anderson. It's fine. No, it isn't. He finally looked at her then. Really looked. And for the first time, Tina saw something terrifying beneath all his quietness. Not hatred. Loneliness. The kind that slowly rotted people from the inside. You know what the worst part is? He asked softly. Her chest tightened. What? He looked down at their joined hands quietly. Sometimes I think they're right. The confession shattered her completely. Tina's eyes filled instantly. Because no child should hate himself that much. Without thinking. She moved closer and wrapped her arms around him tightly. Anderson froze. Completely. His entire body went rigid beneath her touch. Not because he wanted her to stop. Because nobody had hugged him before without pity attached to it. Tina held him tighter. You listen to me, she whispered shakily. Her voice trembled with emotion. You are not a mistake. Anderson's throat burned painfully. They say. I don't care what they say. Her grip tightened slightly. You're kind. Nobody had ever called him that before. You work hard. His chest hurt. You protect your mother. Something inside him trembled violently. And you still smile even after life keeps hurting you. Anderson shut his eyes tightly. Because suddenly, he felt dangerously close to crying. Anderson Kane never cried in front of people. Not anymore. But Tina made him weak in ways he didn't understand. Her voice softened further. And I think, she whispered quietly, the world is cruel because it's afraid of people like you. He frowned slightly. People like me. The ones who stay soft even after suffering. Silence. Long. Painful silence. Then Anderson laughed weakly against her shoulder. You really say strange things. Tina smiled through tears. Maybe. The closer Anderson became to Tina, the more frightened he grew. Not of her. Of himself. Because loving someone when you had nothing felt dangerous. Like holding something beautiful with bleeding hands. Eventually, you ruined it. Anderson understood that better than most adults. Still. He kept returning to her. Again. And again. Like she had become the only place his soul remembered how to rest. Weeks turned into months. The old wooden bench beneath the jacaranda tree became sacred to him. That was where Tina laughed the most. Where she argued with him whenever he acted too serious. Where she forced him to eat when he skipped meals. Where she slowly taught him things he had never experienced before. Warmth. Care. Peace. Anderson never realized how emotionally starved he truly was until Tina started feeding parts of him he didn't know existed. One evening, she arrived carrying a small paper bag against her chest. Anderson noticed immediately. You're smiling weirdly. Tina gasped dramatically. I do not smile weirdly. You do today. She sat beside him excitedly. I brought something. He looked suspicious immediately. What is it? Open it. Anderson carefully took the paper bag. Inside sat an old silver wristwatch. Worn. Cheap. Probably second-hand. But still beautiful. Anderson frowned slightly. Tina. It still works. He stared at the watch silently. Then at her. Why would you buy this for me? Her smile softened. Because you're always late. That nearly made him laugh. Nearly. I work. You disappear. You make it sound criminal. It is criminal, she said seriously. Do you know how long I wait here sometimes? Something painfully warm spread through Anderson's chest. Because nobody had ever waited for him willingly before. Tina picked up the watch carefully. Give me your hand. Anderson obeyed quietly. The moment her fingers touched his wrist, his heartbeat became uneven instantly. Ridiculous. One touch from her and suddenly breathing felt strange. Tina fastened the watch carefully around his wrist. There. Anderson stared at it silently. Nobody had ever bought him a gift before. Not once. The realization hurt unexpectedly. Tina. Her eyes lifted toward him. Soft. Patient. Dangerously gentle. You don't have to repay me. That sentence nearly destroyed him. Because she understood him too well now. Anderson looked down at the watch again. Then quietly. I don't know how to keep good things. Tina's expression shifted immediately. Sadness. He always did this. Every time happiness touched him. He waited for disaster afterward. Who told you that? She whispered softly. Silence. Then honestly. Life. The answer broke her heart a little more. Tina moved closer beside him slowly. You know what I think? Anderson glanced at her quietly. I think you're so used to pain that kindness scares you. The accuracy unsettled him deeply. Because she was right. Cruelty made sense to him. Cruelty was predictable. But Tina looked at him like he mattered. Anderson didn't know what to do with that kind of love. The evening breeze moved softly through the tree branches above them while distant city lights flickered awake one by one. Tina leaned back against the bench comfortably. "My father asked about you again." Anderson's body stiffened instantly. That warmth inside him faded quickly. "What did he say?" "That I shouldn't spend so much time with you." Pain crossed his face before he could hide it. Tiny. Quick. But Tina noticed. She always noticed. "He thinks you'll eventually hurt me." Anderson looked away immediately. Maybe he's right. The sentence frightened her. "Don't say that." He laughed softly. Humorless. "You don't know what people like me become." Tina frowned immediately. "People like you." He looked toward the darkening road quietly. "The unwanted ones." Her chest tightened painfully. "Stop calling yourself that." "It's true." "No," she whispered firmly. "It's what cruel people made you believe." Anderson stayed silent. Because sometimes he genuinely couldn't separate truth from pain anymore. Tina suddenly reached for his hand again. Firmly this time. "Look at me." He hesitated briefly. Then obeyed. Her eyes looked fierce tonight. Protective. "If the world keeps treating you badly," she whispered softly, "then one day we'll leave it behind." His breathing slowed slightly. "What?" "We'll go somewhere better." Anderson stared at her quietly. Like she had just described something impossible. People like him didn't escape suffering. They survived it. Barely. Tina smiled faintly. "You always talk about leaving someday." His throat tightened slightly. "Yeah. Then take me with you." Something inside Anderson cracked open painfully. Because suddenly, the future stopped looking completely dark. For the first time in years, he imagined one. Anderson looked at her for a very long time. At the girl sitting beside him so naturally. Like loving him wasn't difficult. Like his brokenness didn't frighten her. Then softly, "I would." Tina smiled brighter. "Promise." The word settled heavily between them. Promise. Dangerous word. Hope-filled word. Anderson stared at her small outstretched pinky finger quietly. Then slowly hooked his own finger around hers. The moment felt strangely sacred. "I promise." Tina's smile nearly stopped his heart. God. He would do anything to protect that smile. Anything. And that frightened him too. Because Anderson had begun realizing something terrible lately. The more he loved Tina, the more violent his thoughts became whenever the world threatened her. Someone insulted her once near the market. Anderson broke the boy's nose without thinking. A drunk man grabbed her wrist outside a shop weeks later. Anderson nearly killed him. The darkness inside him scared him sometimes. But never more than when it involved Tina. Because suddenly, hurting people felt easy if it meant protecting her. Anderson looked down at their linked fingers silently. Then quietly. "I don't want you waiting for me forever." Tina frowned. "Why would I stop?" Pain flickered across his face again. Because deep down, he knew life would eventually punish him for loving her. People like Anderson didn't keep beautiful things. The world always took them back. "I'm serious," he whispered softly. "If someday I disappear, don't." The interruption startled him. Tina's eyes had filled with emotion suddenly. "Don't talk like that." Anderson swallowed slowly. Because he didn't know how to explain it. The fear. The constant feeling that happiness around him was temporary. That eventually life would remember who he was and destroy everything again. Tina squeezed his hand tighter. "You promised." His chest tightened painfully. "Yes." "So come back no matter what happens." The words settled deep inside him. Like chains. Like prayer. Like fate quietly writing tragedy into both their lives. Anderson looked at her softly. Then finally nodded once. I'll always come back to you. Anderson knew something was wrong the moment he saw the crowd outside the company building. People whispered in clusters beneath the flashing emergency lights while rainwater soaked the pavement around them. Workers stood near the entrance murmuring nervously to one another, their faces pale beneath the stormy evening sky. Fear settled immediately inside his chest. Cold. Sharp. Wrong. He pushed through the crowd quickly, ignoring the annoyed voices behind him. Ignoring the rain. Ignoring everything except the terrible feeling growing heavier with every step. Then he saw the blood. Near the staircase entrance. His breathing stopped instantly. No. No. A stretcher emerged through the company doors. Anderson's heart nearly stopped. His mother lay motionless beneath the white hospital sheet, dark blood staining the fabric near her head while paramedics rushed her toward the ambulance. For one horrifying second, the world became silent. Completely silent. Like reality itself refused to move. Then suddenly, everything crashed into him at once. The shouting. The sirens. The rain. His own heartbeat exploding violently inside his chest. Mom. His voice cracked as he ran forward desperately. Someone grabbed him immediately. Kid, stop. Anderson fought violently against the grip. Let go of me. Panic consumed him completely. His mother looked too still. Too pale. Too broken. The ambulance doors opened. Anderson managed to break free just long enough to reach the stretcher. His trembling hand grabbed hers instantly. Cold. Her skin already felt frighteningly cold. Mom, he whispered shakily. Her eyes slowly opened. Barely. The moment she saw him. Pain crossed her face. Not physical pain. Heartbreak. Because mothers somehow suffered more when their children looked afraid. Anderson's tears mixed with rainwater uncontrollably now. Please don't leave me. His voice sounded small again. Like a child. Not the quiet boy constantly trying to act older than his pain. Just a terrified son. His mother weakly squeezed his fingers. Tiny pressure. Barely there. Still. It nearly shattered him emotionally. You'll be okay, she whispered weakly. No. His breathing became uneven. No, no, no. She tried lifting her hand toward his face. Failed halfway. Anderson immediately held it against his cheek himself. You promised me, he cried softly. You promised you wouldn't leave. The heartbreak in his voice made even the paramedics look away. His mother's lips trembled weakly. Then quietly. I'm sorry. The apology broke something inside him permanently. Because suddenly, Anderson realized she believed she was already dying. No, he shouted desperately. You're okay, you're okay. But deep down, he knew. Children always knew. The ambulance doors closed. Anderson tried climbing inside immediately. One of the paramedics stopped him gently. You can ride in front. He nodded too quickly. Desperate. Terrified. The ambulance pulled away violently through the rain-covered streets while Anderson sat frozen near the front, trembling hands clenched tightly together. Everything felt unreal. Like a nightmare he couldn't wake from. Then, a familiar voice echoed behind him inside the ambulance. Anderson. His head snapped up immediately. Tina stood near the hospital entrance they had just passed. Soaked by rain. Terrified. Her father stood beside her. Anderson's breathing stopped again. Because suddenly, he noticed the blood on Raymond Carter's sleeve. The world tilted violently. Anderson stared at him through the ambulance window. Raymond looked pale. Panicked. Guilty. Tina's eyes filled with tears the moment she saw Anderson inside the ambulance. She started moving forward instinctively. But her father grabbed her arm tightly. Too tightly. Anderson noticed. Their eyes met through the rain-streaked glass. Tina looked horrified. Like she wanted to say something. Like she wanted to run to him. But the ambulance drove away before she could. Anderson slowly turned forward again. His chest hurt. Everything hurt. Because suddenly, something terrible started growing inside him. Suspicion. The hospital smelled like death. Cold walls. Harsh lights. Antiseptic. Anderson hated it instantly. Hours passed painfully slowly while doctors rushed in and out of emergency rooms without giving clear answers. Nobody spoke to him properly. Nobody explained anything. He was just a poor unwanted boy sitting alone in a hospital hallway with blood-stained clothes and terrified eyes. Invisible. Until his mother's coughing blood finally forced the doctors to notice her condition fully. Internal bleeding. Severe spinal injuries. Complications. Words Anderson barely understood. All he understood was this. She was dying. A doctor approached eventually. Tired expression. Sympathetic eyes. We need payment before proceeding with surgery. Anderson stared blankly. What? The doctor sighed softly. The operation is expensive. The sentence felt monstrous. His mother was dying. And they were discussing money. I don't have money. The words tasted humiliating. Painful. The doctor looked uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Sorry. People apologized a lot before abandoning you. Anderson slowly stood. Then ran. Straight into the rain again. Because there was only one place left. One person left. His father. The mansion lights glowed warmly against the stormy darkness. Beautiful. Untouchable. Anderson banged desperately against the gates while rain soaked through his body completely. Please, he shouted. She's dying. The guards tried stopping him immediately. He fought them violently. Desperately. For the first time in his life. Anderson stopped staying quiet. Please. The scream tore through the night painfully. She needs help. The mansion doors finally opened. His father emerged slowly beneath the covered entrance. Annoyed. Not concerned. Anderson ran toward him immediately. She needs surgery. Rainwater dripped from his face uncontrollably. They said she'll die without it. His father looked at him silently. Then calmly. How unfortunate. The words shattered Anderson completely. No. No human being could sound that cold. She worked for your company. Anderson's voice broke violently. She's dying. Silence. Then his father sighed impatiently. You shouldn't raise your voice at me. Something dark exploded inside Anderson's chest. Pain. Rage. Terror. All mixing together into something poisonous. She's dying because of your people. The guards grabbed him immediately. Anderson fought violently. Screaming. Crying. Breaking apart completely. For the first time. His father's expression shifted slightly. Not sympathy. Disgust. You truly inherited her lack of dignity. The sentence killed something inside Anderson. Right there. In the rain. Under those mansion lights. The guards threw him back onto the wet pavement harshly. Anderson hit the ground hard. Pain shot through his body instantly. Still. He tried getting back up again. Because his mother needed him. But then. His father spoke one final time. Cold enough to freeze hell itself. If she dies. Silence. Then let her. The gates slammed shut. And Anderson stopped breathing. Because in that exact moment. The world finally succeeded in turning love inside him into hatred. By the time Anderson returned to the hospital. It was too late. The white sheet covering his mother's body told him everything before anyone spoke. Still. Silent. Gone. Anderson stood frozen near the doorway. Unable to move. Unable to think. Because mothers weren't supposed to disappear. Not his mother. Not the only person who ever loved him properly. A nurse approached quietly. "I'm sorry." Anderson didn't answer. Couldn't. His legs slowly carried him toward the bed automatically. His trembling fingers pulled the sheet back carefully. His mother looked peaceful. That somehow made it worse. Because she no longer looked like she was suffering. She just looked far away. Anderson touched her face gently. Cold. Too cold. His chest finally broke completely then. A sound escaped him afterward. Not crying. Not screaming. Something worse. The sound of a human soul collapsing under unbearable grief. And somewhere outside the hospital, a girl sat crying alone in the rain. Still clutching the promise bracelet Anderson once tied around her wrist. Unaware that the boy she loved had just lost the last soft part of himself forever. People came to funerals pretending grief made them human. Anderson realized that while standing beside his mother's coffin, everyone suddenly looked kind now. Soft voices. Sad expressions. Sympathetic eyes. It disgusted him. Because none of them cared when she was alive. None of them cared when she coughed blood into cheap handkerchiefs while working herself to death. None of them cared when she begged for help outside mansion gates in the rain. But now. Now they wanted to act sorrowful. Anderson hated all of them for it. The church smelled like flowers and wet clothes. Rain tapped softly against the windows while mourners whispered prayers Anderson no longer believed in. He stood beside the coffin silently dressed in borrowed black clothes slightly too large for his thin body. People kept touching his shoulder gently. Offering condolences. Speaking softly. Anderson wanted them all to leave him alone. Because every kind word felt fake now. Meaningless. Tina arrived halfway through the funeral. The moment Anderson saw her, something painful twisted inside his chest. She looked exhausted. Eyes swollen from crying. Rainwater clinging to her hair as she stepped nervously inside the church. Their eyes met instantly. Anderson looked away first. That frightened her immediately. Because he always looked at her before. Always. But today. He looked empty. Not angry. Not broken. Worse. Numb. Tina slowly approached him while her father remained near the church entrance stiffly. Guiltily. Anderson noticed that too. Something dark shifted quietly inside him. Tina, her father warned softly. She ignored him. Because Anderson looked too alone. Like grief had physically separated him from the rest of the world. When she finally stopped beside him, he still didn't look at her. Andy. The nickname nearly shattered him. His jaw tightened painfully. Nobody called him that except her. Tina's eyes immediately filled with tears again. Because even standing beside him now, she could feel it. Something inside Anderson had changed. Permanently. "I'm sorry," she whispered shakily. Anderson finally looked at her then. And the pain in his eyes nearly stopped her heart. "She kept asking for me." His voice sounded quiet. "Dead. I couldn't save her." Tina shook her head immediately. "No. I begged him." The words interrupted her softly. Tina froze. Because she understood instantly who he meant. Her stomach twisted violently. Anderson stared ahead at the coffin again. "I begged him to help." Tears slid down his face silently now. Not dramatic. Not loud. Which somehow hurt even more. And he let her die. The hatred beneath those words frightened Tina. Not because it was violent. Because it sounded deserved. Anderson slowly looked toward Raymond standing across the church. Tina noticed immediately. Fear crawled into her chest. Because the look in Anderson's eyes no longer belonged to a child. It belonged to someone learning revenge. "Andy," she whispered carefully. His gaze shifted back toward her slowly. And suddenly, Tina realized something heartbreaking. He was trying not to blame her too. Trying. But failing. Her voice trembled softly. My father didn't mean for this to happen. Anderson laughed quietly. The sound chilled her completely. People always say that after ruining lives. The sentence struck like a slap. Tina's eyes widened painfully. Don't do this. Do what? Push me away too. Something dark flickered across his face briefly. Maybe everybody should stay away from me. The words broke her heart instantly. Because he genuinely believed it now. That grief made him dangerous. Unlovable. Tina grabbed his trembling hand quickly. I'm not leaving. The warmth of her fingers nearly destroyed him emotionally. Because suddenly, he remembered the bench. The promises. The watch on his wrist. The future they imagined together. And for one horrible second, Anderson wanted to collapse into her arms and cry like a child again. But then he remembered the hospital. The mansion gates. His father's voice saying, if she dies, then let her. Something cold immediately replaced the softness. Anderson slowly pulled his hand away. Tina's breath caught painfully. Because that hurt more than shouting would have. I don't know how to be who I was before this. The honesty in his voice shattered her. You don't have to. Yes, he whispered quietly. I do. Because deep down, Anderson already understood something terrifying. The version of himself Tina loved died with his mother. After the funeral ended, people slowly disappeared one by one until only silence remained behind. Anderson stood alone near the grave long after everyone left. Rain soaked through his black clothes quietly. He didn't move. Didn't care. The fresh dirt covering his mother's coffin looked unreal somehow. Temporary. Like maybe if he waited long enough, she would come back. Andy. Tina's soft voice reached him again. He didn't turn around. You should go home. I'm not leaving you here alone. The sentence hurt. Everything kind hurt now. Anderson swallowed slowly. You should. Silence. Then footsteps approached carefully behind him. Tina stood beside him beneath the rain. I know you're angry. His jaw tightened. You don't know anything. The sharpness in his voice startled even him. Tina flinched slightly. Instant regret hit Anderson immediately. But it disappeared beneath grief just as quickly. I'm sorry, he muttered automatically. Tina stared at him quietly. Even now. Even falling apart. He apologized too quickly. Like he believed his pain inconvenienced others. You don't have to say sorry to me. Anderson laughed weakly. Yes, I do. Why? Silence. Then honestly. Because bad things happen around me. Tina's chest broke a little more. No, she whispered fiercely. Bad things happen to you. The difference mattered. But Anderson no longer knew how to separate those things. The rain fell harder around them. Anderson finally looked at her again. Really looked. At the tears on her face. The fear in her eyes. The way she still stood beside him despite everything. And suddenly, the idea of losing her too became unbearable. Dangerously unbearable. Tina. Her breath caught softly. If one day I become someone terrible. Pain crossed her face instantly. Don't say that. What if I do? His voice sounded distant now. Like he already saw darkness waiting ahead of him. What if this world turns me into someone you can't recognize anymore? Tina's eyes filled again. Then I'll remind you who you are. The answer nearly broke him completely. Because she still believed there was something good left inside him worth saving. Anderson looked away quickly before she noticed how close he was to crying again. But Tina noticed anyway. She always did. Then suddenly, a black luxury car stopped near the cemetery gates. Anderson immediately stiffened. His father stepped out slowly. Perfect suit. Umbrella held above him by a servant. Untouched by rain again. Untouched by suffering. Untouched by grief. Hatred exploded violently inside Anderson's chest. Raw. Burning. Alive. Tina felt it immediately. The emotional shift beside her terrified her. Anderson looked at his father the way starving wolves looked at wounded animals. "You shouldn't have come," he whispered. His father stopped several feet away from the grave. Expression unreadable. Then calmly. "You have nowhere else to go now." The sentence felt monstrous standing beside his mother's grave. Anderson's hands curled into fists instantly. His father looked at him carefully. "You can come live with us." Tina's eyes widened immediately. Anderson laughed softly. Cold. Broken. Why? Silence. Then. "Because you're useful." The word settled heavily in the rain-filled air. Useful. Not son. Not family. Useful. Anderson finally understood then. His father wasn't offering him a home. He was claiming ownership over a weapon the world had just created. And deep down, something dark inside Anderson whispered quietly. Accept it. Learn their world. Destroy them from inside someday. Anderson looked toward Tina briefly. She shook her head slightly. Silent plea. Don't go. God. He wanted to listen to her. But grief was louder than love tonight. Anderson slowly looked back toward his father. Then quietly. Fine. The single word shattered Tina completely. Because standing there beside his mother's grave, she realized something terrifying. The boy she loved was walking willingly into darkness. The Kane mansion was beautiful in the same way graveyards were beautiful. Expensive. Quiet. Cold. Anderson realized that the first night he stepped inside it. Everything smelled polished. Perfect. Untouched by struggle. The marble floors reflected warm golden lights while servants moved silently through enormous hallways like ghosts trained never to speak loudly. It should have felt luxurious. Instead, Anderson felt like an intruder standing inside someone else's life. A servant led him upstairs without warmth. Your room. Room. Not home. Never home. Anderson stepped inside quietly. The bedroom was larger than the entire apartment he shared with his mother. Huge windows. Dark furniture. Soft bed untouched by poverty. For a second, he hated it. Because his mother died exhausted while people here lived surrounded by unnecessary comfort. The servant placed a few folded clothes onto the bed carelessly. Nothing. Because he is. Angry people were easier to manipulate. You will obey the rules of this house, she continued. You will stay out of Lucas's affairs. And most importantly. Her gaze sharpened slightly. You will remember your place. Something dangerous stirred quietly inside Anderson's chest. Not explosive rage. Worse. Coldness. Most people from your neighborhood would kill to live here. Anderson finally spoke quietly. I'd rather have my mother. Silence crashed across the dining room instantly. Lucas's smirk faded. Mrs. Kane's expression tightened slightly. Anderson's father looked away first. Guilt. Tiny. But Anderson saw it. And suddenly, hatred deepened. Because guilty people knew truth. Breakfast ended shortly afterward. Nobody stopped Anderson when he stood and left the table. No one cared enough to. Days inside the mansion became unbearable quickly. Anderson existed there without belonging. Like furniture people regretted buying. Lucas mocked him constantly. Servants whispered. Mrs. Kane treated him like contamination. And his father? His father barely acknowledged him unless necessary. Still, Anderson endured everything silently. Because something inside him had already changed after his mother died. Pain no longer shocked him. It hardened him. One evening, Anderson returned from school bruised again. 3 boys cornered him outside the gates earlier. Bastard. Trash blood. Poor rat. The usual insults. Normally he ignored them. Today, he broke one boy's jaw. The violence frightened even him slightly afterward. Because for a second, hurting someone felt good. Powerful. Like releasing poison from his chest. Anderson stood alone in the mansion bathroom washing blood from his knuckles quietly. His reflection stared back at him from the mirror. Bruised. Exhausted. Angrier than before. You're changing. Tina's voice echoed suddenly inside his memory. Anderson shut his eyes tightly. God. He missed her. The realization nearly hurt physically. Every night he reached instinctively for his phone before remembering he had nothing to say. How could he explain this place? This darkness growing inside him. How could he tell Tina he no longer recognized himself sometimes? A knock interrupted his thoughts suddenly. Anderson immediately straightened. Come in. The bathroom door opened slowly. His father stepped inside. Anderson stiffened instantly. The man's eyes dropped toward Anderson's bruised knuckles. You fought. Anderson said nothing. His father approached calmly. Then handed him a clean towel. The gesture felt so unfamiliar it almost confused him. People only respect strength, his father said quietly. Anderson stared at him silently. Then softly. Is that what you respected when my mother begged for help? The atmosphere froze instantly. His father's expression hardened. You should be careful how you speak to me. Pain flickered across Anderson's face briefly. Then disappeared beneath coldness. Why, he whispered quietly. You weren't careful with her life. The words struck harder than shouting ever could. For a second, something almost human crossed his father's expression. Regret. Then it vanished again. You think hatred makes you strong, his father murmured. Anderson looked directly at him. No. Silence. Then quietly. I think it makes me survive. The honesty unsettled even his father. Because suddenly, the boy standing before him no longer looked fragile. Grief had sharpened him into something dangerous already. His father studied him carefully. Then finally spoke the words that would shape Anderson's future forever. Good. Anderson frowned slightly. His father's eyes darkened faintly. Because weakness dies quickly in this family. The sentence settled heavily inside Anderson's chest. Tina waited for him every evening. Even after he stopped coming. At first, she told herself Anderson was simply busy. Adjusting. Grieving. Trying to survive inside that terrible mansion everyone whispered about. But days became weeks. And the old wooden bench beneath the jacaranda tree remained empty. Still. She waited. Every single evening. Because promises meant something to Tina. Especially his. I'll always come back to you. The words replayed endlessly inside her heart. Anderson had said them so seriously that night. Like breaking that promise would destroy him. So she kept believing. Even when loneliness started hurting. Even when fear whispered otherwise. One cold evening, Tina sat curled on the bench hugging her sweater tightly while sunset painted the city in soft orange light. The silver watch she secretly bought Anderson months ago ticked steadily inside her mind. She wondered if he still wore it. Or if the mansion changed him enough to throw away things connected to her. The thought hurt more than expected. You're here again. Tina looked up immediately. Her father stood nearby watching her quietly. Guilt still lived permanently inside his face these days. Ever since Anderson's mother died. Tina noticed it constantly now. The exhaustion. The silence. The shame. It frightened her. Because deep down, she already knew he was hiding something. I told you not to come here alone after dark. Tina looked away. I'm not alone. The answer came automatically. Because emotionally. Part of her still sat beside Anderson every evening anyway. Her father sighed softly before sitting beside her on the bench. For a while. Neither spoke. Then quietly. You should stop waiting. The sentence hurt instantly. Tina's eyes filled slightly. He promised me. Her father looked toward the empty road silently. Life changes people. Not him. The certainty in her voice broke something quietly inside him. Because Raymond Carter had already started seeing the darkness forming around Anderson clearly. The grief. The rage. The hatred. And worst of all, the Kane family encouraging it. Tina looked toward her father suddenly. Did something happen at the company that day? His body stiffened immediately. Fear flickered across his face. Tiny. But enough. Tina noticed. You always look guilty when people mention her, she whispered softly. Her father stood too quickly. That's enough. The sharpness startled her. Because he almost never raised his voice at her. Tina. His breathing sounded uneven now. Leave the past alone. Then he walked away. And Tina sat frozen on the bench afterward. Because suddenly, the fear inside her chest became worse. Something was terribly wrong. And somehow, it was connected to Anderson. That same evening, Anderson sat bleeding inside an underground fight ring. The crowd screamed wildly around him while money exchanged hands beneath flashing lights and cigarette smoke. He barely heard any of it. Blood dripped slowly from his split knuckles onto the concrete floor while another boy lay unconscious nearby. Anderson stared at him silently. Waiting. Feeling nothing. That frightened him most. 6 months ago, violence terrified him. Now it quieted the noise inside his chest temporarily. Lucas leaned lazily against the metal cage watching with amusement. Told you he'd survive. Several older men laughed nearby. One of them tossed money toward Anderson carelessly. Kid fights like he wants somebody dead. The statement lingered heavily. Because it was true. Every punch Anderson threw carried grief inside it. His mother's funeral. The mansion gates. His father's cold eyes. Everything. Violence became the only language his pain understood anymore. Lucas entered the cage casually after the crowd began dispersing. You're improving. Anderson wiped blood from his mouth quietly. I don't care. Lucas smirked. That's exactly why you're good. The older boy crouched in front of him slightly. You know what makes dangerous men dangerous? Silence. Lucas tapped lightly against Anderson's chest. Nothing left here worth protecting. The words settled uncomfortably inside him. Because deep down, Anderson still had something. Tina. Just the thought of her softened something painful inside him instantly. Anderson hated how much power she still had over him emotionally. Lucas noticed the shift in his expression immediately. Interesting. You're thinking about the girl again. Anderson's jaw tightened. Mind your business. Lucas laughed softly. You know she still waits for you. The sentence nearly stopped Anderson's breathing. He looked up immediately. Something raw flashed across his face. Hope. God. Even after all this time. Just hearing that Tina still waited for him affected him violently. Lucas saw it clearly. Then smiled cruelly. That's pathetic. Anderson stood abruptly. Shut up. See. Lucas smirked wider. There's still softness left in you somewhere. Rage flickered instantly across Anderson's face. Because softness felt dangerous now. Softness got people killed. His mother stayed soft. Look what happened to her. Lucas walked closer slowly. You want my advice? Anderson said nothing. Stop seeing her. Pain crossed his face immediately. Tiny. Quick. Still visible. Lucas continued casually. Girls like Tina don't stay with boys like us forever. Us. The word disgusted Anderson. He wasn't like Lucas. Not yet. You know what happens eventually? Lucas asked quietly. She'll look at you one day and realize you became exactly what everyone feared. Something cold slid through Anderson's chest. Because deep down, he feared that too. Lucas leaned closer. And when that day comes, his smile sharpened cruelly. She'll run. The sentence followed Anderson long after he left the fight ring. That night, he finally returned to the old bench. The city slept quietly beneath soft midnight rain while streetlights reflected against wet roads. Anderson stood several feet away from the bench silently. Tina was there, curled asleep against the wooden seat while hugging her sweater tightly. Waiting. Even now. His chest hurt instantly. Because no one had ever waited for him this faithfully before. Tina looked exhausted. Lonely. Heartbroken. And suddenly, Anderson realized something terrible. He was becoming the very thing that hurt her. His footsteps woke her softly. Tina's eyes opened sleepily. Then widened immediately. Andy. The sound of her voice nearly broke him. She stood too quickly and threw her arms around him before he could react. Anderson froze instantly. God. He forgot how warm she felt. Tina held him tightly like she was terrified he might disappear again. You came back, she whispered shakily. Emotion clogged painfully inside his throat. Because hearing relief in her voice after everything nearly destroyed him. Still. He hugged her back. Slowly. Carefully. Like touching happiness hurt now. Tina pulled away slightly to look at him. Then froze. Because Anderson looked different. Older somehow. Colder. There were bruises near his jaw again. Cuts on his hands. And his eyes. His eyes no longer looked soft. Fear touched her chest lightly. Andy. Anderson looked away immediately. He hated that look. The worried one. The one people gave broken things. I've been busy. That's not what this is. Silence. Tina touched his bruised knuckles gently. Anderson flinched instinctively. Not from pain. From memory. Violence. Fight rings. Blood. Tina noticed immediately. What's happening to you? The question lingered heavily between them. Anderson wished he knew how to answer honestly. What was happening to him? Grief was reshaping him slowly into someone unfamiliar. Someone colder. More dangerous. And the worst part? Sometimes he liked it. Because pain felt lighter when he stopped being gentle. Tina's eyes filled softly. You stopped talking to me. The hurt in her voice twisted something viciously inside him. I didn't mean to. Then why? Because loving you makes me weak. Because I'm afraid I'll become someone terrible. Because this darkness inside me keeps growing. Because someday you'll look at me with fear instead of love. But Anderson said none of those things. Instead, I'm trying to survive. The honesty hurt more than lies. Tina stared at him quietly. Then suddenly grabbed his face gently between her hands. Listen to me. His breathing stopped slightly. You are not alone. The words nearly shattered him emotionally. Because he wanted to believe them. God. He wanted to believe them so badly. Tina smiled softly through tears. You still have me. Anderson looked at her silently. At the girl standing beneath the rain loving him despite everything. And suddenly, fear overwhelmed him completely. Because he realized losing Tina would destroy whatever remained of his humanity. So instead of pulling her closer, Anderson stepped backward. Tina's expression fell instantly. Painfully. Andy. He looked away. Because he couldn't bear watching her face while saying what came next. You should stop waiting for me. The world seemed to stop around them. Rain fell softly between the silence. Tina's eyes widened slowly. No. Anderson forced himself to continue. I'm serious. You promised. The sentence nearly broke him. Because yes. He did promise. And now he was about to destroy both of them anyway. Tina stepped closer desperately. No, don't do this. Anderson's chest burned painfully. You deserve better. Tears slid down her cheeks instantly. I don't want better. God. That nearly killed him. Tina refused to let go of his hand. Rain slid down both of them quietly beneath the flickering streetlight while the city slept around their heartbreak. Anderson could barely breathe. Because every second she held onto him made leaving impossible. You don't mean this. Her voice trembled softly. Desperately. Like she was trying to hold together something already breaking apart. Anderson stared at her fingers wrapped tightly around his wrist. Small. Warm. Familiar. The same hands that once fed him bread behind the bookstore. The same hands that held his bruised knuckles gently like they mattered. The same hands now trembling because of him. God. He was hurting her. And somehow. That hurt worse than anything life had ever done to him. Tina. No. Tears slid down her face uncontrollably. You don't get to disappear and come back acting like this. Pain tightened inside his chest. Because she was right. He had become cruel without meaning to. Not loud cruelty. Worse. The kind born from fear. Anderson slowly pulled his hand free. Tina's expression collapsed immediately. The sight nearly shattered his resolve. I'm trying to protect you. The words came out rough. Broken. Tina stared at him like he'd said something insane. From what? Silence. Then honestly. From me. The confession settled heavily between them. Rain tapped softly against the wooden bench nearby while distant thunder rolled across the sleeping city. Tina stepped closer again. Look at me. Anderson couldn't. Because he knew what she'd see now. Not the quiet boy she loved. Something darker. Something forming teeth from pain. You're grieving, she whispered shakily. That's all this is. No. It wasn't. Anderson knew it wasn't. Grief was only the beginning. The real problem was what grief awakened inside him. Violence felt easier now. Hatred felt comforting. And every time he imagined his father smiling coldly outside those mansion gates. Something ugly inside him whispered. Hurt him back. That voice frightened Anderson more than loneliness ever had. I got into another fight tonight. Tina froze slightly. What? I broke someone's jaw. The silence afterward felt terrible. Not because she looked disgusted. Because she looked sad. Anderson hated that look most. I didn't even feel guilty afterward, he admitted quietly. The honesty hurt coming out. Because once upon a time, he would have hated hurting people. Now violence quieted the screaming inside his chest briefly. Tina stared at him silently. Then carefully touched the bruises on his face again. You're not a monster. Anderson laughed softly. Humorless. You don't know what's happening inside my head lately. Then tell me. Her voice cracked slightly. Please. The word nearly destroyed him emotionally. Because Tina always asked him to stay gently. Never demanded. Never controlled. Just loved him. Anderson looked away toward the rain-covered streets. I think about hurting people. The confession sounded ugly aloud. I imagine revenge constantly. Tina's chest tightened painfully. Andy. I hate them. His voice lowered dangerously now. My father. Lucas. Everyone. Rainwater slid down his jaw slowly while his eyes darkened with emotions he no longer understood properly. They let her die. Tina's eyes filled immediately. I know. No, he whispered brokenly. You don't. And suddenly, everything exploded out of him at once. The grief. The rage. The helplessness. I begged him. Anderson shouted suddenly. Tina flinched. Not from fear. From pain. Because she had never heard him raise his voice like that before. I begged him to help her. His breathing became uneven. Violent. Do you know what that does to someone? Tears mixed with rain on his face now. He looked at me like I was nothing. Tina grabbed his shaking hands quickly. You are not nothing. But I felt like it. The heartbreak in his voice shattered her completely. Because for the first time, Anderson no longer sounded quietly sad. He sounded emotionally ruined. I couldn't save her. His voice dropped lower. Smaller. She died thinking I failed her. No, Tina whispered fiercely. She loved you. That didn't save her. Silence crashed painfully between them. Then softly. I don't know how to survive this without becoming someone terrible. The vulnerability in his voice broke Tina's heart completely. Because underneath all the anger, he still sounded terrified. Not of the world. Of himself. Tina stepped closer slowly. Then wrapped her arms around him tightly again. This time, Anderson broke. Not loudly. Not dramatically. But she felt it instantly. His body trembled violently beneath her arms while years of buried pain finally started collapsing outward. Anderson buried his face against her shoulder silently. Tina held him tighter immediately. It's okay, she whispered shakily. No, it's not. The brokenness in his voice nearly made her cry harder. He sounded exhausted. Emotionally exhausted. Like grief had drained all the light from him. Tina gently ran trembling fingers through his wet hair. You don't have to survive this alone. Anderson shut his eyes tightly. Because she kept saying things that made leaving impossible. I can't breathe in that house. The confession came muffled against her shoulder. Tina's chest tightened. What do they do to you? Silence. Long silence. Then quietly. They teach me how to stop feeling. Fear slid through her immediately. Because suddenly, she understood. The Kane family wasn't healing Anderson. They were reshaping him. Turning grief into something useful. Dangerous. Tina pulled back slightly just enough to look at him. You need to leave there. His eyes looked tired. Older than they should. I can't. Yes, you can. No, he swallowed painfully. People like them don't let things go. The sentence unsettled her deeply. Anderson looked toward the mansion district far across the city lights. Then softly. I think my father wants me angry. Tina's breath caught. Because somehow, she believed that too. The rain softened around them gradually. The storm beginning to fade. But not the one inside Anderson. Tina cupped his face gently. You promised me something. Pain crossed his eyes instantly. Because he already knew. You promised you'd come back. His throat tightened painfully. I did come back. No, she whispered tearfully. You came here to say goodbye. The truth landed brutally between them. Anderson looked away again. Because yes. That was exactly what he came to do. Leave before he destroyed her too. Tina's voice trembled harder now. I waited every day. Each word stabbed into him slowly. I kept thinking maybe tomorrow would feel normal again. Anderson closed his eyes briefly. God. She loved him so much. And then you show up looking like this. Tears slid down her face faster. And act like loving you is dangerous. Because it is. The thought nearly escaped him aloud. Instead, he whispered quietly. I don't want you watching me become someone ugly. Tina stared at him silently. Then suddenly shook her head fiercely. You idiot. The insult startled him slightly. You think I only wanted the good parts of you? Emotion clogged painfully inside his throat. Tina stepped even closer. I loved you when you had nothing. The words shattered him. I loved you when people mocked you. His breathing became uneven again. I loved you when you thought nobody could. Anderson looked at her helplessly. Because she was making this impossible. Then Tina whispered the sentence that followed him for years afterward. So if you become lost. Her fingers tightened around his trembling hands. Then let me be the person who finds you again. Silence. Complete silence. Anderson stared at her like she had just offered him salvation. And maybe she had. But broken people feared salvation most. Because losing it afterward killed you completely. So despite every part of himself screaming not to, Anderson slowly stepped away from her again. Tina's face crumpled instantly. No. His chest burned violently now. Because this was the hardest thing he had ever done. Harder than grief. Harder than violence. Harder than hatred. Leaving her. I love you. The confession slipped out quietly. Raw. Painful. Real. Tina froze completely. Because Anderson rarely said those words aloud. Not because he didn't feel them. Because loving someone terrified him. And now. He was saying it while walking away. Tears streamed down Tina's face uncontrollably. Then stay. God. That nearly stopped him completely. Anderson stood frozen for one terrible second. 1 second away from choosing her. Choosing softness. Choosing love. Then his mother's funeral flashed through his mind. His father's cold face. The fight ring. The violence growing inside him. Anderson kept walking. Each step felt like tearing pieces from his own body. Behind him. Tina finally broke down crying. Not quiet tears. Real heartbreak. The sound nearly destroyed him permanently. But he never turned around. Because if he did, he knew he would run back to her. After that night, Anderson disappeared completely. Not just from Tina. From himself. The old bench beneath the jacaranda tree stayed empty for months afterward. At first, Tina still went there every evening. Then every few days. Then only when missing him became unbearable. Eventually. The bench became nothing more than a place where she cried quietly alone. Anderson knew none of this. Because the Kane family made sure darkness consumed him faster than grief could heal him. The underground club smelled like alcohol, blood, and desperation. Anderson stood silently near the fighting cage while older men shouted bets around him beneath flashing red lights. He was 17 now. Taller. Broader. Harder. Pain had stretched sharpness into his face while violence slowly erased softness from his eyes. Women watched him differently these days. Men avoided provoking him carelessly. Anderson hated both. Because neither changed the emptiness inside him. Lucas leaned lazily beside the cage smoking a cigarette. You're fighting tonight. Anderson wiped blood from his knuckles quietly. I fought yesterday. And won. I always win. The confidence sounded cold. Detached. Like hurting people had become routine. Lucas smirked slightly. That's what makes you useful. Useful. The word no longer hurt. That frightened Anderson most. At some point, he stopped caring about being treated like a weapon. Because weapons didn't feel disappointment. Weapons didn't grieve. Weapons didn't wake up at night hearing their mother's final apology inside their heads. Anderson entered the cage silently when his name was called. The crowd roared immediately. People feared him now. Admired him. Bet money on how violently he'd destroy opponents. Sometimes Anderson wondered if monsters were created this way. Not born. Fed. The men waiting across from him looked older. Bigger. Drunk. He laughed when he saw Anderson. They sending children now? Anderson said nothing. The bell rang. 3 minutes later. The men lay unconscious in blood. Anderson stood above him breathing steadily while the crowd screamed wildly around him. Nothing inside him moved anymore afterward. No guilt. No pride. Nothing. Lucas entered the cage laughing. You barely let him touch you. Anderson stepped over Blood casually. I'm done. But before he could leave, a voice stopped him. You fight like you're trying to die. Anderson turned slowly. An older man sat alone near the VIP section watching him carefully. Dark suit. Calm eyes. Dangerous stillness. Victor Moretti. One of the most feared men in the criminal underworld. Anderson recognized him instantly. Everyone did. Victor studied him silently. Then gestured toward the empty chair nearby. Sit. Lucas immediately straightened beside Anderson. Respect. Fear. Interesting. Anderson sat slowly. Victor poured himself whiskey calmly. What's your name? Anderson. Full name. Silence. Anderson Kane. Something flickered across Victor's face briefly. Recognition. So you're his bastard son. The words no longer shocked Anderson. Victor leaned back studying him carefully. You hate people. Not a question. A fact. Anderson looked toward the blood-stained cage quietly. Yes. Victor smiled faintly. Good. The approval unsettled him. Victor swirled whiskey slowly inside his glass. Hate creates powerful men. Anderson finally looked directly at him. And destroys them too. That answer made Victor laugh softly. Interesting boy. Not fully corrupted yet. Victor leaned forward slightly. You know why your father brought you into his house? Anderson's jaw tightened. To humiliate me? No. Victor's eyes sharpened slightly. To use you. The sentence settled heavily. Because Anderson already suspected it. Victor continued calmly. Men like your father only keep dangerous things close. Something cold moved quietly inside Anderson's chest. Dangerous things. Was that all he had become? Victor studied him carefully. You know what I see when I look at you. Anderson stayed silent. A boy trying very hard not to feel. The accuracy irritated him immediately. Victor noticed. Then smiled slightly. Pain makes people predictable. Anderson stood abruptly. I'm leaving. Victor's voice stopped him again. Your father is preparing you for war. Silence. Anderson slowly looked back. Victor's expression remained unreadable now. The Kane Empire isn't clean. No powerful empire was. Anderson already understood that. Victor continued quietly. And eventually someone will need to dirty their hands for the family. The meaning landed instantly. Lucas never fought. Never bled. Never got sent into violence personally. Because Lucas was the heir. Anderson. Anderson was disposable. The realization should have hurt. Instead, it made terrible sense. Victor watched the understanding settle into the boy's face. Then quietly. You still have time to leave. Tina flashed suddenly through Anderson's mind. Her tears. Her voice saying. If you become lost, let me be the person who finds you again. Pain tightened viciously inside his chest. Too late. He already felt lost. Anderson walked away without answering. Victor watched him disappear into the crowd silently. Then murmured softly to himself. That boy's going to become terrifying. 3 months later. It happened. The first kill. Anderson still remembered every detail afterward. The rain. The alley. The smell of gunpowder. Lucas handed him the weapon casually that night. Simple job. Anderson frowned slightly. What kind of job? Lucas smiled faintly. One that proves loyalty. Fear slid quietly through Anderson's stomach. Not fear of violence. Fear of himself. The target was a middle-aged accountant trying to expose Kane business operations. The man begged when he saw Anderson standing in the alley. Please. His voice trembled violently. I have children. Children. The word hit Anderson unexpectedly hard. For one horrible second, he remembered himself. Small. Terrified. Begging adults for mercy nobody gave. The accountant cried openly now. They forced me into this. Anderson's grip on the gun tightened painfully. Something inside him screamed. Walk away. But another voice whispered colder. Mercy never saved your mother. The man fell to his knees desperately. Please. Anderson's hands shook slightly. Because this moment mattered. This moment would decide what kind of person he became afterward. Then suddenly, his phone vibrated inside his pocket. Instinctively, Anderson glanced down. A message. From Tina. The first message she'd sent in months. I still miss you. The words nearly shattered him emotionally. His breathing became uneven instantly. The accountant saw hesitation in his face. Hope. Anderson stared at Tina's message silently. 3 simple words. And somehow, they hurt more than all his violence combined. Because deep down, a part of him still missed her so much it physically ached. But another part understood something terrifying now. He no longer deserved her. The accountant suddenly lunged toward him desperately. Everything happened too fast afterward. Movement. Panic. The gunshot exploded violently through the alley. Silence followed immediately. The accountant collapsed slowly onto the wet pavement. Blood spread beneath him quietly. Anderson froze completely. The gun slipped from his fingers. No. No. The man's lifeless eyes stared upward blankly through the rain. Anderson stopped breathing. Because suddenly, the world tilted horribly. He killed someone. Actually killed someone. His stomach twisted violently. He stumbled backward shaking. The rain washed blood slowly toward the drains while his heartbeat exploded painfully inside his ears. Lucas appeared seconds later. Then looked down at the body calmly. Well. Anderson stared at his own trembling hands in horror. Lucas picked up the fallen gun casually. Congratulations. The word nearly made Anderson sick. He looked toward the dead man again. Then at Tina's unread message still glowing softly on his phone screen. I still miss you. Something inside him finally broke permanently then. Because standing there beside a corpse with blood on his hands, Anderson realized the cruel truth. The boy Tina loved no longer existed anymore. Tina tried to move on. God knew she tried. She deleted Anderson's number at least 7 times. But every time, she memorized it again before pressing delete. She stopped going to the old bench beneath the jacaranda tree. Then found herself walking there unconsciously weeks later anyway. She told herself she hated him for leaving. Then cried whenever someone mentioned his name. Nothing worked. Because loving Anderson had never felt like a choice. It felt like breathing. Painful. Necessary. Unavoidable. 1 year after he disappeared from her life, Tina still slept with his old hoodie wrapped around her pillow. The fabric barely carried his scent anymore. That hurt too. Some nights she pressed the material against her chest desperately trying to remember his warmth properly. Other nights, she cried herself to sleep imagining him somewhere cold and alone. Her mother noticed everything. Mothers always did. One evening, Tina sat quietly near the kitchen window staring at rain sliding down the glass while pretending to read. Her mother placed tea beside her gently. You're thinking about him again. Tina's throat tightened slightly. No. Her mother raised an eyebrow. You've been on the same page for 20 minutes. Tina sighed softly. Caught. The older woman sat beside her quietly. He broke your heart badly. The sentence hurt because it was true. Tina looked down at the untouched tea silently. I think something broke inside him first. Her mother's expression softened sadly. Because she understood immediately. Tina never stopped loving Anderson enough to hate him properly. He stopped smiling before he stopped coming, Tina whispered softly. Pain flickered through her eyes. And I didn't know how to save him. The helplessness in her voice shattered her mother quietly. Because sometimes love alone truly wasn't enough. Tina rubbed tiredly at her eyes. Do you know what hurts most? Her mother stayed silent. Waiting. He looked at me like leaving hurt him too. The memory haunted her endlessly. The rain. The trembling in his voice. The way he stepped backward like loving her physically pained him. Tina knew Anderson. Really knew him. Which meant she understood something terrible. He didn't leave because he stopped loving her. He left because he believed he was becoming dangerous. And somehow, that made the heartbreak worse. Her mother touched her hand gently. You can't save people who don't believe they deserve saving. Tina's eyes burned immediately. Because that sentence described Anderson perfectly. Meanwhile, Anderson stood inside another blood-stained room trying not to remember her. The criminal world suited him too well. That frightened him constantly. 3 years had passed since the first kill. 3 years of violence slowly reshaping him into someone colder. Someone feared. Anderson Kane's name now carried weight in underground circles. People moved carefully around him. Anderson hated how accurate that felt. Tonight, another deal had gone wrong. That emotional numbness terrified him more than murder itself. You're getting worse. Victor's voice echoed calmly from nearby. Anderson didn't look up. Meaning? You stop feeling too quickly afterward. The older man lit a cigarette slowly. That's how monsters are made. Anderson stared at dark red water sliding down the sink drain quietly. Maybe monsters survive longer. Victor studied him carefully. You still think about her. The sentence hit harder than expected. Anderson's jaw tightened instantly. Victor noticed. Then sighed softly. Pathetic. Anderson looked toward him coldly. Careful. Victor smirked slightly. See. That reaction alone tells me everything. Silence followed. Then quietly. She still owns the only soft parts of you. The truth hurt. Because yes. Even now. Years later. Tina still lived inside every quiet corner of him. Anderson still remembered. The sound of her laughter. The warmth of her hands. The way she said, Andy. The smell of rain in her hair. The exact shape of her smile. Some nights he woke up hearing her crying from that final night beneath the streetlight. Other nights. He imagined going back to her. Then looked at the blood on his hands and abandoned the fantasy immediately. Victor leaned against the table nearby. You should have either kept the girl or forgotten her completely. Anderson laughed softly. Humorless. Helpful advice. You know what your problem is. Silence. You still love her like the boy you used to be. The sentence landed brutally. Because despite everything, that part was true. No matter how violent Anderson became, his love for Tina never changed. Have you seen her recently? Watching from shadows like a coward. Because seeing Tina alive and beautiful after years apart nearly destroyed him emotionally. She looked older now. Softer somehow. Still beautiful enough to stop his breathing instantly. Anderson left before she noticed him. Both times. Because if she looked into his eyes now, she would see what he became. Anderson couldn't survive that. Victor exhaled smoke slowly. She waited for you longer than most women would. Pain crossed Anderson's face immediately. How do you know that? Victor smirked slightly. You think information is difficult to obtain? Anderson looked away quickly. Because suddenly, hope hurt again. She still asks about you sometimes, Victor continued casually. The sentence nearly shattered Anderson's emotional control completely. She shouldn't. But she does. Silence. Then quietly. She deserves better than me. Victor laughed softly. That line only sounds noble in books. Anderson's eyes darkened. Victor's expression sharpened slightly. You know what I think? What? I think you left because you were afraid she'd still love you after seeing what you became. The terrifying accuracy of that statement made Anderson go silent immediately. Because yes. That was exactly it. If Tina still looked at him with love now, he might completely lose whatever control remained inside him. Victor crushed the cigarette beneath his shoe slowly. Broken men are dangerous when someone still loves them. The warehouse became quiet afterward. Anderson stared out at the rain falling beyond the windows silently. Then slowly pulled something from his pocket. A faded photograph. Tina smiling beneath the jacaranda tree years ago. The edges were worn from being touched too often. Victor noticed immediately. Then sighed deeply. You really are doomed. Anderson stared at Tina's smile quietly. Pain tightening softly beneath his ribs. Because even after all this time, she still looked like home. And monsters were never meant to return home again. Tina met Martin Vale on the worst day of her life. Which was probably why she didn't notice the danger immediately. Her father had collapsed at work that morning. Stress, the doctors said. Exhaustion. High blood pressure. But Tina knew better. Guilt was eating him alive slowly. Ever since Anderson's mother died, Raymond Carter had never truly looked peaceful again. He startled too easily. Drank too much. Avoided conversations about the past. And sometimes, Tina caught him staring at her with heartbreaking sadness. Like he wanted to confess something terrible but lacked the courage. That frightened her constantly. The hospital hallway smelled cold and sterile while Tina sat alone outside her father's room clutching untouched coffee between trembling fingers. She hadn't slept properly in days. Life felt exhausting lately. Heavy. And loneliness followed her everywhere now. Especially at night. Especially whenever rain fell. Because rain still reminded her of Anderson. Everything still reminded her of Anderson. You look like you're carrying the world. The unfamiliar voice startled her softly. Tina looked up immediately. A man stood nearby holding flowers casually in one hand. Tall. Elegant. Perfectly dressed. Too handsome for a hospital corridor. His smile looked warm enough to trust instantly. Martin Vale. At first glance, he looked safe. I'm sorry. Tina said quietly. Martin smiled faintly before nodding toward the coffee in her hands. You've been staring at that cup for 10 minutes. Embarrassment crossed her face immediately. Oh. Tough day. The kindness in his voice nearly made her emotional. Because sometimes exhausted people broke apart over the smallest gentleness. Tina looked down briefly. My father's sick. Something softened across Martin's expression. Raymond Carter. Tina blinked slightly. You know him. Business connections. Martin sat beside her carefully. Not too close. Not intrusive. Comfortable. Everything about him felt carefully controlled. My company works with his occasionally. Tina nodded absently. Too emotionally tired to think deeply about it. Martin studied her quietly for a moment. Then softly. You look familiar. The sentence made her chest tighten unexpectedly. Because Anderson used to say that too. You look familiar even when I close my eyes. God. Why did every thought still return to him? Tina forced herself back to reality quickly. Probably from the company events. Maybe. Martin watched her carefully. Then noticed the bracelet around her wrist. Old. Faded. Worn from years of being touched. Interesting. His gaze darkened almost invisibly. Someone important gave you that. Tina instinctively touched the bracelet gently. Pain crossed her face immediately. Yes. Martin saw it all. The sadness. The longing. The unresolved love. And suddenly, everything made sense. So this was Anderson's girl. Interesting. Very interesting. Martin smiled softly again. Let me guess. Tina looked toward him quietly. He broke your heart. The accuracy startled her. And somehow, that frightened Martin slightly. Because the pain in her eyes looked far too alive for something years old. Tina laughed softly. Brokenly. No. Silence. Then quietly. Life did. The answer stayed with Martin long after the conversation ended. Because men like Martin understood emotional weakness instantly. And Tina Carter still loved Anderson Kane. Hopelessly. Desperately. Dangerously. That same night, Anderson nearly beat a man to death over Tina's name. The warehouse fight started stupidly. One drunk businessman mocking him carelessly during negotiations. You know what people say about you. Anderson barely looked up from his whiskey. I don't care. They say some girl ruined you. Silence. Victor immediately noticed the shift in atmosphere. Tiny. But lethal. The businessman laughed louder. What was her name again? Tina. The glass shattered in Anderson's hand instantly. Everyone froze. Because suddenly, the air itself felt dangerous. The businessman's smile faltered slightly. Relax, I'm joking. Anderson moved before he finished speaking. Violence exploded brutally. The chair crashed backward. The businessman hit the floor hard. Anderson grabbed him by the throat immediately. Years of buried rage erupted all at once. Punch after punch after punch. Blood spread across the concrete while terrified shouting echoed around the room. Victor finally dragged Anderson away forcefully. Enough. Anderson's breathing sounded violent now. Animalistic. The businessman curled weakly against the floor, barely conscious. Victor stared at Anderson carefully. Because that reaction wasn't normal. Not even close. She still owns you completely, Victor said quietly afterward. Anderson wiped blood from his mouth silently. I told him to stop talking. Victor laughed softly. No. Silence. You lost control because hearing her name still hurts. The truth settled brutally. Because yes. It did hurt. Everything connected to Tina hurt. Loving her from afar became its own form of torture eventually. Victor lit another cigarette slowly. You know what's pathetic? Anderson stayed silent. She probably cries over you while you destroy yourself pretending you stopped caring. The sentence nearly shattered something inside him. Because deep down, he feared that might actually be true. Anderson looked toward the rain outside the warehouse quietly. Then whispered something he had never admitted aloud before. I don't remember what happiness felt like before her anymore. Victor stared at him silently afterward. Because some confessions sounded too broken to mock. Months passed. Martin slowly entered Tina's life carefully. Patiently. Never pushing too hard. Never demanding too much. He learned quickly that emotionally wounded women frightened easily. So instead of forcing closeness, he became dependable. Present. Safe. He brought food to the hospital when her father got worse. Called to check on her. Made her laugh occasionally when grief became too heavy. And Tina. Tina tried. She truly tried to move forward. Because waiting for Anderson forever felt humiliating sometimes. Pathetic. Still. Every date with Martin felt strangely incomplete. Not bad. Just empty in places she couldn't explain. Because Martin was kind. Successful. Attentive. But he didn't feel like home. Anderson ruined ordinary love for her forever. One evening, Martin drove Tina home after dinner quietly. Rain tapped softly against the windshield while soft music played low in the background. Tina stared absent-mindedly out the window. Lost somewhere else emotionally again. Martin noticed immediately. You're thinking about him. The words startled her. Tina looked toward him slowly. I'm sorry. The boy. Silence. Then softly. How do you know? Martin smiled faintly. Because you disappear emotionally whenever it rains. The observation unsettled her slightly. Because Anderson used to notice things like that too. Martin tightened his grip lightly on the steering wheel. Do you still love him? Tina's chest hurt instantly. God. What kind of question was that? Love? No. This was worse than love now. This was grief mixed with longing and unfinished promises. Tina looked down quietly. Then whispered the most honest thing she'd said in years. I don't know how to stop. Martin's jaw tightened almost invisibly. Because hearing that confirmed something ugly inside him. Anderson still existed between them. Like a ghost neither could escape. Martin smiled gently anyway. But deep inside, something darker quietly formed. Because for the first time in his life, Martin envied another man emotionally. And envy was always the beginning of destruction. The rain was the first thing Anderson noticed. Funny. Rain always accompanied the worst moments of his life. It fell softly across the city that night while he stood outside Victor's private club smoking in silence, exhaustion heavy beneath his skin after another violent week. He hadn't slept properly in days. Too many deals. Too much blood. Too many ghosts inside his head. Victor exited the club beside him, calmly fastening his coat. You look terrible. Anderson exhaled smoke slowly. I feel worse. Victor smirked faintly. That's usually how surviving works. The older man glanced toward the street absent-mindedly. Then paused slightly. Interesting. Very interesting. A black luxury car had stopped near the bookstore across the road. Martin Vale stepped out first. Anderson barely paid attention initially. Until Tina emerged from the passenger side. Everything inside him stopped instantly. The cigarette nearly slipped from his fingers. No. No. For one terrible second. He genuinely forgot how to breathe. Tina laughed softly at something Martin said while adjusting her coat against the rain. The sound reached Anderson even across the street. And suddenly, 3 years disappeared. He remembered everything painfully at once. The bench. Her smile. Her tears that final night. The way she whispered. Then let me be the person who finds you again. Anderson stared at her like a starving man staring at something forbidden. God. She was still beautiful. More beautiful somehow. Older now. Softer. There was sadness in her eyes he didn't remember before. Anderson hated himself instantly for noticing. Victor slowly looked toward him. Then sighed deeply. This should be interesting. But Anderson barely heard him. Because Tina looked happy beside another man. Not completely happy. But comfortable enough to kill him slowly. Martin gently removed rainwater from Tina's hair while speaking softly to her. The intimate gesture nearly snapped something inside Anderson's chest. Jealousy hit him violently. Unexpectedly violently. Possessive. Ugly. The kind that made his thoughts dangerous instantly. His fingers tightened around the cigarette hard enough to crush it. Victor noticed immediately. There's the monster. Anderson ignored him completely. Across the street, Tina smiled faintly at something Martin whispered near her ear. Anderson's stomach twisted viciously. Because suddenly, he realized time moved on without him. Tina moved on. The world moved on. While he stayed trapped inside grief and violence. Pain spread through his chest so sharply it almost felt physical. Victor watched him carefully. You should leave. Anderson didn't move. Couldn't move. Because after years apart, seeing Tina again felt like reopening every wound he ever buried. And the worst part? She looked reachable. Close enough to touch. That made it unbearable. Martin suddenly looked up. Their eyes met across the rain-covered street. Silence. Recognition flashed instantly across Martin's face. Then slowly. A faint smile curved his lips. Not friendly. Victorious. Anderson's expression darkened immediately. Something cold entered the atmosphere. Martin leaned slightly closer toward Tina afterward. Intentionally. Possessively. Tina noticed none of it. She was too busy staring absent-mindedly at the rain. Probably thinking about something completely different. Anderson hated that too. Hated not knowing her thoughts anymore. Victor finally grabbed his arm firmly. Leave. Anderson slowly pulled away. She's with him. The sentence sounded strange coming from him. Broken somehow. Victor's eyes narrowed slightly. Yes. Silence. Then softly. And you left her. The truth hit brutally. Because yes. This pain was self-inflicted. Anderson walked away before Tina could accidentally look up and see him standing there. Coward. The word echoed viciously inside his head with every step. Meanwhile, Tina suddenly felt strange. Like someone was watching her. She looked around instinctively beneath the rain-covered streetlights. Nothing. Still. Her chest tightened unexpectedly. You okay? Martin's voice pulled her back. Tina nodded slowly. Yeah. But she wasn't. Because suddenly, she could almost swear she felt Anderson nearby. Ridiculous. Impossible. Still. The feeling lingered painfully. Martin studied her quietly. Then softly asked. You still think about him when it rains, don't you? Tina's throat tightened instantly. The accuracy startled her. She looked away quickly. Sometimes. Lie. Every time. Martin smiled faintly. Patient. Controlled. Inside, jealousy spread slowly through him again. Because no matter how much time passed, Anderson still existed between them emotionally. And somehow, that infuriated him more than anything else ever had. That same night, Anderson destroyed an entire warehouse. Nobody stopped him. Nobody dared. Tables shattered violently beneath his fists while terrified men stayed far away from his path. Bottles crashed against walls. Blood dripped from his split knuckles again. Victor watched everything silently from the doorway. This wasn't anger anymore. This was heartbreak wearing violence as armor. Anderson finally slammed another man against the wall brutally. Get out. Nobody argued. Within seconds, the warehouse emptied completely. Only Victor remained. Anderson stood breathing heavily near the center of the ruined room while rain hammered loudly against the metal roof overhead. Victor lit a cigarette slowly. You saw her for 5 seconds. Anderson laughed bitterly. She looked happy. The confession hurt coming out. Victor studied him carefully. Do you still love her? Anderson laughed softly. Brokenly. The kind of laugh exhausted people made when asked obvious questions. She's the only thing I never stopped loving. The confession filled the warehouse quietly. Painfully. Victor watched him for a long moment afterward. Then softly. That's going to destroy you someday. Anderson stared toward the rain beyond the windows silently. Then whispered something terrifyingly honest. It already did. After that night, Anderson couldn't stop thinking about Martin Vale. Not because of jealousy alone. Too aware. Anderson trusted instincts more than facts these days. Instincts kept him alive. And every instinct inside him screamed. Martin knows something. So he started watching him. Quietly. Carefully. The way predators watch threats before deciding whether to kill them. Martin's world looked clean from the outside. Luxury hotels. Corporate meetings. Charity events. Perfect smiles. But Anderson learned long ago that dangerous men hid best behind elegance. 3 weeks into the surveillance, he discovered the first lie. Martin already knew who Tina was before meeting her at the hospital. That wasn't coincidence. That was strategy. Anderson sat silently inside a dark parked car while files spread across the passenger seat beside him. Photographs. Business records. Old company reports. Connections. Victor glanced briefly toward him. You're obsessed. Anderson didn't deny it. Martin's company had ties to the Kane Empire for years. Indirectly. Quietly. And more disturbingly, Martin had investigated Raymond Carter months before accidentally meeting Tina. Anderson's jaw tightened violently. Not coincidence. Never coincidence. Victor studied him carefully. You think he targeted her intentionally? I know he did. The certainty in Anderson's voice felt dangerous. Victor leaned back slowly. Why? Silence. Then softly. Me. The answer chilled even him slightly. Because suddenly, everything started fitting together horribly. Martin knew Tina still loved Anderson. Knew emotional wounds still existed there. And somehow, that made Tina vulnerable. Anderson's chest tightened painfully. Because deep down, he understood exactly what kind of man Martin was now. The type who collected broken things because damaged people depended harder. The type who waited patiently for emotional weakness. The type who mistook possession for love. Anderson knew that type well. Because he was dangerously close to becoming one himself. Meanwhile, Tina sat quietly inside Martin's penthouse staring at the city lights through enormous windows while unease crawled slowly beneath her skin. Martin poured wine calmly behind her. You've been distant tonight. Tina forced a faint smile. Just tired. Martin handed her a glass carefully. Their fingers brushed briefly. Cold. Everything about this relationship felt emotionally colder than she expected love to feel. Not bad. Just controlled. Martin touched her waist gently from behind. You think about him when you're quiet. The statement startled her slightly. Martin always did this lately. Mention Anderson casually. Like testing emotional wounds repeatedly. Tina looked down at the wine silently. I told you already. You don't know how to stop loving him. Pain tightened beneath her ribs instantly. Because hearing the truth aloud always hurt more. Martin's eyes darkened faintly. You know what bothers me. Tina looked toward him quietly. You defend him constantly. Silence. Then softly. Because nobody else ever tried to understand him. Martin laughed quietly. Interesting. What? You still speak about him like he's broken, not dangerous. The sentence unsettled her immediately. Because yes. That was true. Even after all these years. Tina still couldn't imagine Anderson as truly cruel. Damaged? Absolutely. Lost. Nobody in the ballroom moved. Nobody breathed properly either. The tension between Anderson and Martin felt suffocating enough to choke the entire room. Martin slowly removed his hand from Tina's waist. Not because he was afraid. Because he was calculating. Always calculating. There, he said calmly. Happy. Anderson's expression didn't change. But Tina noticed something terrifying anyway. The violence inside him. Hidden carefully beneath control. Like rage lived permanently under his skin now. Anderson looked at Martin the way storms looked before destroying cities. Tina's chest tightened painfully. Because she remembered when his eyes used to look soft. Now. They looked tired. Cold. Dangerous. And somehow still heartbreakingly sad underneath it all. Martin adjusted his cufflinks casually. You disappeared for years, he said smoothly. Showing up now feels a little dramatic. The insult was deliberate. Tina noticed instantly. Anderson noticed too. But instead of exploding, he smiled. God. That frightened her more. Because Anderson's smiles used to feel warm once. This one felt lethal. Careful, he said quietly. Martin tilted his head slightly. Or what? Victor, standing nearby, sighed softly beneath his breath. Idiots. Martin clearly had Northwest idea how close to death he was right now. Anderson stepped closer again slowly. Close enough now that Tina could smell rain and cigarette smoke lingering faintly against his dark clothes. Close enough to see the faint scar near his jaw she didn't remember before. Close enough to notice exhaustion hidden behind his beautiful eyes. Close enough to realize. He looked lonely. Even surrounded by people. The realization hurt her unexpectedly. Martin's voice cut through the silence again. You know, Tina used to talk about you constantly. Anderson's jaw tightened instantly. She thought you'd come back for her. Pain flashed across Tina's face. Martin. But he ignored her. She waited a very long time. Anderson's breathing slowed dangerously. The ballroom suddenly felt too small. Too hot. Because hearing those words from another man nearly destroyed something inside him. She waited. God. Even after everything. She waited. Anderson looked toward Tina slowly then. Really looked at her for the first time tonight. And suddenly. The rest of the world disappeared. The noise. The people. The ballroom. Everything faded. Only Tina remained. Her eyes looked watery already. Her breathing uneven. Her fingers trembling slightly at her sides. She looked at him like she still couldn't believe he was standing there. Anderson's chest physically hurt. Because after years apart, one terrible truth hit him violently. He still loved her exactly the same. Not less. Not weaker. If anything. Worse. Far worse. Tina saw the shift in his expression immediately. The coldness faded for half a second. And there he was. Her Andy. The boy who used to look at her like she hung the stars herself. The softness nearly broke her emotionally. Because she realized something too. No matter how much time passed. No one would ever look at her the way Anderson did. Like she was both salvation and destruction. Martin noticed the moment too. And jealousy crawled viciously through him. Because standing between them suddenly felt pointless. Their connection still existed. Raw. Alive. Dangerous. Martin smiled faintly to hide the irritation spreading beneath his skin. You look surprised, he murmured toward Tina. She couldn't answer. Couldn't breathe properly. Because Anderson looked devastating tonight. Not just physically. Emotionally. Like grief carved something beautiful and tragic into him. And those eyes. God. Those eyes looked exhausted. Like he'd spent years fighting things nobody else could see. Tina suddenly noticed blood near his knuckles. Fresh. Her chest tightened instantly. Without thinking. She stepped toward him. Your hand. Anderson froze. The concern in her voice nearly shattered his composure completely. Because after all this time, she still noticed when he was hurt first. Always. Tina gently reached for his hand automatically. The ballroom watched silently. Anderson's entire body tensed the moment her fingers touched him. Warm. Soft. Familiar. Too familiar. A painful memory exploded instantly through him. Tina holding his bruised knuckles on the bench. Tina hugging him in the rain. Tina whispering, "You still have me." God. He missed her so much. Tina looked down at the cuts across his hand softly. What happened? The tenderness in her voice nearly destroyed him. Anderson stared at her silently. Then quietly. Life. The answer broke her heart immediately. Because he sounded tired. Not angry. Just tired. Martin watched the interaction carefully. Then suddenly laughed softly. Interesting. The sound ruined the moment instantly. Tina pulled her hand back quickly. Anderson's expression darkened again. Martin slipped one hand casually into his pocket. You know, he said calmly, I expected you to look happier seeing her again. Anderson's eyes sharpened. Happier. Yes. Martin smiled faintly. Instead you look like you want to kill something. The truth landed too accurately. Because Anderson did want violence right now. Not toward Tina. Never Tina. But Martin. The sight of him beside her made something ugly crawl through Anderson's chest. Possessive. Jealous. Primal. Victor stepped forward slightly. Subtle warning. Easy. But Anderson barely heard him. Because Tina still smelled like the same soft perfume she wore years ago. And somehow, that tiny detail hurt more than anything else tonight. Tina swallowed slowly. Andy. His gaze snapped toward her instantly. The nickname still affected him violently. Every single time. She stepped closer again cautiously. Like approaching wounded animals. And maybe she was. Because Anderson looked emotionally cornered tonight. You disappeared. The sentence came out quieter than intended. Painfully quiet. Anderson's throat tightened. Because yes. He did. And the guilt never stopped haunting him. Tina's eyes shimmered slightly. I thought maybe you died. The confession hit him like a bullet. Because while he spent years believing she moved on, she spent years fearing he was dead. Anderson looked away briefly. Unable to handle the emotion in her voice. Martin noticed immediately. Then calmly inserted himself between them emotionally again. Tina, he said softly, people are staring. Only then did she realize the entire ballroom had gone silent watching them. Embarrassment flushed across her face slightly. Anderson hated Martin instantly for interrupting. Hated him for standing beside her. Hated him for existing inside spaces Anderson once imagined belonging to him. Martin gently touched Tina's lower back again. The movement was subtle. But Anderson noticed every inch of it. She should sit down, Martin continued smoothly. She looks overwhelmed. Anderson's expression turned glacial immediately. Because suddenly, he understood something terrifying. Martin knew exactly what he was doing. Every touch. Every word. Every interruption. Calculated. Possessive. Intentional. Tina looked between them anxiously now. The tension felt unbearable. Please don't do this here. Her voice trembled softly. Anderson immediately looked at her again. The fear in her eyes hurt unexpectedly. Because he realized something painful. He was frightening her. Not completely. But enough. That realization hit harder than anything else tonight. Anderson slowly stepped backward. The movement startled everyone. Especially Tina. Because suddenly, he looked exhausted again instead of angry. His eyes remained fixed on her quietly. Then softly. You look tired. The gentleness in his voice stunned her completely. After all this tension. That was what he chose to say. Tina's chest tightened painfully. Because somehow, that sounded more intimate than jealousy. Anderson stared at her a second longer. Like memorizing her again. Then finally. Take care of yourself, Tina. The sentence felt like heartbreak wrapped in tenderness. And before she could answer, Anderson turned and walked away. The crowd immediately moved aside for him silently. Nobody dared stop him. Tina stood frozen afterward. Heart racing painfully. Because despite all the years, one truth remained terrifyingly unchanged. Anderson Kane could still destroy her emotionally just by looking at her. Tina couldn't sleep after the party. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Anderson again. The way he stood in the ballroom like darkness wrapped in expensive fabric. The scar near his jaw. The exhaustion in his eyes. The terrifying stillness beneath his anger. And worst of all, the way he looked at her. God. Nobody should look at another person with that much pain. Tina sat curled near her bedroom window while rain slid softly against the glass outside. Her chest still hurt. Because despite everything, Seeing him again felt less like reunion and more like reopening an old wound that never healed properly. She touched the faded bracelet around her wrist unconsciously. Still wearing it. Still stupid enough to wear it. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts. "Can I come in?" "Martin." Tina quickly lowered her hand from the bracelet. "Yeah." Martin entered calmly carrying 2 cups of tea. Perfect as always. Controlled. But tonight. Something colder lingered beneath his smile. "You disappeared emotionally after he left." The observation immediately tightened her chest. Martin handed her the tea gently before sitting nearby. "He surprised me." "Did he?" Tina looked down silently. Because surprise wasn't the right word. Anderson's return felt more like emotional whiplash. Like suddenly colliding with a version of herself she buried years ago. Martin watched her carefully. "You still love him?" Not a question this time. A fact. Tina shut her eyes briefly. Because denying it felt exhausting now. "I don't know what I feel anymore." Martin's jaw tightened almost invisibly. Because that answer hurt worse than honesty. If she hated Anderson, Martin could fight hatred. But love mixed with confusion. That was dangerous. "He looked at you like you belonged to him." The sentence unsettled her immediately. Because yes. He did. And somehow. A part of her hated how much that affected her emotionally. Martin's voice softened carefully. "You know what people become in his world, Tina." Fear slid quietly through her chest again. Violence. Blood. Rumors. Death. Anderson carried those things around him now. She saw it tonight. The danger. The darkness. Still. When he spoke softly to her, she heard the same boy who once held her hand beneath the jacaranda tree. That contradiction was destroying her emotionally. Martin touched her hand gently. "You deserve peace." Again. That word again. Peace. Then why did being with Anderson feel like breathing after drowning? Tina hated herself slightly for that realization. Martin studied her expression quietly. Then suddenly asked. "If he asked you to leave with him tonight, would you?" Silence. Painful silence. Because Tina couldn't answer immediately. And that alone said everything. Martin looked away briefly. Something dark moved quietly inside him. Because deep down, he already knew. If Anderson truly reached for Tina emotionally. Meanwhile, Anderson sat alone inside his penthouse staring at Tina's photograph again. Pathetic. Victor already called him pathetic twice tonight. Still, he couldn't stop. Because seeing Tina reopened every emotion he spent years burying beneath violence. And now, everything hurt again. The whiskey glass rested untouched near his hand while city lights glowed beyond the enormous windows. Anderson replayed every second from the ballroom repeatedly. The way Tina looked at him. The way her fingers trembled touching his injured hand. The heartbreak in her voice when she whispered. "I thought maybe you died." God. That sentence nearly ruined him completely. Anderson leaned back slowly against the couch. Exhaustion dragged heavily through his body now. He should have stayed away. He knew that. But seeing Martin touch her awakened something ugly inside him. Something possessive. Anderson hated that feeling immediately. Because Tina wasn't an object. She wasn't something to reclaim. She deserved freedom. Peace. Love untouched by darkness. So why did another man beside her make him feel violent? A knock interrupted his thoughts. Victor entered without waiting for permission. "You look miserable." Anderson didn't answer. Victor sighed before sitting nearby. "Congratulations." Silence. "You officially ruined your emotional stability again." Anderson rubbed tiredly at his face. "I should have left sooner." Victor laughed softly. "You should have never gone." Pain crossed Anderson's face instantly. Because yes. Maybe. But then Tina would have watched him become this version of himself slowly. Anderson couldn't survive her fear. Victor leaned back casually. She still loves you. The statement hit brutally. Anderson looked away quickly. Don't. What? Say things like that. Victor studied him carefully. Why? Because hope was dangerous. Hope made broken people reckless. Anderson swallowed slowly. Because I can't give her anything good anymore. Victor looked genuinely unimpressed. That's self-pity. Not nobility. The bluntness irritated him immediately. You didn't see her tonight. I did. Victor's eyes sharpened slightly. She looked more alive talking to you for 5 minutes than she probably has in years. The words settled heavily. Painfully. Because part of Anderson noticed that too. The way Tina's eyes softened around him despite everything. The way she still touched him gently. Like he wasn't frightening her completely yet. God. That tiny bit of softness almost destroyed his control. Victor lit a cigarette slowly. You know what your problem is. Silence. Victor exhaled smoke quietly. You left a girl already grieving her own life. Anderson's jaw tightened painfully. You don't understand. No, Victor interrupted calmly. You don't. Silence filled the room. Then softly. She would have chosen your darkness over your absence. The sentence nearly stopped Anderson's breathing. Because deep down, he feared that was true. Victor looked toward the city lights quietly. You made the decision for her. Anderson shut his eyes briefly. Guilt spread viciously beneath his ribs. Because yes. He did. He left believing it protected Tina. Without asking what she actually wanted. Victor stood slowly afterward. Do whatever you want. Then paused near the doorway. But stop pretending staying away from her makes you less selfish. The words lingered painfully after he left. Anderson sat alone in silence afterward. Then slowly reached for his phone. His thumb hovered over Tina's number for nearly 2 minutes. One message. That's all it would take. One message and everything between them might reopen completely. Dangerously. Anderson stared at the screen quietly. Then finally typed. Did you get home safely? The simple question hurt him emotionally. Because after all these years, this was still the first thing his heart wanted to ask her. Anderson stared at the message for a long moment. Then sent it. The moment the screen confirmed delivery, his heartbeat became uneven instantly. Ridiculous. Terrifying. Hope. And somewhere across the city, Tina's phone lit up softly beside her bed. The moment she saw Anderson's name, her entire world stopped again. Tina stared at the message for almost 5 full minutes without breathing properly. Did you get home safely? Simple. Ordinary. But somehow, those 4 words shattered years of emotional distance instantly. Because Anderson had always been like this. Even when he was younger. Even when life kept destroying him. He still worried about whether she got home safely. Tina sat frozen on the edge of her bed while rain whispered softly against the windows. Her heartbeat felt painful. Uneven. God. Why did one message affect her this much? Because it was him. That was the problem. It was always him. Her fingers trembled slightly above the screen. Martin's words from earlier echoed inside her head. You still love him. Tina shut her eyes tightly. Because she didn't want the answer anymore. Still. She typed back. Yes. The reply sent immediately. Too quickly. Like her heart answered before her mind could stop it. 3 dots appeared almost instantly afterward. Anderson was typing. Tina's breathing slowed dangerously. She hated this. Hated how easily he still reached into her emotions. Another message appeared. You should sleep. Tina laughed softly through sudden tears. Because somehow, that sounded exactly like him. The same quiet gentleness hidden beneath all the darkness. Her chest hurt unbearably now. So she typed the question haunting her for years. Why did you really leave? The typing bubble disappeared immediately. Silence followed. Long silence. Tina's stomach tightened painfully. Because suddenly, she regretted asking. Then finally, another message appeared slowly. Because I was becoming someone you would have hated. Tina's eyes filled instantly. No. That wasn't true. Even now. After seeing how dangerous he became. Hatred still felt impossible. Her fingers moved before thinking. I could never hate you. The moment the message sent. Tina panicked slightly. Too honest. Too emotional. Too revealing. But it was already too late. Across the city. Anderson stared at her words like they physically wounded him. His chest tightened so violently he had to sit down. Because Tina had no idea what those words did to him. No idea how badly he needed to hear them. No idea how dangerous hope became inside broken men. Anderson dragged trembling fingers slowly across his face. God. She was still capable of destroying him emotionally with a single sentence. Victor walked into the penthouse quietly then. Took one look at Anderson's expression. And sighed heavily. You texted her. Anderson didn't answer. Victor noticed the softness in his eyes immediately. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. You look human again. Anderson almost laughed weakly. Almost. His eyes remained fixed on the screen. Victor walked closer. Let me guess. Silence. She still loves you. Anderson's throat tightened painfully. Because seeing the words, I could never hate you, felt dangerously close to salvation. Victor studied him carefully. Then quietly. That girl is either your healing. A pause. Or your destruction. Anderson already knew. The terrifying part. He no longer cared which one. Meanwhile, Tina reread Anderson's message repeatedly. Because I was becoming someone you would have hated. The sadness inside those words haunted her instantly. Because she finally understood something clearly now. Anderson didn't leave because he stopped loving her. He left because he believed darkness was swallowing him whole. And somehow, that realization broke her heart worse than abandonment ever did. Another message arrived suddenly. I heard you waited for me. Tina's breath caught sharply. God. Who told him that? Her eyes burned immediately. Because yes. She waited. Longer than she should have. Longer than her pride survived. Longer than her heart could handle. Tina stared at the screen silently before replying honestly. I thought you'd come back sooner. The message nearly killed Anderson emotionally. He leaned back against the couch slowly. Exhaustion flooded him completely now. Because he could picture her saying those words. Softly. Sadly. Like someone admitting heartbreak they never recovered from. Anderson typed slowly this time. Carefully. I wanted to. Tina's chest tightened painfully. Then why didn't you? The question stayed trapped inside her throat. Because part of her feared the answer. Another message appeared before she could type anything. I saw you with him. Everything inside her stopped instantly. Martin. Tina swallowed slowly. Then honestly typed. He's been helping me. Anderson stared at the message blankly. Helping her. The phrase made jealousy crawl viciously beneath his skin again. Because another man stood beside her during the years Anderson disappeared. Another man listened when she cried. Protected her. Stayed. Everything Anderson failed to do. Pain twisted through his chest sharply. Still. He forced himself to type. Is he good to you? The question shattered Tina completely. Because after all this time, Anderson still cared more about her happiness than his own pain. Tears slid quietly down her face. She looked down at the bracelet around her wrist again. Then typed the truth carefully. He tries to be. The answer unsettled Anderson immediately. Not. Yes. Not. He makes me happy. Just. He tries to be. Hope flickered dangerously inside him. Victor noticed the shift in his expression instantly. Oh no. Anderson ignored him completely. His fingers hovered above the screen uncertainly now. Because suddenly, he wanted things he had no right wanting anymore. Her. Another chance. A future. Dangerous thoughts. Broken people should never hope too much. Still. Anderson typed the question anyway. Are you happy, Tina? The message appeared on her screen seconds later. And Tina froze completely. Because suddenly, she realized nobody asked her that in a very long time. Not properly. Not genuinely. Martin asked if she was okay. If she was comfortable. If she was safe. But Anderson asked if she was happy. Like her heart still mattered most to him. The realization emotionally destroyed her. Tina stared at the blinking cursor silently. Then finally whispered the truth aloud to herself before typing it. No. The message sent. And somewhere across the city, Anderson Kane felt hope return for the first time in years. And that was the beginning of everyone's downfall. After Tina sent. No. Neither of them slept. How could they? Not after reopening wounds both spent years pretending had healed. Tina lay awake staring at the ceiling while her phone rested against her chest. Anderson's messages replayed endlessly inside her head. Is he good to you? Are you happy, Tina? God. Why did those questions hurt more than romantic confessions? Because they sounded sincere. Because even after years apart, Anderson still loved her carefully. And that was dangerous. Very dangerous. Meanwhile, across the city, Anderson sat alone near the penthouse windows watching dawn slowly creep over the skyline. Hope terrified him now. Because hope always came before loss. Still, he couldn't stop replaying Tina's answer. No. The word ignited something reckless inside him. Not victory. Never that. Something softer. Something infinitely more dangerous. Possibility. Victor found him there at sunrise still wearing the same clothes from the night before. You look worse. Anderson barely glanced toward him. I'm thinking. That's usually where your problems begin. Silence. Then quietly. She's unhappy. Victor sighed heavily. Ah. That tone immediately irritated Anderson. What? You heard one sad answer and suddenly your entire emotional stability collapsed. Anderson looked away toward the sunrise again. She sounded tired. Victor studied him carefully. God. That girl truly had him ruined. You know what this means, right? Silence. It means you're about to start making selfish decisions. Anderson's jaw tightened slightly. Because deep down, he already knew Victor was right. 3 days later, it rained again. Tina should have expected him. Rain always brought Anderson back somehow. She exited the bookstore quietly hugging several novels against her chest while evening traffic moved lazily through the wet streets. The moment she stepped outside, she saw him. Leaning silently beside a black car across the road. Hands inside his coat pockets. Dark eyes fixed entirely on her. Tina stopped breathing. Everything else faded instantly. Cars. Rain. People. Nothing mattered. Only him. Anderson looked devastating tonight. Not polished like Martin. Not safe. Worse. Real. Painfully real. Rain dampened his dark hair slightly while exhaustion lingered beneath his eyes like something permanent now. Tina's chest tightened violently. Because suddenly, he didn't look like the feared man people whispered about. He looked lonely again. Just lonely. Anderson slowly crossed the street toward her. Each step made her heart beat harder. Faster. More dangerous. When he finally stopped in front of her, neither spoke immediately. Because after years apart, words suddenly felt too small. Tina looked at him carefully. At the scar near his jaw. The bruised knuckles. The tiredness carved into his face. God. Life had not been gentle with him. Anderson noticed her staring softly. You still do that? Her breath caught slightly. Do what? Look at me like you're trying to figure out where it started hurting. The sentence nearly destroyed her emotionally. Because that was exactly what she was doing. Tina swallowed slowly. You look tired. Anderson almost smiled faintly. You said that before. The familiarity in his voice hurt beautifully. Rain slid softly between them while the city glowed around their silence. Then quietly. You came. The words left Tina before she could stop them. Anderson looked at her for a long moment. You asked if I was happy. The honesty stunned him slightly. Because yes. That was enough. One unhappy answer and he came running back toward destruction willingly. Tina lowered her eyes briefly. This is dangerous. Yes. The agreement came immediately. No denial. No pretending. Just truth. And somehow, that honesty felt more intimate than lies ever could. Anderson looked at the books in her arms quietly. You still buy too many novels. Tina laughed softly before she could stop herself. The sound hit Anderson violently. God. He missed that laugh. Missed it so badly it physically hurt. Tina noticed the way his expression softened hearing it. And suddenly, the years between them didn't feel quite so large anymore. You disappeared for a long time. Pain flickered across his face instantly. I know. You hurt me. The sentence landed quietly. Not accusing. Worse. Honest. Anderson's throat tightened painfully. Because there was no defense against that truth. I know. Rainwater slid slowly down Tina's cheeks, now mixed with tears she didn't realize had formed. Anderson noticed immediately. Of course he did. He always noticed her tears first. Tina. I hated missing you. The confession shattered him. Every time it rained, her voice trembled softly, I thought about you. God. Anderson could barely breathe now. Because she was saying things he spent years imagining alone. Tina looked at him with heartbreaking honesty. You left me loving someone I couldn't forget. The pain in her voice nearly broke him completely. Anderson stepped closer slowly. Instinctively. Like gravity pulling broken things together again. I tried to stop loving you. His own confession came rough now. Broken. Silence crashed between them heavily. Emotional. Alive. Tina couldn't stop shaking after Anderson left. The entire ride home felt unreal. Her skin still burned where he touched her cheek. God. One touch. Just one touch after years apart. And suddenly everything inside her felt dangerous again. She sat silently inside the car, gripping her books tightly while rain blurred the city lights outside the windows. The driver spoke twice. She barely heard him. Because all she could think about was Anderson's voice whispering. You shouldn't look at me like that. As if loving him was something forbidden. As if he still feared what her love could do to him. Tina shut her eyes tightly. This was bad. Very bad. Because for the first time since he left, she stopped pretending, she moved on. And somewhere deep down, a terrifying realization quietly settled inside her heart. If Anderson asked her to choose him tonight, she didn't know if she could refuse. Meanwhile, Anderson drove through the rain, trying not to lose control completely. His hands tightened violently around the steering wheel while Tina's face replayed endlessly inside his head. The tears in her eyes. The trembling in her breathing. The way she looked at him when he touched her. God. She almost let him kiss her. The realization made something possessive and desperate awaken inside his chest instantly. Anderson hated himself for it. Because Tina wasn't something to take back. Still. Every instinct inside him screamed. Mine. The thought felt ugly. Primal. Dangerous. Anderson slammed his fist against the steering wheel suddenly. Fuck. He sounded furious with himself. Because deep down, he knew exactly what was happening. The moment he saw Tina unhappy, every carefully built wall inside him started collapsing. Victor's warning echoed through his head. Broken men are dangerous when someone still loves them. Too late. Anderson was already becoming dangerous again. Martin knew immediately something changed. Tina entered the penthouse later that evening emotionally distracted in a way he recognized instantly. Her eyes looked distant. Her breathing uneven. And worst of all, she looked alive again. Martin hated that immediately. Long day. Tina froze slightly at the sound of his voice. Then forced a small smile. Yeah. Lie. Martin could read lies easily now. Especially hers. He approached slowly while loosening his tie. You saw him. The statement wasn't a question. Tina looked down silently. That silence told him enough. Jealousy spread coldly through Martin's chest. Because despite everything he gave her, one meeting with Anderson was enough to emotionally unravel her completely. That infuriated him. You're trembling. Tina quickly crossed her arms slightly. I'm tired. Martin stepped closer carefully. Then gently touched her cheek. Tina flinched. Tiny movement. Barely noticeable. Still. Martin saw it. And suddenly, something ugly twisted inside him. Because she never flinched from Anderson. Never. Not emotionally. Not physically. The realization poisoned him instantly. Did he touch you? Tina's heartbeat stopped painfully. Martin's eyes sharpened immediately. Interesting. Very interesting. Tina. Her throat tightened. We talked. Martin laughed softly. Coldly. That's not what I asked. The atmosphere shifted immediately. Dangerous now. Tina looked at him carefully. And for the first time, she noticed something unsettling beneath his calmness. Possession. Martin cupped her face gently. Too gently. Did he touch you? The softness in his voice frightened her more than anger would have. Tina slowly pulled away. It doesn't matter. The wrong answer. Martin's jaw tightened almost invisibly. Because yes. It mattered enormously. To him? Everything about Anderson mattered now. The men existed like poison between them emotionally. Martin smiled faintly anyway. Controlled. Always controlled. You know he'll ruin your life eventually. Pain crossed Tina's face immediately. Because part of her feared that too. But another part whispered. He already ruined me years ago. And somehow, she still loved him anyway. Martin watched conflict move through her expression silently. Then softly. You look at him like he still owns your heart. The brutal honesty stunned her. Because hearing someone else say it aloud made everything feel horribly real. Tina looked away quickly. I'm trying. Martin stepped closer again. I know. But internally, he was already losing patience. Because no matter how carefully he positioned himself inside Tina's life, Anderson still lived somewhere deeper. Untouched. Unreplaceable. And Martin hated him for it. That same night, Anderson stood outside Tina's apartment building. Like a complete idiot. Rain soaked through his dark coat while he stared upward toward the glowing windows silently. He should leave. He knew that. Instead, he remained standing there like something emotionally broken. Because seeing Tina again awakened needs he spent years murdering inside himself. Not lust. Worse. Tenderness. Love. Hope. Things far more dangerous for men like him. Victor's car stopped beside the sidewalk abruptly. The window lowered slowly. Victor looked deeply unimpressed. "You're outside her building." Anderson said nothing. Victor stared at him for a full second. Then burst into exhausted laughter. "Oh, you're gone." Anderson finally glanced toward him. "Meaning?" "You're completely emotionally compromised." The truth irritated him immediately because it was accurate. Victor leaned against the car window lazily. "You know what men like you become when they fall in love again." Silence. Violent. Anderson looked back toward Tina's apartment windows quietly. Then softly. "I was already violent." Victor's expression sharpened slightly. "No." A pause. "Now you have something to lose emotionally again." The sentence landed heavily. Because deep down, Anderson understood exactly what Victor meant. Before Tina reappeared, he didn't care whether he lived or died most days. Now fear existed again. Fear of losing her. Fear of another man touching her. Fear of arriving too late permanently. That fear made dangerous men reckless. Victor sighed deeply. "You need distance." Anderson laughed quietly. Brokenly. "I tried that for years. And pain crossed his face instantly. And it almost killed me anyway." Silence followed afterward. Rain hammered softly against the city while Tina's apartment lights glowed warmly far above them. Victor studied Anderson carefully. Then finally asked the question haunting both of them now. What happens if she chooses him? The thought hit Anderson like a knife between the ribs. His jaw tightened violently. Because honestly, he didn't know. And that terrified him most. Victor saw the darkness flicker through Anderson's eyes immediately. There it is. The possessiveness. The obsession. The dangerous part of love broken men carried. Anderson slowly looked back toward Tina's windows. Then whispered something so quietly Victor barely heard it. "She won't." The certainty in his voice should have been comforting. Instead, it sounded like the beginning of a war. Martin stopped sleeping properly after that. Not because Tina said she still loved Anderson. She never said it aloud. That would have been easier. No. What destroyed him slowly was worse. It was the way her entire body changed whenever Anderson appeared. The way her breathing softened hearing his voice. The way sadness disappeared briefly from her eyes around him. The way she looked alive again. Martin noticed all of it. And jealousy was becoming unbearable. 3 nights later, Tina stood alone in the kitchen making tea when Martin entered quietly behind her. She startled slightly. Martin noticed immediately. "You're nervous around me lately." The observation tightened her chest. Because honestly, maybe she was. Not fear exactly. Just pressure. Martin watched her carefully while loosening his tie. "You've barely looked at me since the party." Tina forced herself to meet his eyes. "I've just been tired." Lie again. Martin was getting exhausted from her lies. Not because they were convincing. Because they weren't. Tina had never learned how to hide emotions properly. Especially not from him. And lately, her heart looked elsewhere constantly. Martin stepped closer slowly. Then gently touched her waist. Tina froze. Not relaxed. Not instinctive. Frozen. The tiny reaction shattered something ugly inside him. Because she never froze around Anderson. Even after years apart. Her body still recognized him like home. Martin's jaw tightened slightly. "Did you see him again?" Silence. Too much silence. Then quietly. "Yes." The honesty hit harder than expected. Martin looked at her carefully. "Alone?" Tina nodded slowly. The kitchen suddenly felt suffocating. Martin laughed softly. Not happily. I should have expected that. Tina's stomach twisted. Martin. No, he smiled faintly. Let's be honest for once. The atmosphere shifted immediately. Sharp now. Dangerous. Martin leaned lightly against the counter while staring at her. You still love him? Tina shut her eyes briefly. Because she was tired. Tired of pretending. Tired of lying. Tired of fighting feelings that never truly disappeared. He hurt me. Martin's expression darkened slightly. That wasn't my question. Tina's eyes filled slowly. Because maybe that was the problem. Anderson hurt her deeply. Still. Her heart kept choosing him anyway. Martin studied her silence carefully. Then softly. God. Pain flickered across his face finally. Real pain. Even now. The heartbreak in his voice surprised her. Because Martin rarely showed genuine emotional cracks. He always seemed composed. Controlled. But tonight. He looked wounded. And somehow. That made her feel guilty. Tina looked down at her hands quietly. I tried. The confession came out trembling. I really tried. Martin laughed weakly. That's the worst part. Silence. Then quietly. I know. Because Martin understood now. Tina never entered this relationship maliciously. She truly tried to love him back. But some people arrive too late into hearts already ruined by someone else. Martin stepped toward her slowly. You know what's pathetic? Tina looked up carefully. I hate him. The honesty stunned her. Martin smiled bitterly. I've never even properly met the version of him you loved. His eyes darkened painfully. And somehow I still feel inferior to him. The confession emotionally unsettled her deeply. Because underneath Martin's jealousy, there was real hurt too. He touched her cheek gently. I gave you stability. Tina's throat tightened. I know. I stayed. Pain flashed across her face instantly. Because yes. That mattered too. Martin stayed when Anderson disappeared. Martin held her together through lonely years. Martin made sure she never suffered financially or emotionally alone. But love. God. Love refused logic sometimes. Martin's voice lowered softly now. Why does he still matter more? Tina looked at him helplessly. Because she genuinely didn't know how to explain it. How do you explain loving someone who became your emotional home before life destroyed both of you? How do you explain a connection that survived absence, pain, and time? You couldn't. Martin saw the answer in her silence anyway. And suddenly, everything inside him broke. Not explosively. Quietly. The dangerous kind of breaking. He stepped backward slowly. Then laughed under his breath. So this is how it happens. Tina frowned slightly. What? You don't fall out of love with people like him. The bitterness in his voice frightened her. You just learn how to suffer around the memory. The sentence settled heavily inside the kitchen. Because deep down, Tina knew that was true. Martin rubbed tiredly at his face. You know what hurts most? Silence. He still left you. Pain crossed Tina's expression immediately. And you still choose him. The truth landed brutally. Because yes. Even after abandonment. Even after heartbreak. Part of her still emotionally belonged to Anderson. Martin looked toward her one final time quietly. Then softly whispered. If he asks you to leave with him someday. A pause. You'll go. Tina opened her mouth. Closed it again. Because she couldn't promise otherwise. Martin nodded slowly. There it is. The answer. The thing he already feared. And suddenly, jealousy became something colder. Something darker. Because losing Tina to Anderson felt unbearable now. Unacceptable. Martin smiled faintly afterward. Controlled again. Too controlled. That's okay. The softness in his voice frightened her instantly. Because it sounded fake. Manufactured. Like calmness covering something dangerous underneath. Martin walked toward the doorway slowly. Then stopped. Without turning around, he asked quietly. Does he know about the baby? Everything inside Tina froze. The room became completely silent. Martin slowly looked over his shoulder. And smiled. Coldly. No, he murmured softly. I didn't think so. Then he walked away. Leaving Tina standing there unable to breathe. Because suddenly, the past she buried was about to destroy all of them completely. Tina couldn't breathe properly after Martin left the kitchen. Her entire body had gone cold. The baby. No. Not baby anymore. Eli was 5 now. 5 years old. 5 years of secrets. 5 years of guilt. 5 years of staring into a child's face that looked more and more like Anderson every day. And now. Martin knew she never told him. Panic crawled violently through her chest. Because suddenly everything felt fragile. Unstable. Dangerous. Tina gripped the kitchen counter tightly while memories crashed painfully through her mind. The hospital. The pregnancy test shaking in her hands. The realization she was carrying Anderson's child after he disappeared from her life completely. God. That period nearly destroyed her emotionally. She remembered crying alone in the bathroom whispering, "Please come back." But Anderson never came. And eventually, fear replaced hope. Fear of raising a child alone. Fear of the criminal world swallowing Anderson completely. Fear that Eli would grow up loving a ghost. Martin entered her life at exactly the right moment. Or maybe the worst one. Because by the time Tina discovered she was pregnant, she already believed Anderson chose darkness over her. And Martin stayed. Helped. Protected. Supported. So Tina buried the truth. Buried it so deeply she almost convinced herself it was the right decision. Almost. But every time Eli smiled, she saw Anderson. Every time Eli frowned while thinking, she saw Anderson. Every time Rain made the little boy quiet and emotional, her heart shattered all over again. Because Anderson existed inside their son everywhere. And now, the truth was coming. Whether she wanted it or not. Meanwhile, Anderson sat alone inside his office staring blankly at financial reports he hadn't actually read for 20 minutes. His mind stayed trapped on Tina again. Always Tina lately. Victor entered casually carrying whiskey. You're distracted. Anderson barely glanced upward. I'm working. You've been staring at the same page long enough to memorize it. Silence. Victor sat nearby. Then smirked faintly. You saw her twice this week. Anderson's jaw tightened slightly. She needed someone. Victor laughed softly. No. A pause. You needed her. The truth irritated him immediately because it was accurate. Anderson leaned back slowly in his chair. Exhaustion dragged beneath his skin heavily now. Ever since reconnecting with Tina, everything inside him felt unstable again. The violence. The possessiveness. The hope. God. Hope was the worst part. Victor studied him carefully. You look alive again. Anderson looked away toward the city lights. Alive isn't always good. Victor raised an eyebrow. Meaning. Anderson's expression darkened slightly. When you care about something. Silence. People can use it against you. The statement lingered heavily. Because in Anderson's world, love was weakness. Enemies exploited weakness mercilessly. Victor swirled whiskey slowly. You think someone will hurt her? Anderson's eyes sharpened immediately. The answer came too fast. Yes. Victor noticed instantly. Interesting. The terrifying thing wasn't Anderson's fear. It was the certainty behind it. Like he already expected disaster. Like happiness around him automatically meant danger afterward. Victor leaned back quietly. You know what I think. Silence. I think you stopped believing you deserve good things a long time ago. Pain flickered briefly across Anderson's face. Because yes. Maybe. Still. Tina made him want impossible things again. Peace. Softness. Home. Things men like him lost the right to years ago. Anderson rubbed tiredly at his eyes. I saw her smiling yesterday. Victor blinked slightly. Okay. She looked beautiful. Victor sighed dramatically. Oh God. You're hopeless. Anderson almost smiled faintly. Almost. Then suddenly. His phone buzzed against the desk. Tina. Everything inside him stilled instantly. Victor noticed immediately. That reaction is embarrassing. Anderson ignored him completely. The message was short. Can we meet tomorrow? His heartbeat became uneven immediately. Ridiculous. One message from her and suddenly breathing felt difficult again. Victor watched him carefully. Well. Anderson stared at the screen silently. Then typed. Tell me where. The next afternoon. Anderson arrived early. Of course he did. He hated himself slightly for it too. The small cafe overlooked the river quietly while soft music played beneath low conversation and clinking cups. Rain clouds gathered outside again. Always rain. Anderson sat near the back corner hidden from attention automatically. Old instincts. Dangerous life. Years of paranoia. He wore black today. Simple. Sharp. Beautiful enough that several women glanced toward him curiously when entering. He noticed none of them. Because the moment Tina walked inside, the entire world disappeared again. God. She looked nervous. Anderson stood immediately before realizing it. Tina stopped near the table clutching her purse tightly while emotion flickered across her face seeing him already waiting. Something warm spread painfully through Anderson's chest. Because nobody had ever waited for him willingly except her. Still. Even now. Hi. Her voice sounded soft. Uneven. Anderson nodded once. Hi. Silence settled awkwardly afterward. Not because feelings disappeared. Because there were too many. Tina finally sat down slowly. Anderson noticed immediately how tightly she held her hands together. Fear. Something was wrong. What happened? The direct question startled her slightly. You always know. Anderson frowned. Know what? When something's wrong with me. The sadness in her voice hurt unexpectedly. Because yes. He always did. Even years apart. Tina looked down briefly. Then whispered. There's something I never told you. Anderson's chest tightened instantly. The seriousness in her tone unsettled him immediately. What is it? Tina's eyes filled slowly. Fear mixed with guilt moved visibly across her face now. And suddenly, Anderson felt something terrible coming. Something life-changing. Tina. Her breathing became shaky. Then finally. There's a reason I could never fully move on from you. Anderson stared at her silently. Because deep down, he already knew that. What he didn't know was why she suddenly looked terrified to admit it aloud. Tina's fingers trembled harder now. I tried to tell myself it didn't matter anymore. Pain flashed across her expression. But every time I looked at him. Anderson froze. Him? Her voice cracked softly. I saw you. The world stopped. Actually stopped. Anderson stared at her blankly. Then slowly. Very slowly. Understanding began creeping across his face. No. No. Tina's tears finally slipped free. And in a barely audible whisper. He's yours, Andy. Silence. Complete silence. Anderson stopped breathing. Because suddenly, every single thing inside him shattered all at once. Anderson didn't speak. Couldn't. The cafe noise faded into nothing around him while Tina's words replayed violently inside his head. He's yours, Andy. No. No. His chest tightened so painfully it almost felt impossible to breathe. Tina sat across from him trembling softly while tears slid silently down her face. Anderson stared at her like he no longer understood reality. A child. His child. 5 years. 5 entire years. His throat moved slightly. Then finally. What? The word came out broken. Small. Nothing like the feared man everyone knew. Tina's crying worsened immediately. Because hearing the shock in his voice shattered her too. I found out after you left. Anderson blinked once slowly. Like his mind physically struggled to process the sentence. Pregnant. Alone. Waiting. God. A terrible image suddenly hit him, Tina crying alone in some bathroom while he drowned himself in violence somewhere else. Something cracked painfully inside his chest. You, his voice failed briefly. Then softer. You had my son. Tina nodded shakily. The movement nearly destroyed him emotionally. Anderson leaned backward slowly in his chair. Everything inside him felt unstable now. Memories crashed violently through his mind. Tina crying in the rain begging him to stay, his promise to come back leaving her anyway, all the years wasted, all the birthdays missed, all the nights his son existed without him knowing. God. God. His hands started trembling slightly. Anderson quickly clenched them into fists beneath the table. Tina noticed immediately. Fear flashed through her face. Andy. But Anderson wasn't angry at her. Not really. He was angry at himself. At life. At every terrible decision that led here. 5 years. His son existed for 5 years and Anderson knew nothing. The pain of that realization was unbearable. What's his name? The question came quietly. Carefully. Like he was afraid speaking too loudly might shatter something. Tina swallowed hard. Eli. Eli. Anderson repeated the name silently inside his head. His son had a name. A real little person somewhere breathing and laughing and existing. Emotion climbed viciously into his throat. How old? 5. 5. 5 birthdays. 5 years of scraped knees and nightmares and laughter. 5 years stolen from him. Anderson shut his eyes briefly. Because suddenly, the grief felt overwhelming. Not grief for death. Something worse. Lost time. Time he could never get back. Tina cried harder seeing his expression. I wanted to tell you. His eyes opened immediately. Raw pain lived inside them now. Then why didn't you? The question wasn't cruel. That made it worse. Tina looked down helplessly. Because you disappeared. The truth landed brutally. You vanished completely. Anderson looked away. Guilt spread violently beneath his skin. Because yes. He did disappear. I thought maybe you were dead. Her voice trembled harder now. Then later. I heard rumors about you. Violence. Criminals. Blood. Fear. Tina wrapped trembling arms around herself. I was scared. Anderson's chest tightened painfully. Not at her. At himself. Because he turned into exactly the kind of man she feared raising a child around. I didn't know if you'd even want him. The sentence shattered him completely. Anderson stared at her in genuine horror. What? Tina cried openly now. You hated yourself so much back then. God. That nearly broke him. Because she truly believed there was a possibility he'd reject his own child. And honestly, a younger broken version of Anderson might have. Not because he wouldn't love the child. Because he would have feared ruining him. Anderson rubbed violently at his face. Trying to breathe properly. Trying to think. But all he could picture now was a little boy with Tina's smile. Or worse. His eyes. Does he know about me? Tina shook her head slowly. Pain spread across Anderson's face instantly. No. The word came out like grief. Tina's tears fell harder. He asks questions sometimes. God. That sentence physically hurt. What kind of questions? Tina looked down. Why other children have fathers around? Something inside Anderson broke completely then. Not quietly this time. Not controlled. Broken. Because suddenly, he realized his son grew up wondering why nobody stayed. Exactly like him. Anderson leaned forward abruptly, gripping the edge of the table tightly. Emotion crushed him from every direction now. I missed everything. The heartbreak in his voice devastated Tina. Because she had never seen him like this before. Not violent. Not cold. Destroyed. I'm sorry. The apology sounded small against years of damage. Tina cried harder immediately. Please stop apologizing. But Anderson couldn't. Because guilt was swallowing him whole. His son existed. And Anderson wasn't there. Not for first steps. Not for first words. Not for nightmares. Nothing. He lost all of it. Tina watched devastation move visibly across his face. Then quietly whispered. He has your eyes. Anderson froze completely. God. That sentence nearly stopped his heart. His son had his eyes. Tears burned unexpectedly behind Anderson's vision. He looked away immediately. Ashamed. Because nobody saw Anderson Kane cry. Nobody. But this. This was different. This wasn't weakness. This was grief mixed with love too large for his body suddenly. Does he? Anderson swallowed painfully. Does he like me at all? The vulnerability in the question shattered Tina completely. Because underneath all the fearsome reputation, Anderson was terrified of rejection from a child who didn't even know him yet. Tina wiped tears shakily from her face. He doesn't know you. Pain crossed his expression instantly. Then softly she added. But he would. Hope flickered violently inside him. Dangerous hope. Anderson leaned back slowly again. Trying desperately to steady himself emotionally. Then suddenly, something terrible occurred to him. Martin. His expression darkened immediately. He knows. Tina froze slightly. Anderson noticed. When did he find out? Silence answered first. Then quietly. Recently. Coldness slid instantly through Anderson's chest. Because suddenly, this wasn't just emotional anymore. This was dangerous. Martin knowing meant complications. Manipulation. Threats. The man already hated Anderson enough. Now there was a child involved too. Anderson's voice lowered dangerously. What exactly does he know? Andy. He leaned forward slowly. Every trace of softness disappeared beneath terrifying calmness. Tina. He knows Eli is mine. Silence. Then finally. Yes. The atmosphere changed instantly. Not rage. Protectiveness. The lethal kind. Because suddenly, Anderson no longer only had Tina to lose. Now there was his son too, and anyone threatening what belonged to him emotionally was about to discover exactly why the underworld feared Anderson Kane so much. Anderson didn't remember leaving the cafe. One moment he sat there drowning in shock. The next, he was driving through rain-soaked streets unable to breathe properly. A son. He had a son. The words repeated endlessly inside his head like something unreal. His hands tightened painfully around the steering wheel while emotions crashed violently through him. Grief. Love. Shock. Rage. Hope. Fear. God. Fear most of all. Because suddenly, there was someone else in the world who could be hurt because of him. Victor answered immediately when Anderson called. You sound unstable. I have a son. Silence exploded through the phone. Then. What? Anderson laughed once. Brokenly. Like a man seconds away from emotional collapse. Tina had my child. Victor went completely silent afterward. For the first time in years, Victor Moretti genuinely had no words. Anderson drove one-handed while rubbing violently at his face. I missed 5 years. The devastation in his voice unsettled even Victor. Because Anderson sounded wrecked. Not angry. Wrecked. Where are you? Victor asked carefully. I don't know. Meaning. I'm driving. Rain hammered loudly against the windshield. Anderson's breathing remained uneven. She thought I wouldn't want him. That sentence hurt Victor unexpectedly. Because beneath all the violence and fear surrounding Anderson, the man loved too deeply. That was always his real weakness. Victor leaned back slowly in his chair. Are you going to see him? Anderson's grip tightened harder. Yes. The answer came instantly. No hesitation. No doubt. Anderson would burn the entire world before staying away from his son now. Tina barely slept that night. Fear consumed her completely. Not fear of Anderson hurting Eli. Never that. She feared something worse. What if they loved each other immediately? What if Anderson looked at Eli the same way he used to look at her? Like he discovered something precious after years of loneliness. God. That possibility terrified her emotionally. Because deep down, she already knew it would happen. Eli was too much like Anderson. Quiet when hurt. Gentle beneath stubbornness. Soft-hearted despite pretending otherwise. Sometimes Tina caught herself staring at her son while memories of Anderson physically ached inside her chest. And now, those two worlds were about to collide. Her phone buzzed softly near dawn. Anderson. Her heart immediately became uneven again. The message was short. I want to see him. Tina stared at the screen silently. Then slowly typed. Okay. Another message came almost immediately. Today. The desperation beneath that single word shattered her. Because yes. Of course he wanted today. 5 lost years probably felt unbearable now. Tina swallowed slowly. Then replied. Come this afternoon. Long silence followed. Then finally. Thank you. The gratitude inside those words nearly made her cry again. Because Anderson sounded emotionally overwhelmed already. And he hadn't even met Eli yet. That afternoon. Anderson stood outside Tina's house unable to move. Rain clouds covered the sky again while soft wind rustled through nearby trees. His heartbeat sounded violent inside his chest. This was ridiculous. He faced armed men without fear. Walked through blood and violence for years without hesitation. But now, his hands trembled slightly standing outside a quiet home. Because inside, his son existed. Anderson rubbed both palms slowly against his dark coat trying to steady himself. Then the front door opened. Tina stepped outside quietly. The moment she saw him, her chest tightened painfully. Because Anderson looked terrified. Not cold. Not dangerous. Terrified. Like one wrong moment might completely destroy him emotionally. You came early. Anderson almost laughed weakly. I couldn't stay away. The honesty hurt. Tina looked at him carefully. You okay? No. The immediate answer nearly broke her heart. Anderson swallowed hard. Then quietly. What if he hates me? God. That question. Tina stepped closer slowly. He doesn't know you enough to hate you. Pain crossed Anderson's face anyway. Because he understood the deeper meaning. He also didn't know how to be a father. Tina touched his arm gently. You don't have to be perfect. His eyes lifted toward her immediately. You still think I can do this? The vulnerability in his voice shattered her completely. Because despite all the years, part of Anderson still looked at her like she held answers for surviving life. Tina nodded softly. Yes. The simple faith in her voice almost destroyed him emotionally. Then suddenly, a small voice echoed from inside the house. Mom. Anderson froze instantly. Everything inside him stopped. Tina looked toward the doorway quickly. 1 second. But Anderson's breathing already became uneven. Because that voice. His son's voice. God. Nothing prepared him for this. Tiny footsteps approached quickly. Then a little boy appeared near the doorway holding a toy car loosely in one hand. Anderson stopped breathing completely. The child looked up curiously. Dark hair slightly messy. Small serious eyes. Anderson's eyes. Exactly his eyes. The world tilted violently. Because suddenly, Anderson wasn't looking at possibility anymore. He was looking at his child. Real. Breathing. Existing. Eli blinked curiously toward the unfamiliar man standing outside. Then frowned slightly. That expression too. God. Even the frown looked painfully familiar. Anderson felt something inside his chest physically crack open. Love. Instant. Violent. Unavoidable. The kind that terrified men because it arrived stronger than reason. Eli stepped closer toward Tina quietly. Who's that? Tina looked between both of them nervously. Anderson couldn't speak. Couldn't move. Because his son stood right there. Close enough to touch. Anderson Kane, feared by criminals, respected by monsters, suddenly looked emotionally helpless before a 5-year-old child. Tina's voice trembled softly. Eli. The little boy looked up at her. Then back toward Anderson again. Curious. Careful. Anderson's throat tightened painfully. Because Eli looked at him without fear. Without judgment. Just curiosity. God. That somehow hurt most. Tina swallowed hard. Then whispered the sentence changing all their lives forever. Baby. Her fingers tightened gently around Eli's shoulder. This is your father. Silence. Complete silence. Eli stared blankly for several seconds. Anderson's heartbeat became unbearable now. Then finally, the little boy tilted his head slightly. And in the softest voice imaginable asked, You came back. Anderson forgot how to breathe. Eli stood near the doorway staring at him curiously while soft afternoon light filtered through the rain clouds behind him. You came back. The question shattered something deep inside Anderson instantly. Because no child should ask that like they already understood abandonment. God. He sounded hopeful. Careful. Like disappointment was something he already learned too young. Anderson's throat tightened painfully. Tina stood frozen beside Eli watching emotions destroy Anderson in real time. The feared men who terrified entire criminal networks now looked emotionally helpless before one small boy. Anderson swallowed hard. Then finally whispered. Yeah. His voice sounded rough. Unsteady. Eli looked at him for several seconds silently. Thinking. Studying. Anderson's heart pounded violently the entire time. Then suddenly, The little boy stepped closer. Not afraid. Just curious. Anderson nearly broke apart emotionally from that alone. Because Eli trusted too easily. Just like Tina used to. Eli tilted his head slightly. You look like me. The innocent observation almost made Anderson laugh and cry at the same time. Tina pressed trembling fingers against her lips quickly. Because hearing her son say that aloud after years of secrecy felt overwhelming. Anderson crouched slowly until he reached Eli's height. For the first time in years. He looked genuinely vulnerable. Not dangerous. Not cold. Just emotionally terrified. Eli studied him openly. Then frowned thoughtfully again. You have my eyes. God. That did it. Anderson looked away briefly because tears suddenly burned viciously behind his vision. Nobody prepared him for this. Nobody warned him love could hurt this badly. When he looked back, Eli still watched him curiously. Completely unaware he was healing and destroying Anderson simultaneously. What's your favorite color? The random question startled Anderson slightly. Black. Eli immediately wrinkled his nose. That's boring. Tina accidentally laughed softly. The sound warmed the room instantly. Anderson stared at Eli in stunned silence. Because for one terrifyingly beautiful moment, everything felt normal. Like this could have been their life all along. Eli looked toward Tina again. Mom, can he stay for dinner? The innocent question hit Anderson harder than bullets ever had. Dinner. Such a small, ordinary thing. Something fathers did every day without realizing how precious it was. Anderson looked at Tina instinctively. Fear flickered across her face briefly. Not fear of him. Fear of how fast this was becoming real emotionally. Still. She nodded softly. If he wants to. Anderson couldn't answer immediately. Because deep down, nobody had ever invited him into something this gentle before. A home. Dinner. Family. God. He wanted it so badly it physically hurt. Eli suddenly grabbed Anderson's hand. Just naturally. Like children did. Anderson froze completely. Warm little fingers wrapped around his scarred hand effortlessly. No hesitation. No fear. The contrast nearly shattered him emotionally. Because these same hands once held guns. Blood. Violence. And yet, his son held them like they were safe. Trusting him instantly. Anderson stared at Eli's tiny hand in complete silence. Then something terrifying happened. He realized he would kill anyone who ever hurt this child. Not metaphorically. Not emotionally. Literally. The protectiveness hit him that fast. That violently. Tina noticed the emotional shift immediately. The dangerous softness. God. Anderson already loved Eli too much. It showed all over his face. Eli tugged lightly on his hand. Come. Anderson followed automatically. Like the child already owned pieces of him. Maybe he did. The house smelled warm. Vanilla. Food. Rain. Anderson stood awkwardly near the living room while Eli ran ahead excitedly talking about toy cars and cartoons. Tina watched quietly from the kitchen doorway. Emotion tightened painfully inside her chest. Because this scene. This exact scene. Was something she secretly imagined 1,000 times alone. Anderson sitting inside their home. Eli talking endlessly. Rain outside. Family. The sight hurt beautifully. Anderson noticed framed drawings covering part of the wall. Messy crayon art. Small handwritten letters. One drawing immediately caught his attention. A child's drawing of a woman. A little boy. And a tall man standing beside them. The man's face wasn't detailed. Still. Anderson understood instantly. His chest tightened painfully. Eli noticed him staring. That's you. Anderson looked toward him slowly. You drew me. Eli nodded proudly. I didn't know your face, so I guessed. God. The sentence nearly destroyed him. Tina looked away, quickly wiping tears before either of them noticed. Because she remembered the day Eli drew it. He asked, "Do you think Daddy is tall?" And Tina cried in the bathroom afterward where he couldn't see. Anderson stared at the drawing quietly. A family he never got to have. A child imagining him before even meeting him. The grief of lost years crushed him again instantly. Eli walked closer. Mom said you were far away. Anderson's throat tightened. Yeah. Why? Silence. Tina froze in the kitchen. Because neither of them prepared for this conversation yet. Anderson looked at Eli carefully. At those eyes identical to his own. Then softly. I got lost. The answer settled quietly in the room. Eli thought about it seriously. Then simply asked. Did you find your way back now? God. Children shouldn't be able to say things like that. Anderson physically felt his heart crack open wider. He looked toward Tina instinctively. Her eyes already shimmered with tears too. Then Anderson looked back at his son. And for the first time in years, the truth came easily. Yes. His voice broke slightly. But I'm trying. Dinner terrified Anderson more than violence ever had. Which was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. He'd negotiated with killers. Survived gunfire. Buried bodies without trembling. Yet sitting at Tina's dining table while Eli happily explained toy cars made his heart beat painfully uneven. Because this mattered. Too much. Eli sat beside him swinging his legs beneath the chair while talking nonstop. This one is faster than the red one, but the wheels broke because I crashed it into the wall. Anderson listened like every word was sacred. Maybe it was. 5 years. He missed 5 years of this. Tiny stories. Small laughs. Childish nonsense that suddenly felt more valuable than everything Anderson built in the criminal world. Tina quietly placed food onto the table while secretly watching him. Anderson looked southwest, out of place here. Too sharp. Too dangerous. Too emotionally overwhelmed. Still. For the first time since she met him again. He also looked peaceful. Not completely. But softer. Like sitting beside Eli loosened something painful inside him. Eli pointed toward Anderson's plate suddenly. You don't like vegetables either. Anderson blinked slightly. No. Eli gasped dramatically. Mom says I'll die. Tina rolled her eyes immediately. I said you should eat properly. Anderson accidentally laughed. A real laugh. Low. Warm. The sound stunned all three of them. Because Anderson almost never laughed anymore. Not genuinely. Eli stared at him with wide eyes. Do it again. Anderson frowned slightly. What? That sound. Tina covered her smile quickly behind a glass. God. This was unreal. Anderson shook his head faintly. But something warm spread painfully through his chest anyway. Because Eli looked fascinated by him already. Not scared. Not cautious. Interested. Like Anderson was someone worth knowing. The thought emotionally wrecked him quietly. Eli suddenly held up his toy car proudly. Can you fix this? Anderson took the broken toy carefully. His large scarred hands looked strange holding something so small and harmless. Eli watched him closely. You have big hands. Anderson's chest tightened unexpectedly. His son noticed everything. Just like Tina. Anderson examined the toy quietly. Then reached into his coat pocket pulling out a small knife. Tina stiffened instinctively. Old fear. Old instincts. Anderson noticed immediately. Pain flickered across his face before disappearing. He closed the knife slowly. Then softly. Sorry. The apology hurt Tina instantly. Because he looked ashamed. Like he suddenly remembered what kind of life he came from. Eli leaned closer curiously. That's cool. Tina immediately spoke. Eli. What? It is. Anderson almost smiled again. Almost. Then carefully fixed the wheel using only his hands. Eli's eyes widened dramatically when it rolled properly afterward. You fixed it. The joy in the little boy's voice nearly destroyed Anderson emotionally. Because nobody had ever looked at him with pure admiration before. Not fear. Not respect. Admiration. God. His son looked proud of him already. Eli immediately climbed onto Anderson's lap without warning to grab the toy. Anderson froze completely. The entire world stopped again. Warm little body. Tiny heartbeat. Trust. Complete trust. Eli settled comfortably like this was natural. Like fathers and sons always sat this way. Anderson forgot how to breathe. Tina watched the scene silently while tears burned painfully behind her eyes. Because Anderson looked terrified to move. Like happiness, this fragile might disappear if he breathed wrong. Eli kept playing happily, unaware he was emotionally destroying the grown man holding him. Mom says I talk too much. Anderson finally found his voice. She's wrong. Eli grinned instantly. I know. God. That smile. Anderson physically felt love hit him harder. The child looked so much like Tina when smiling. But the eyes. Those were entirely his. A dangerous lump formed in Anderson's throat suddenly. Because for the first time in his life, he understood why parents feared losing children more than death itself. Eli leaned lazily against his chest while rolling the toy car across Anderson's arm. Are you staying tomorrow too? The innocent question crushed him. Tomorrow. The little boy already assumed he'd stay. Anderson looked toward Tina instinctively. Her expression softened painfully. Then she quietly looked away first. Because deep down, she wanted him to stay too. That realization terrified her. Anderson looked back toward Eli carefully. If your mom says it's okay. Eli immediately turned toward Tina. Please. God. Tina hated how hopeful both their faces looked. Because suddenly, it felt dangerously close to becoming a real family. And that scared her. Not because she didn't want it. Because she wanted it too much. Still. She nodded softly. Okay. Eli cheered instantly. Anderson's chest tightened violently again. The happiness in the child's reaction physically hurt him. Because it should not matter this much to a boy whether his father stayed one extra day. That realization carried unbearable sadness underneath it. Eli suddenly looked up at Anderson again. Then frowned thoughtfully. Why do you look sad all the time? The question stunned the room silent. Children. Always brutally honest. Anderson stared at Eli for several seconds quietly. Then softly asked. Do I? Eli nodded seriously. Like you forgot something important. God. That nearly shattered him. Because yes. He forgot 5 years. Anderson looked down briefly. Then finally whispered the truth. I think maybe I did. Eli thought carefully about that answer. Then simply wrapped tiny arms around Anderson's neck. Just naturally. Like love came easily to children. Anderson stopped breathing entirely. Because no one hugged him without fear anymore. No one touched him gently anymore. Except Tina. And now. Their son. Emotion crashed through him violently. His arms slowly tightened around Eli carefully. Protectively. Anderson buried his face briefly against the child's hair. Rain tapped softly outside while warmth filled the small house quietly. And for one fragile, terrifying moment, Anderson Kane finally understood what home was supposed to feel like. Which meant losing it someday would probably kill him. Anderson stayed until Eli fell asleep. That alone felt dangerous. Because every extra minute inside this house made leaving harder. Eli eventually curled against Anderson's chest on the couch midway through a cartoon, tiny fingers still loosely gripping his shirt. Anderson hadn't moved for nearly 40 minutes. Not because he was uncomfortable. Because he was afraid to break the moment. Tina stood quietly near the hallway watching them while soft television light flickered across the room. Her chest hurt. God. This was exactly what she imagined during lonely nights years ago. Anderson half asleep on the couch. Their child safe against him. Peace. Simple peace. Something life kept stealing from both of them. Anderson looked up slowly when he noticed her staring. Neither spoke immediately. Because the scene between them already said too much. Tina finally whispered. You can put him in bed. Anderson looked down at Eli carefully. The little boy slept peacefully against him like he belonged there naturally. Anderson's expression softened painfully. I don't want to wake him. The quiet honesty shattered Tina emotionally. Because he sounded attached already. Too attached. She walked closer slowly. Then crouched beside the couch carefully. You really love him already. Anderson looked at her like the statement itself was ridiculous. He's my son. The answer came instantly. Fiercely. Like loving Eli wasn't even a decision. Tina's eyes burned unexpectedly. Because hearing that after years of fear healed something inside her quietly. Anderson looked back down at Eli again. Then softly whispered. He trusts me. The wonder in his voice nearly broke her. Because Anderson genuinely sounded shocked by it. Like he couldn't understand why something innocent would choose him willingly. Tina touched Eli's small hand gently. He's a good judge of people. Pain flickered across Anderson's face immediately. No. His voice lowered. Tina, you don't understand what I've become. The sadness in those words filled the room heavily. Tina stared at him silently. Because yes. She saw darkness inside him now. Violence too. But sitting here watching Anderson hold their sleeping son with unbearable tenderness. She also saw something else. A man who still loved too deeply despite everything trying to destroy that part of him. You know what Eli sees. Anderson looked toward her quietly. A man who looked terrified to disappoint him. The truth hit brutally. Because yes. That was exactly how Anderson felt all evening. Terrified. Not of enemies. Of failing this little boy somehow. Tina's voice softened. You kept checking if he was cold. Anderson looked away briefly. Embarrassed. You noticed that. I notice everything about you. The sentence escaped before she could stop it. Silence followed immediately afterward. Heavy. Dangerous. Anderson slowly lifted his eyes back toward her. God. The way he looked at her still ruined her emotionally. Like she mattered too much. Like he never stopped loving her for a single second. Tina's heartbeat became uneven again. Because suddenly, this room felt too intimate. Too close to becoming something neither of them knew how to survive anymore. Anderson looked exhausted tonight. Not physically. Emotionally. Like happiness itself overwhelmed him. He carefully brushed Eli's hair back softly. Then whispered something almost too quiet to hear. I missed everything. The grief inside those words devastated Tina completely. Because no matter whose fault the past was, that pain was real. Anderson missed first steps. First words. Nightmares. Birthdays. Everything. Tina sat beside him slowly. Close enough now to hear Eli's tiny breathing between them. I used to imagine this. Anderson looked toward her immediately. This. Tina nodded softly. You holding him. Pain crossed his face instantly. You shouldn't have had to imagine it alone. The guilt in his voice hurt her. Because deep down, she blamed herself too. Maybe if she searched harder. Maybe if she trusted him more. Maybe if fear didn't control her decisions. But the truth was uglier. Life broke both of them before they were ready to love each other properly. Tina looked down quietly. I was scared. Anderson understood immediately. Not just of him. Of everything surrounding him. The violence. The rumors. The darkness. Still. One question haunted him now. Did you love Martin? Tina froze slightly. The question sounded calm, but emotionally dangerous underneath. She answered honestly anyway. I tried to. The response hurt more than Anderson expected. Not because she loved Martin. Because she tried. She genuinely tried to build a life without him. Anderson looked away toward the rain outside. You should have had something normal. Tina almost laughed sadly. Normal. Silence. Then softly. I don't think I ever wanted normal. The honesty between them tonight felt terrifyingly raw. Anderson studied her carefully. You wanted me. The statement sounded broken. Disbelieving. Tina met his eyes quietly. Yes. God. That nearly destroyed him. Because after everything. After abandonment and years apart. She still answered yes without hesitation. Anderson leaned back slowly against the couch. Emotionally overwhelmed again. Tina. His voice sounded rough now. Dangerous. Not angry. Worse. Too full of feeling. Tina's breathing slowed painfully. Because she knew that tone. That tone always came before Anderson said something devastatingly honest. He looked toward Eli sleeping peacefully between them. I don't know how to stop loving you. The confession shattered the room into silence. Tina physically felt her heart break open again. Because deep down, neither did she. Rain whispered softly against the windows while years of unfinished love sat heavily between them. Anderson looked at her with terrifying vulnerability now. No matter what I became. His fingers tightened slightly around Eli protectively. You were still the only thing that ever felt good in my life. Tina's eyes filled instantly. God. No one had ever loved her this intensely. Not safely. Not normally. But completely. And that was the problem. Loving Anderson always felt like standing too close to something beautiful and destructive at the same time. Tina looked toward Eli sleeping peacefully. Then back at Anderson. At the men she never truly stopped loving. And suddenly, the terrifying truth became impossible to ignore anymore. This no longer involved only their hearts. Now there was a child between them too. A family. Fragile. Complicated. Real. And somewhere far away across the city. Martin Vale sat alone in darkness, already planning how to destroy it before it fully formed. Martin had never considered himself cruel. Calculated. Yes. Ambitious. Absolutely. Possessive. Maybe. But cruel? No. At least not until Anderson Kane returned. Because before Anderson, Martin controlled everything perfectly. Business. Emotions. Relationships. Even Tina's sadness eventually became manageable. Predictable. She smiled less than other women. Loved more cautiously. Carried old heartbreak quietly. But she stayed. That was enough. Then Anderson came back. And suddenly Martin started losing things he didn't even realize were fragile. Tina's attention. Her emotional presence. Her softness around him. The worst part. Martin saw it happening in real time. Every time Anderson's name appeared on her phone, she looked alive again. That destroyed him slowly. The whiskey burned sharply down Martin's throat while rain battered the penthouse windows behind him. Midnight covered the city in darkness while files spread across his desk silently. Photographs. Reports. Surveillance. Everything about Anderson Kane. Martin stared coldly at one particular image, Anderson carrying Eli asleep against his chest earlier that evening. The photograph physically enraged him. Because the child looked comfortable there. Safe. Like he belonged to Anderson naturally. Martin crushed the photograph slowly between his fingers. No. He refused to lose everything this way. He spent years building his position beside Tina. Years. And Anderson returned for a few weeks and suddenly looked like home again. Unacceptable. A knock interrupted the silence. Come in. One of Martin's private investigators entered carefully. Nervous. Smart man. You asked for the Kane files. Martin extended one hand calmly. The investigator placed a thick folder onto the desk. There's more. Martin flipped through pages slowly. Money laundering. Weapons. Murders. Criminal operations. Blood. Enough darkness to bury Anderson forever publicly. Martin's eyes sharpened slightly. Police connections. Yes. And judges. Several. Interesting. Very interesting. Martin leaned back quietly afterward. Because suddenly, a new possibility formed inside his head. If Tina wouldn't emotionally leave Anderson, then maybe Anderson needed to disappear again. Permanently. The thought should have disturbed him. Instead, it calmed him. That frightened him slightly. Meanwhile, Anderson woke before sunrise, still sitting on Tina's couch. Eli remained asleep against him peacefully. The little boy somehow migrated entirely onto Anderson during the night. Tiny fingers curled into his shirt, trusting him completely. Anderson stared down at his son silently. Emotion tightened painfully through his chest again. Because this still felt unreal. A child. His child. Anderson carefully touched Eli's hair softly. The little boy frowned in his sleep slightly before pressing closer instinctively. God. That tiny movement nearly emotionally destroyed him. Anderson spent years believing he was too broken for softness. Too violent for love. Yet somehow, this child accepted him instantly. Without fear. Without knowing anything ugly about him. Tina appeared quietly near the hallway wearing oversized sleep clothes and exhaustion beneath her eyes. She stopped the moment she saw them. Anderson holding Eli still looked unreal emotionally. Beautiful. Dangerous. Heartbreaking. Anderson looked up slowly. Their eyes met silently across the dim room. Then Tina whispered softly. You stayed. Anderson's throat tightened slightly. Yeah. The answer carried too much meaning. Because deep down, he wanted to stay forever now. That realization terrified him. Tina walked closer carefully. Then crouched beside the couch quietly. Eli slept peacefully between them. Their son. God. Even thinking those words felt overwhelming. Anderson watched Tina gently brush Eli's hair back. Then quietly asked. Was he difficult when he was little? The question hurt Tina unexpectedly. Because Anderson sounded genuinely sad about missing it all. He cried a lot during storms. Anderson's chest tightened instantly. Like him. Tina smiled faintly. But he also laughed easily. Something soft flickered across Anderson's face. Then quietly. Like you. Silence settled warmly around them afterward. Domestic. Gentle. Dangerous. Anderson suddenly realized something terrifying. He had never wanted anything more than this. Not money. Not power. Not revenge. Just this. A small family beside rain-covered windows. Peace. The realization emotionally wrecked him quietly. Because men like him rarely got peaceful endings. Tina studied him carefully. You're thinking too loudly again. Anderson almost smiled. You still know when I'm spiraling. Always. God. That word. Always. Anderson looked toward her slowly. Then softly. I don't want to leave. The honesty stunned both of them silent. Because the sentence carried too much weight underneath it. Not, I don't want to leave tonight. Worse. I don't want to leave this life. Tina's heartbeat became uneven immediately. Because deep down, she didn't want him to leave either. That frightened her. Anderson looked back down at Eli sleeping peacefully. Then quietly whispered. I could have had this. The grief inside those words broke her heart completely. Because yes. They could have. Without the violence. Without the abandonment. Without fear. They could have built something beautiful together. Life just destroyed them before they learned how. Tina touched Anderson's hand gently. Instantly. Naturally. Anderson froze slightly beneath the warmth. God. He missed this too much. Tina's voice trembled softly. You still can. The words hit him like a gunshot. Hope exploded violently through his chest again. Dangerous. Reckless. Terrifying. Anderson slowly lifted his eyes toward her. You believe that? Tina looked at him quietly. At the men carrying scars life carved into him. At the father holding their son like something sacred. At the boy she never truly stopped loving beneath all the darkness. Then softly. Yes. Anderson stared at her in complete silence afterward. Because nobody ever looked at him with faith anymore. Nobody except Tina. And that was exactly why losing her would destroy him completely. Across the city. Martin Vale stared at Anderson's criminal files with cold, unreadable eyes. Then finally made a phone call. The man answering sounded sleepy. Martin's voice remained calm. Controlled. Deadly. I need a problem removed. Silence followed briefly. Then. How permanent? Martin looked toward the photograph of Anderson holding Eli. Jealousy spread viciously through him again. Then softly. Very. Tina knew it was wrong the moment she kissed him back. But God. She had missed him for too many years to stop herself. It happened slowly. Dangerously slowly. After Eli finally woke up and ran outside into the small backyard chasing rainwater with childish excitement, Tina and Anderson remained standing near the kitchen doorway in silence. The kind of silence filled with too much feeling. Too much history. Too much unfinished love. Anderson leaned against the counter quietly watching her move around the kitchen pretending to make breakfast. Pretending not to feel him watching her. Pretending her heartbeat wasn't completely unstable. You're nervous. Tina almost dropped the mug in her hand. I'm not. Anderson's mouth curved faintly. God. That tiny almost smile ruined her emotionally. You still lie badly. The familiarity hurt beautifully. Tina looked down quickly. Because if she stared at him too long, she would do something reckless. Like kiss him. Like forgive him too easily. Like fall apart completely. Too late. She was already doing all three. Anderson watched her quietly for a long moment. Then softly. You're shaking. The concern in his voice made everything worse. Tina set the mug down carefully. I'm trying to think. About what? Her eyes finally lifted toward him. Whether this is a mistake. Pain flickered across Anderson's face instantly. Not anger. Just pain. Because yes. He thought about that constantly too. Still. He stepped closer anyway. Like both of them were helpless against gravity pulling them together again. What if it is? The question came low. Dangerously soft. Tina's breath caught. Because Anderson stood too close now. Close enough to smell rain and cigarettes again. Close enough to hear his breathing. Close enough to remember exactly how it felt being loved by him. That should scare you more. His eyes darkened slightly. It does. God. The honesty nearly destroyed her. Anderson reached toward her slowly, giving her enough time to stop him. She didn't. His fingers brushed softly against her wrist where the old bracelet still rested. The one he gave her years ago. Anderson stared at it silently. You kept it. Tina's throat tightened painfully. Yeah. The emotion crossing his face afterward looked almost unbearable. Because she kept him too. All these years. In tiny invisible ways. Anderson's thumb slowly brushed across the bracelet. Then quietly. I used to imagine you throwing this away. The confession hurt her instantly. Never. Anderson looked at her then. Really looked. God. Tina forgot how terrifying his eyes became when emotions slipped through them openly. Love looked dangerous inside Anderson. Too intense. Too consuming. And that was the problem. She still wanted it anyway. Anderson's voice dropped softer now. I thought maybe you forgot me eventually. Tina laughed once. Brokenly. How? Silence crashed between them heavily. Because yes. How could she? He ruined ordinary love forever. Anderson stepped even closer. Close enough now that her body instinctively remembered his. Tina hated how natural that felt. How many times did you almost call me? He asked quietly. The question shattered her. Because she lost count years ago. How many times did you almost come back? She whispered back. Pain flashed across his face instantly. Too many. Far too many. Anderson lifted one hand slowly. Then stopped inches from her face. Control. He was trying to control himself around her. The realization emotionally wrecked Tina. Because underneath all the darkness, Anderson still feared hurting her most. Tina closed the remaining distance herself. Just slightly. Enough. Anderson's restraint snapped visibly. His hand finally touched her cheek softly. God. The tenderness nearly broke her apart. No one touched her like this. Like she mattered more than breathing. Like losing her would ruin them permanently. Anderson stared at her mouth for one dangerous second. Then another. Tina. His voice sounded wrecked now. Like loving her physically hurt. Tina's heartbeat became unbearable. Because she already knew what was about to happen. And deep down, she wanted it. After years of loneliness and pretending and heartbreak, she wanted him. Still him. Always him. Anderson whispered one final warning against her lips. If I kiss you. A pause. I won't know how to stop. God. That did it. Tina kissed him first. Softly. Desperately. Like years of missing him finally collapsed all at once. Anderson froze for half a second. Just one. Then suddenly. Everything inside him broke loose. His hand moved into her hair instantly while he kissed her back with terrifying emotion. Not lust. Worse. Love. Starvation. Grief. Relief. The kiss felt like finding oxygen after drowning for years. Tina physically trembled against him. Because no one had ever kissed her like Anderson. Like she was home. Like she was the only soft thing left in his world. Anderson pulled her closer instinctively. Needing her closer. Always closer. God. He missed this too much. Tina's fingers curled tightly into his shirt while tears slipped down her cheeks unnoticed. Because kissing him again felt devastating. Beautiful. Wrong. Perfect. Anderson tasted heartbreak in every second of it. All the years lost. All the nights alone. All the love unfinished between them. The kiss deepened painfully. Emotionally. Like neither knew where one ended anymore. Then suddenly, a small voice echoed from outside. "Mom." Both of them broke apart instantly. Breathing hard. Staring at each other in shock. Reality crashed back violently. Eli. Their son. The reason everything became more complicated now. Tina stepped backward too quickly, pressing trembling fingers against her mouth. God. What had they done? Anderson looked equally wrecked. His chest rising unevenly while love and panic battled visibly inside his eyes. Eli burst through the back door smiling brightly, holding a soaked toy car. "Look." Neither adult answered immediately. Too emotionally destroyed. Eli frowned slightly, looking between them curiously. "Why are you both crying?" Silence filled the kitchen. Because neither of them knew how to explain this. How do you tell a child? We loved each other too much to survive it properly. Tina quickly wiped her face. Nothing, baby." But Eli looked unconvinced. Then slowly, his eyes shifted between them again. A tiny smile appeared afterward. Anderson's chest tightened instantly. Because suddenly, the little boy looked happy. Like he sensed something important without understanding fully. And somewhere deep inside Anderson, hope returned completely. Which meant losing Tina now would no longer hurt. It would destroy him. Martin arrived too early. That was the only reason he saw it. The black car rolled quietly toward Tina's house while rain softened into mist across the morning streets. Martin intended to apologize. Or maybe manipulate. Even he wasn't fully sure anymore. Everything inside him felt unstable lately. Jealousy made people ugly. And Anderson Kane was making him uglier every day. Martin stepped out of the car slowly, holding flowers in one hand. Then froze. The front curtains were slightly open. And inside, he saw them. Tina standing near the kitchen counter, still flushed and shaken. Anderson beside her, looking emotionally wrecked in the most intimate way possible. Too close. Too familiar. Too in love. Martin stopped breathing. Because instantly, he knew. Something happened. Then he saw Eli run happily between them, smiling. And suddenly, the entire truth hit him violently. Not logically. Emotionally. They already looked like a family. Martin's grip crushed the flowers slowly. Pain spread viciously through his chest. Not heartbreak. Humiliation. After years beside Tina. One night with Anderson and she looked more alive than she ever looked with him. The realization poisoned him instantly. Inside the house, Anderson suddenly stiffened. Instinct. Danger. His eyes shifted toward the window automatically. Then immediately darkened. Martin. Tina noticed the emotional change instantly. What? Anderson's voice lowered dangerously. He's outside. The atmosphere changed in 1 second. All softness vanished. Tina's stomach twisted violently. No. But Anderson was already moving. Predatory calm replacing vulnerability instantly. Tina grabbed his wrist quickly. Andy. He looked down at her hand. Then at her face. Fear. She looked genuinely afraid now. Not of him. Of what might happen between them. Anderson forced himself to stay still. Barely. The front doorbell rang. Once. Coldly. Eli looked up curiously. Who's here? Tina swallowed hard. Her heartbeat painfully uneven now. I'll check. But Anderson caught her wrist again before she moved. His voice came quiet. Deadly calm. Did he ever hurt you? The question stunned her. Because the possessiveness behind it felt dangerous. Tina quickly shook her head. No. Anderson studied her carefully anyway. Like searching for hidden bruises. The doorbell rang again. Longer this time. Anderson's jaw tightened violently. Tina touched his chest softly. Please. God. That one word still controlled him too much. Anderson stepped backward slowly. But the darkness remained in his eyes. Tina opened the door carefully. Martin stood there smiling faintly. Too faintly. The flowers in his hand looked destroyed. His eyes immediately shifted past her shoulder. Toward Anderson. Silence exploded between them. Martin stepped inside slowly. Well. The calmness in his voice frightened Tina instantly. What a beautiful picture. Anderson leaned silently against the kitchen doorway. Cold. Unreadable. But Tina knew him now. Knew the violence underneath his stillness. Martin looked between them carefully. Then softly laughed. You kissed him. The statement wasn't a question. Tina's face paled immediately. Martin saw enough. And something inside him finally snapped. Not loudly. Quietly. The dangerous kind. Eli walked into the hallway, then holding the toy car happily. Martin. The child smiled naturally before noticing the tension. His small face frowned slightly. What happened? Martin stared down at the little boy silently. Then slowly looked back toward Anderson. Anderson met his gaze without blinking. God. Even standing there together. Eli looked too much like him. The eyes alone were enough to drive Martin insane now. Martin crouched slightly toward Eli. Why don't you go to your room for a minute? The softness in his voice felt fake. Anderson noticed immediately. Eli looked toward Tina uncertainly. She nodded quickly. Go on, baby. The little boy disappeared reluctantly upstairs. The moment he vanished, everything exploded. Martin looked toward Tina first. How long? Tina, Anderson warned quietly. Martin ignored him completely. How long have you been lying to me? Tina's eyes filled instantly. I never wanted to hurt you. Martin laughed. Actually laughed. Brokenly. You kissed him in your kitchen. The pain in his voice unsettled even her. Because Martin genuinely looked destroyed now. Anderson stepped forward slowly. Talk to her carefully. Martin's eyes snapped toward him instantly. There he is. Hatred spread openly across his face now. The criminal finally playing family. Anderson's expression darkened lethally. Tread carefully. Martin smiled coldly. Or what? Silence. Then softly. You already know. The threat settled heavily between them. Tina's heartbeat became frantic. Because she realized something terrifying. Neither man feared violence anymore. Martin looked toward Anderson with pure resentment. You disappear for years. His voice sharpened. Then suddenly walk back in and take everything. Anderson's eyes turned glacial. She was never yours. The sentence hit Martin like a physical blow. Because deep down, that was exactly what terrified him most. Tina loved Anderson in a way she would never love anyone else. Martin saw it now clearly. Anderson could destroy her emotionally. Yet she still moved toward him instead of away. That kind of love made rational men dangerous. Martin looked toward Tina again. Tears burned visibly in his eyes now beneath the anger. Was any of it real? The question hurt her immediately. Because yes. Some parts were real. The comfort. The companionship. The gratitude. That smile genuinely unsettled Anderson. Then Martin quietly reached into his coat. Tina froze instantly. Anderson moved automatically. Protective instinct exploding violently through him. But Martin only pulled out a folded document. He placed it carefully onto the table. Tina frowned slightly. What is that? Martin looked directly at Anderson. Then softly said the words, changing everything again. Proof your mother didn't fall accidentally. Silence. Complete silence. Anderson stopped breathing instantly. Tina's face drained of color. Martin's eyes darkened coldly. She was pushed. The world tilted violently beneath Anderson's feet. Because suddenly, the past wasn't finished destroying them yet. Anderson stared at the documents without touching them. Because suddenly, he was afraid. Not of violence. Not of Martin. Of truth. Rain hammered harder against the windows while silence swallowed the entire house. Tina looked equally frozen. Pale. Terrified. Martin stood near the doorway watching both of them carefully. Anderson finally spoke. His voice sounded dangerously calm. Explain. Martin smiled faintly. Coldly. I spent years investigating the company incident. Tina's breathing became uneven immediately. Because nobody ever talked about that day anymore. Not properly. Too painful. Too ugly. Martin walked slowly toward the table. Then opened the file carefully. Inside. Witness statement, security reports, employee testimonies, photographs. Anderson's stomach twisted violently. Because his mother's name appeared everywhere. Martin tapped one document lightly. The official report said she slipped. His eyes lifted slowly toward Anderson. That was a lie. Something dark moved violently inside Anderson's chest. Tina stepped closer shakily. Martin. He ignored her. There was an argument before the fall. Anderson's jaw tightened painfully. With who? Martin's expression sharpened. Raymond Carter. Tina physically flinched. No. Martin pulled another paper forward calmly. Multiple workers heard shouting. Tina shook her head immediately. My father would never. Your father denied compensation afterward. The sentence struck brutally. Because that part was true. Tina knew it. Always knew it. Martin continued softly. Do you know why? Fear crawled through Tina's chest. Because suddenly, memories returned. Her father coming home pale that night. His trembling hands. The drinking afterward. The guilt. God. No. No. Anderson looked toward Tina slowly. Pain spread visibly across his face now. Not anger yet. Worse. Dread. Tina. Her eyes filled instantly. I didn't know. Martin watched everything carefully. Then quietly added. He pushed her during the argument. The room exploded into silence. Anderson stopped breathing entirely. Tina's knees nearly gave out. No. The denial sounded broken. Weak. Martin slid one final paper across the table. A witness finally came forward. Anderson's hands shook slightly as he grabbed the statement. The words blurred briefly before focusing again. Supervisor Raymond Carter grabbed her arm during the argument. She lost balance near the staircase. Anderson's chest physically hurt now. Because suddenly, his entire life rearranged itself around one horrifying truth. His mother didn't fall accidentally. Someone caused it. Someone connected to Tina. Tina cried openly, now shaking her head repeatedly. My father isn't violent. Martin's eyes darkened. Negligence killed her either way. The sentence landed brutally. Because even if Raymond didn't intentionally murder Anderson's mother, he still buried the truth afterward. Still abandoned her. Still let her die without justice. Anderson slowly lowered the papers. Emotion disappeared completely from his face. That frightened Tina most. Because Anderson only became this still when rage moved beyond words. Andy. His eyes lifted toward her. God. The pain inside them shattered her instantly. Not hatred. Heartbreak. Because suddenly, everything between them became tangled with blood again. Anderson looked away first. Like seeing her physically hurt. Martin noticed immediately. Interesting. Even now, Anderson loved her more than revenge. Martin hated that. So he pressed harder. Your father ruined his mother's life. Stop, Tina whispered. Martin ignored her. He buried the truth and let a poor woman take the blame alone. Martin, please. Anderson's breathing became uneven now. Violence crawled visibly beneath his skin. Because every buried wound inside him suddenly reopened at once. The hospital begging for help, mansion gates, his mother dying, Tina's father connected to all of it. God. The rage hurt. Tina stepped toward Anderson desperately. Listen to me. But Anderson stepped backward immediately. The movement destroyed her. Because it felt exactly like years ago. Him leaving again. Tina. His voice sounded wrecked now. Did you know? The question nearly killed her. No. She answered instantly. Truthfully. I swear. Anderson believed her. That was the problem. He believed her completely. Which somehow hurt even worse. Because now he stood between loving Tina and hating what her family did to his mother. Martin watched the conflict destroy Anderson silently. Then quietly twisted the knife deeper. Funny, isn't it? Anderson's eyes darkened instantly. The only woman you ever loved. Martin smiled coldly. Came from the family that destroyed yours. Tina gasped softly. Stop doing this. Martin finally looked toward her. Pain cracked visibly through his calmness now. No. His voice lowered dangerously. He deserves the full truth. The room became suffocating. Anderson suddenly grabbed the edge of the table hard enough to crack the wood slightly. Tina's heartbeat stopped. Because she saw it. The loss of control. The rage. Martin saw it too. Still. He didn't stop. You know what's pathetic? Martin whispered. She still chose you anyway. Anderson's head snapped toward him instantly. She loves you even after learning this. The words hit Anderson brutally. Because yes. Tina stood there crying for him. Not defending herself. Him. And somehow. That made everything more unbearable. Tina reached for Anderson instinctively. But the moment her fingers touched his arm, he flinched. Tiny movement. Barely visible. Still. It shattered her completely. Because for the first time, Anderson recoiled from her touch. Pain exploded through her chest instantly. Andy. His eyes closed briefly. God. He hated himself for that. But suddenly everything hurt too much. Her father. His mother. Love. Blood. Eli upstairs innocent in the middle of all this destruction. Anderson slowly looked toward Tina again. Tears burned visibly in her eyes now. He wanted to hold her. Kiss her. Protect her. And scream at the world simultaneously. The contradiction was tearing him apart. Martin watched the emotional devastation carefully. Then quietly delivered the final blow. Your mother died because people like the Carters believed poor women were disposable. Silence. Anderson's expression changed instantly afterward. Something colder entered him. Not grief anymore. Something darker. Tina saw it immediately. Fear slid violently through her chest. Because she recognized that look. The same look he wore years ago before disappearing into darkness. No, she whispered shakily. Anderson looked toward her slowly. His voice came quiet. Deadly calm. I need to talk to your father. Tina's face lost all color. Because deep down, she already knew this conversation might destroy everything forever. You can't go near my father. Tina's voice shook violently through the room. Anderson stood motionless near the table, rain-shadowed darkness clinging to him again while the documents remained scattered between them like landmines. Martin stayed silent now. Watching. Waiting. Because this was the moment he wanted, love colliding directly with revenge. Anderson slowly lifted his eyes toward Tina. I have to. No. She stepped in front of him instantly. Desperate. You're angry. I'm beyond angry. The terrifying calmness in his voice chilled her completely. Tina grabbed his wrist tightly. Please. God. That word again. It still affected him too much. Anderson shut his eyes briefly. Trying to breathe. Trying not to drown in memories. His mother coughing blood. Hospital lights. Begging for help outside mansion gates. Now suddenly, Raymond Carter standing somewhere inside all those memories too. The pain felt unbearable. Tina's tears fell harder. My father made mistakes. Anderson laughed once. Coldly. Mistakes. The bitterness in his voice hurt her. He left her to die. No. He hid the truth. Every word carried years of buried grief. Tina shook her head desperately. He isn't evil. Anderson's eyes darkened violently. My mother still died. Silence crashed between them. Because no matter how complicated the truth became, that fact never changed. Tina looked completely shattered now. Caught between two people she loved. Her father. Anderson. Blood against love. The cruelest kind of war. Martin finally spoke quietly from behind them. See. Tina turned toward him immediately. You need to leave. Martin ignored her completely. This is exactly what I warned you about. Anderson's expression turned lethal instantly. You should stop talking. Martin smiled faintly. Or what? The room suddenly felt dangerous again. Tina immediately stepped between them. No. Her voice cracked sharply. No more violence. Anderson looked down at her. At the tears. At the fear. And suddenly, he realized something horrifying. Tina was scared he might become the monster everyone else believed he already was. That realization physically hurt. Tina. Her fingers tightened against his shirt desperately. If you go after my father like this. She struggled to breathe properly. I'll lose you again. The sentence hit him brutally. Because deep down, Anderson knew she wasn't talking about death. Worse. Darkness. Hatred. The version of him revenge created. Anderson looked away briefly. Conflict tore visibly across his face now. Martin watched everything silently. Then quietly added fuel again. Your mother never got justice. Tina snapped instantly. Stop. The scream stunned the room silent. Tina turned toward Martin breathing unevenly now. You wanted this. Martin's expression hardened slightly. No. Yes. Tears streamed harder down her face. You brought those papers here to destroy him. Martin looked toward Anderson coldly. He deserves the truth. No, Tina whispered brokenly. You wanted revenge too. Silence. Because deep down, that was true. Martin hated Anderson enough to weaponize pain itself. And Tina finally saw it clearly now. The manipulation. The jealousy. The obsession. Martin's calm mask slipped slightly. I loved you. The rawness in his voice startled her. You still tried to own me. The sentence landed brutally. Because yes. Martin suddenly understood something terrifying. Tina stopped emotionally belonging to him long before Anderson returned. Anderson watched Tina carefully now. Watching her defend him despite everything. Watching her choose him again. God. That should have comforted him. Instead, it made the rage inside him worse. Because Tina loved him enough to stand between him and revenge. And he didn't know if he deserved that kind of love anymore. Tina turned back toward Anderson desperately. Please don't do this. His jaw tightened painfully. What am I supposed to do? The question came rough now. Broken. Forget what happened to her. Tina's chest cracked at the pain in his voice. Because she knew, Anderson never truly healed from his mother's death. He simply buried the wound beneath violence until now. And Martin just ripped it open completely. Anderson stepped away from both of them slowly. Like he couldn't breathe inside this room anymore. Tina followed immediately. Andy. He stopped near the doorway. Back turned toward her. Rain thundered outside harder now. I spent years trying not to hate you. The confession shattered her. Anderson's shoulders tensed painfully. Now I don't know what to do with this. Tina cried harder instantly. Because she understood. This wasn't about blaming her. It was worse. He loved her too much to hate her properly. And that contradiction was destroying him alive. Tina walked toward him slowly. Then carefully wrapped trembling arms around him from behind. Anderson froze instantly. The contact hurt. Comforted. Destroyed. All at once. You don't have to choose revenge. Her voice cracked softly against his back. You still have us. Us. The word nearly broke him completely. Eli. Tina. Family. The things he never believed he could have. Anderson slowly lowered his head. Emotion swallowing him whole now. Then quietly whispered the most terrifying truth inside him. What if hatred is all I know how to survive with? The vulnerability in that confession devastated Tina. Because underneath all the violence, Anderson still sounded like a frightened broken boy trying not to drown. Tina held him tighter. Then let me teach you something else. God. That nearly destroyed him. Martin watched the scene silently from across the room. And for the first time, he realized he had already lost. Not because Anderson was stronger. Because Tina loved him in a way logic could never compete against. And people destroyed by that kind of love became dangerous. Martin slowly looked toward the staircase upstairs. Toward Eli's room. Then back toward Anderson. And suddenly, something colder than jealousy settled inside him. If Tina would never willingly choose him, then maybe Anderson needed to lose everything again. The same way Martin was losing everything now. Quietly. Almost invisibly. Martin reached for his phone. And somewhere else across the city, men already started moving toward Tina's house with guns. Anderson felt it before it happened. Instinct. Years of surviving violence sharpened certain senses inside him until danger practically breathed against his skin before arriving. Tina still held him from behind softly while rain battered the windows. Martin stood silently across the room pretending calmness. But something felt wrong. Too still. Too quiet. Anderson's eyes slowly lifted toward the darkened front window. Then instantly narrowed. Movement. Outside. His entire body stiffened violently. Tina noticed immediately. Andy. His voice came low. Deadly. How many people did you bring here? Martin frowned slightly. What? Anderson turned fully toward him now. The softness disappeared from his face instantly. What did you do? Tina's heartbeat exploded. Because suddenly, the atmosphere felt lethal. Martin spread his hands calmly. You're paranoid. No. Anderson stepped closer slowly. Predatory again. You smell like betrayal. The sentence chilled Tina completely. Then suddenly, headlights flashed briefly outside. Several vehicles. Too many. Anderson moved instantly. He grabbed Tina hard and shoved her toward the hallway. Upstairs. Now. The violence in his voice terrified her. What's happening? Move. The front door exploded inward before anyone answered. Gunshots erupted instantly. Glass shattered violently across the room. Tina screamed. Anderson threw himself in front of her automatically while bullets ripped through the wall behind them. Eli. God. Eli was upstairs. Anderson's entire world narrowed into one terrifying instinct: protect them. Two armed men stormed through the doorway. Anderson grabbed the first attacker before the men fully entered. The movement happened brutally fast. 1 second alive. The next. The attacker crashed hard into the broken doorway with Anderson's knife buried deep in his throat. Blood sprayed across the floor instantly. Tina froze in horror. Because for the first time, she saw the real Anderson Kane. Not the broken boy. Not the grieving lover. The monster criminals feared. Anderson ripped the gun from the dying man's hand smoothly. Then shot the second attacker twice without hesitation. Bang. Bang. The body collapsed immediately. The room filled with smoke and screaming silence afterward. Tina stared at Anderson, trembling violently. Because he looked terrifying now. Calm. Efficient. Lethal. Anderson grabbed her face hard, forcing her attention onto him. Listen to me. His eyes burned intensely. Go get Eli. Tina could barely breathe. Andy. Another gunshot shattered the kitchen windows. Anderson instantly shoved her toward the stairs again. Now. She finally moved. Running. Crying. Terrified. Anderson turned toward Martin slowly afterward. The rage in his eyes looked inhuman. You set this up. Martin's face had gone pale now. What? You called someone. I didn't know. Anderson slammed him violently against the wall. The entire house shook. Martin gasped painfully as Anderson's hand closed around his throat. You brought danger to my son. The possessiveness in his voice sounded terrifying. Martin clawed weakly at Anderson's wrist. I swear. Gunfire erupted outside again. More men approaching. Anderson released Martin immediately. Not because mercy existed. Because Eli mattered more. Anderson grabbed another weapon from beneath his coat quickly. Martin stared at him in shock. How many guns do you carry? Anderson didn't answer. Because footsteps thundered outside already. 3. No. 4 men. Professionals. Anderson moved toward the hallway instantly. Then stopped beside Martin briefly. His voice dropped low. If Tina or Eli get hurt tonight. Pure hatred filled his eyes. I will bury you alive. Martin believed him completely. Upstairs. Tina burst into Eli's room shaking violently. The little boy sat upright in bed, terrified by the noise. Mom. Gunshots echoed again downstairs. Eli started crying immediately. What's happening? Tina grabbed him tightly. It's okay. Lie. Nothing was okay. The house suddenly felt like a battlefield. Anderson's voice roared downstairs. Then screaming. Then another gunshot. Tina physically trembled harder. Because somewhere beneath the terror, she realized something horrifying. Anderson was fighting for them. Like they already belonged to him completely. Eli buried his face against her shoulder, crying softly. Mom, I'm scared. Tina's heart shattered. Then suddenly, heavy footsteps pounded upstairs. Too heavy to be Anderson. Tina froze instantly. Fear consumed her completely. Someone was coming. Fast. The bedroom door burst open violently. A masked gunman stepped inside. Tina screamed, instinctively shielding Eli behind her. The gunman raised his weapon immediately. Then suddenly, Anderson appeared behind him like death itself. The knife slid across the attacker's throat brutally fast. Blood splattered across the doorway. The men collapsed instantly. Eli cried harder. Tina stared in complete horror. Anderson looked terrifying, covered in blood and rainwater. Breathing hard. Eyes wild. But the moment he looked toward Eli, everything changed. The violence vanished from his expression instantly. God. Tina nearly cried harder from seeing that. Anderson dropped the bloody knife immediately before approaching slowly. Carefully. Like he was afraid of frightening the child. It's okay. His voice sounded softer now. Gentler. Eli stared at him, shaking. Did you kill him? The question shattered the room silent. Anderson froze completely. Tina's breath caught painfully. Because how do you answer that? Anderson slowly crouched to Eli's height despite blood staining his hands. His eyes looked wrecked now. Not violent. Ashamed. Yes. The honesty stunned Tina. Eli's small face crumpled slightly. Anderson's chest visibly tightened. But he was going to hurt you. The little boy looked confused. Scared. Anderson swallowed painfully. God. This was exactly why he stayed away all those years. This darkness. This blood. This terror. He didn't want Eli seeing this version of him. Tina watched devastation spread visibly across Anderson's face. Because suddenly, he looked terrified Eli would hate him now. Eli stared quietly for several long seconds. Then softly whispered. You got hurt. Anderson blinked slightly. Blood soaked through his shoulder unnoticed. He hadn't even realized he'd been shot. Tina gasped sharply. Oh my God. Anderson looked down briefly. Then back toward Eli. And suddenly, the little boy climbed off the bed and hugged him tightly. Just like that. Despite everything. Despite the blood. Despite the violence. Eli hugged him anyway. Anderson physically stopped breathing. Because no one ever held him after seeing the monster. No one except Tina. And now. Their son too. Eli cried softly against him. I don't want bad people to take you away again. God. That sentence shattered Anderson completely. Because suddenly, he realized something terrifying. He wasn't the only one afraid of losing this family anymore. The police arrived too late. Of course they did. By the time sirens echoed through the rain-soaked streets, Anderson had already secured the house, disarmed 2 surviving attackers, and hidden every illegal weapon he carried with terrifying efficiency. Years of criminal survival made chaos feel natural to him. But tonight, nothing felt natural. Because Eli saw blood. Eli saw death. Anderson sat silently on the bathroom floor while Tina cleaned the gunshot wound in his shoulder with trembling hands. The house still smelled like smoke and fear. Downstairs, officers moved through shattered glass and bodies while Martin answered questions with carefully controlled calmness. But inside this small bathroom, everything felt painfully intimate. Tina's fingers shook while pressing gauze against Anderson's shoulder. You should go to a hospital. No. The answer came instantly. Too instantly. Tina looked at him with exhausted frustration. You were shot. I've had worse. The casualness horrified her. Because he sounded used to pain. Used to bleeding. Used to almost dying. God. What kind of life had he been living all these years? Tina's eyes burned again unexpectedly. Anderson noticed immediately. You're crying. I almost watched you die. The sentence hit him harder than the bullet. Silence settled between them heavily afterward. Rain tapped softly against the bathroom window while distant police radios crackled downstairs. Anderson looked exhausted now. Not physically. Emotionally hollow. Tina carefully cleaned blood from his skin. Then softly whispered. Eli saw too much tonight. Pain flickered violently across Anderson's face. I know. The shame in his voice hurt her instantly. Because he genuinely looked disgusted with himself. He hugged me after. The confusion in his tone nearly shattered her. Like he still couldn't understand why anyone would love him after witnessing violence. Tina touched his face gently. He's your son. Anderson shut his eyes briefly. God. That word still destroyed him emotionally. Father. Family. Things he never allowed himself to want. Yet now. The possibility existed. Which meant fear existed too. Anderson opened his eyes slowly. I should leave. The words came quietly. Tina froze instantly. No. His jaw tightened painfully. Tina, this is exactly why I stayed away. Anger flashed through her tears immediately. You think disappearing protects people? It does. No, her voice cracked sharply. It destroys them. The truth landed brutally. Because yes. Anderson's absence destroyed her for years. Destroyed Eli too without him even realizing it. Tina grabbed his face harder, forcing him to look directly at her. You are not leaving again. The desperation in her voice physically hurt him. Tina. I mean it. Her breathing became uneven. You don't get to love us halfway. God. That sentence nearly broke him completely. Because deep down, he already loved them too much. Enough to ruin himself trying to protect them. And that terrified him. A soft knock interrupted the silence. Victor entered without waiting. One look at Anderson's wound. Another at Tina's tear-streaked face. Then a long exhausted sigh. You people are emotionally exhausting. Tina almost laughed through tears. Almost. Victor walked closer, inspecting Anderson's shoulder casually. You got lucky. Anderson looked away. No. Victor's expression sharpened slightly. Meaning. Anderson's voice lowered quietly. They went upstairs. Silence. Victor understood instantly. Eli. Tina. If Anderson had reacted seconds slower, something unbearable could have happened. The realization darkened Victor's expression immediately. Martin. Anderson's eyes turned glacial. I don't know yet. Victor looked unconvinced. You think he ordered this? I think he wanted something. The calmness in Anderson's voice frightened Tina. Because beneath it, rage was growing quietly. Victor studied him carefully. Then softly warned. Don't spiral. Anderson laughed bitterly. They came into her house. A pause. Into my son's room. The possessiveness behind those words sounded lethal. Victor immediately understood the danger now. This wasn't revenge anymore. It was family. And men like Anderson became catastrophic when family was threatened. Victor looked toward Tina. You should take Eli somewhere safe. No. Both Tina and Anderson answered immediately. Victor blinked slowly. Interesting. Tina looked toward Anderson. Fear still lingered inside her eyes. But beneath it, determination too. We stay together. God. That nearly destroyed him emotionally again. Because nobody ever chose danger beside him willingly before. Anderson looked away briefly. Unable to handle the emotion in her voice. Victor noticed instantly. Nobody answered. Because deep down, they all knew Tina staying near Anderson meant danger now. But somehow, the idea of separating again felt worse. Victor rubbed tiredly at his face. I'll increase security. Anderson immediately shook his head. No strangers near Eli. Victor frowned slightly. You trust nobody. I trust you. The immediate answer startled even Victor briefly. Because Anderson almost never admitted trust aloud. Victor looked away awkwardly afterward. You're still annoying. Tina watched both men quietly, then finally understood something important. Victor wasn't just Anderson's mentor. He was the closest thing Anderson ever had to family before Eli. That realization softened something inside her unexpectedly. Then suddenly, small footsteps approached outside the bathroom. Eli. Tina quickly stood. But before she opened the door, Anderson caught her wrist softly. Fear flickered across his face again. What if he's scared of me now? God. That question shattered her. Because the feared Anderson Kane genuinely sounded terrified of rejection from a 5-year-old boy. Tina touched his cheek carefully. He waited for you before sleeping. Anderson stared at her silently. Then quietly. What? Tina smiled sadly through tears. He asked if you were staying. The vulnerability crossing Anderson's face afterward nearly destroyed her completely. Because no one ever needed him before. Not like this. Tina opened the bathroom door slowly. Eli stood there clutching a blanket sleepily. His eyes immediately found Anderson. The little boy hesitated briefly, seeing the blood again. Anderson's chest tightened painfully. Then Eli quietly walked forward. Straight toward him. No fear. No hesitation. Just concern. Eli climbed carefully into Anderson's lap despite the injury. You're still bleeding. Anderson physically stopped breathing again. Because the child sounded worried. Not frightened. Worried. Eli touched the bandage gently. Does it hurt? Anderson looked down at him silently. Then something terrifying happened. His eyes filled with tears. Real tears. The kind grief carved out of broken men quietly. Anderson quickly looked away ashamed. But Eli simply wrapped his little arms around him again. Like loving Anderson was the easiest thing in the world. And suddenly, for the first time in years, Anderson Kane became terrified of dying. Because now there were people waiting for him to come home. Tina couldn't sleep. Not after blood soaked her floors. Not after Eli cried himself to sleep clinging to Anderson's hand. And definitely not after watching the most feared man she knew silently cry because a child asked if he was hurting. The house remained quiet now. Police gone. Bodies removed. Rain softened into distant whispers outside. Still. Tina's chest felt unbearably heavy. She stood alone near the shattered kitchen window wrapped in a blanket while dawn slowly approached. Anderson nearly died tonight. The realization replayed endlessly inside her head. If he moved slower. If he reached Eli seconds later. God. Tina physically trembled again. You should rest. Anderson's voice came quietly behind her. She turned instantly. He looked exhausted. Fresh bandages wrapped around his shoulder beneath a dark shirt while bruises shadowed parts of his face. Still. He was standing. Still checking on everyone else first. Always everyone else first despite what people believed about him. Tina stared at him silently. Then softly asked. How many times has this happened? Anderson frowned slightly. What? Being attacked. Silence answered first. That alone terrified her. Anderson walked closer slowly. Enough. Not a number. Enough. God. Tina's eyes burned again. Because suddenly, she understood something horrifying. Anderson didn't become cold naturally. Life trained him to survive like this. Violence became normal because danger never stopped following him. Tina looked down briefly. I used to think you left because you stopped loving me. Pain flickered across his face instantly. No. The immediate answer came almost harshly. Like the idea itself offended him. Tina's throat tightened. Then why did you never come back? Anderson looked toward the broken window quietly. Rain reflected across his dark eyes. Then finally. Because every place I touched became dangerous. The sadness in his voice shattered her. He wasn't talking about himself. He meant people. His mother. Victor. Now Tina and Eli. Everyone around him eventually bled. Anderson rubbed tiredly at his jaw. I thought distance would keep you safe. Tina laughed softly. Brokenly. You almost got yourself killed protecting us tonight anyway. Silence. Because yes. He would do it again too. Without hesitation. Tina stepped closer slowly. Do you know what I finally understood tonight? Anderson looked at her quietly. You never ran because you didn't love me. Her eyes filled. You ran because you loved me too much. God. The truth landed violently between them. Anderson looked away immediately. Unable to survive hearing his own weakness spoken aloud. Tina touched his injured shoulder carefully. You carried this alone for years. The gentleness in her voice nearly destroyed him emotionally. Because nobody ever sounded sad for him before. People feared Anderson. Respected him. Used him. But pity? Tenderness? No. Only Tina looked at him like surviving all this pain mattered. Anderson swallowed hard. I became someone ugly. No. Tina's answer came instantly. Fierce. You became someone wounded. The sentence physically hurt. Because deep down, Anderson still believed violence made him unworthy of love. Tina saw it clearly now. Every brutal thing he did. Every wall he built. Every cold expression. All survival. Not cruelty. God. How lonely had he been? Tina's tears slipped quietly down her face. Anderson noticed immediately. He always did. You should stop crying. Then stop breaking my heart. The honesty stunned him silent. Tina stepped even closer now. Close enough to hear his uneven breathing. Do you know what Eli did after you fell asleep for a few minutes? Anderson frowned slightly. What? He cried. Pain flashed across Anderson's face instantly. Tina's voice trembled. He thought maybe you died. God. That nearly shattered him completely. Because suddenly, his son feared losing him already. The same way Anderson feared losing them. Tina grabbed his hand softly. You matter to him. The emotion in Anderson's eyes became unbearable. Because nobody had ever needed him this purely before. Not for violence. Not for protection. Just presence. Tina looked directly into his eyes. And you matter to me. Silence exploded between them. Heavy. Raw. Terrifyingly honest. Anderson's chest physically hurt now. Because after years of darkness, Tina still looked at him like he deserved love. How? How was she still capable of that? Anderson whispered quietly. You should hate me a little. Tina almost smiled sadly. I tried. God. That answer nearly ruined him. Because yes. She tried. And failed. Just like he did. The broken window let cold wind sweep softly through the kitchen while dawn light slowly painted both of them silver blue. Anderson looked tired. Not physically anymore. Soul tired. The kind of exhaustion years created. Tina gently touched the scar near his jaw. Who hurt you here? The tenderness in the question stunned him. Nobody ever asked about his scars. They usually feared them. Anderson stared at her quietly. Then softly answered. My father. Tina physically felt her heart crack. Because suddenly, the pieces connected even more. The violence. The rage. The emotional distance. God. He truly grew up surviving war disguised as family. Anderson laughed quietly afterward. No humor in it. He said I looked too much like my mother. Tina's eyes filled immediately. Anderson noticed. Then sighed softly. There you go crying again. This time she actually smiled through tears. Anderson stared at her smile silently. Then something dangerous happened. Hope. Real hope. Not fantasy. Not longing. Hope for a future. A home. Them. The possibility terrified him more than bullets ever could. Because now he had something real to lose. Tina stepped into his arms slowly. Carefully. Giving him time to pull away. He didn't. Anderson wrapped his arms around her almost immediately, like instinct. Like relief. Tina buried her face against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Alive. Still alive. Anderson closed his eyes briefly, holding her tighter. God. This felt too good. Too peaceful. Men like him weren't supposed to have peace. Which meant the world would probably try taking it away again. And somewhere across the city, Martin Vale sat alone, staring at another photograph. This one worse. Tina in Anderson's arms. Family forming around the man Martin hated most. The jealousy inside him had already turned into something darker now. Something dangerous enough to destroy everyone involved. Martin had not slept in 2 days. Jealousy rotted people from the inside. He understood that now. Because every image inside his head looked the same. Tina crying for Anderson, Eli hugging Anderson, Anderson holding both of them like they already belonged to him. The worst part? Martin knew Tina never looked at him that way. Not once. Not completely. Anderson owned pieces of her soul Martin could never reach. That truth slowly drove him insane. The penthouse remained dark except for city lights bleeding through the windows while whiskey bottles crowded the table nearby. Martin stared blankly at another old file spread before him. Raymond Carter. Tina's father. The company incident. Anderson's mother. All of it. Martin rubbed tiredly at his face. Because somewhere along the line, his hatred stopped being only about Tina. It became personal. He hated Anderson for surviving pain and still being loved afterward. Martin suffered too. Yet nobody looked at him the way Tina looked at Anderson. Like his brokenness deserved tenderness instead of fear. A soft knock interrupted the silence. Sir. Martin looked up sharply. One of his men stepped inside, nervously carrying another envelope. The information you requested. Martin took it slowly. Then froze. Inside sat an old photograph. A younger Raymond Carter standing beside Anderson's father. Martin's eyes narrowed immediately. No. That couldn't be right. He grabbed the accompanying documents quickly. Business records. Financial transfers. Private meetings. Old company partnerships. The deeper Martin read, the colder his blood became. Because suddenly, everything changed. Raymond Carter and Damian Kane had known each other for years. Not casually. Closely. Business allies. Which meant. Martin slowly leaned back in stunned silence. Oh God. The company accident wasn't random. Anderson's mother wasn't just another worker. No. She became a problem. A dangerous problem. Because she threatened to expose Damian Kane publicly. Martin's breathing slowed dangerously. Then another horrifying realization struck him. Raymond Carter didn't hide the truth to protect himself. He hid it to protect Damian Kane. And Tina. God. Tina had no idea her own father helped cover up the destruction of Anderson's family. Martin suddenly laughed softly. Brokenly. Because fate truly enjoyed cruelty. The woman Anderson loved most belonged to the family connected to his suffering from the very beginning. And somehow, he still loved her anyway. Martin looked back at the photograph quietly. Then another realization hit harder. If Anderson discovered Damian Kane orchestrated everything, the city would burn. Because Anderson already hated his father. But this was different. This meant his mother's suffering, his abandonment, his violent childhood, his descent into darkness. All connected deliberately. Manufactured. Martin suddenly understood why Damien Kane allowed Anderson into the criminal empire afterward. Control. Guilt. Containment. God. Anderson had been manipulated his entire life. Martin stood abruptly pacing the room now. Because suddenly, he held information powerful enough to destroy multiple families. And the terrifying part? A small ugly voice inside him whispered. Use it. He hated himself for listening. Meanwhile, Tina woke slowly, wrapped against Anderson's chest. For one peaceful second, everything felt normal. Warm sunlight filtered softly through curtains while Anderson slept beside her deeply for the first time in years. Tina stared at him quietly. God. He looked younger asleep. Less dangerous. The hardness disappeared from his face entirely, leaving behind traces of the boy she fell in love with. Emotion tightened painfully through her chest. Because Anderson rarely rested properly. Even asleep. One arm remained protectively around her like instinct. Like losing her terrified him subconsciously. Tina carefully touched the scar near his eyebrow softly. Anderson stirred immediately. Years of danger made him alert even in sleep. His eyes opened sharply. Wild for half a second. Then softened instantly seeing her. Relief visibly crossed his face. God. That ruined her emotionally. You're staring. His morning voice sounded rough. Beautiful. Tina smiled faintly. You look peaceful. Anderson almost laughed quietly. That's probably a first. Silence settled warmly between them afterward. Domestic. Gentle. Dangerously intimate. Tina traced her fingers lightly against his arm. You slept. Anderson looked surprised himself. I did. The realization unsettled him slightly. Because he usually woke constantly. Checked exits. Listened for threats. Prepared for violence. But beside Tina, he slept. Deeply. Like some broken part of him finally relaxed. Tina's expression softened. You feel safe here. The truth hit him harder than expected. Because yes. He did. Anderson looked toward the bedroom doorway quietly. Where's Eli? He woke early. Tina smiled faintly. He's making Victor suffer downstairs. Anderson actually laughed softly. Real laughter. God. Tina missed that sound too much. Then suddenly, a sharp knock echoed downstairs. Not polite. Urgent. Anderson's expression changed instantly. The softness vanished. Predator returning immediately. Tina's stomach tightened. Andy. He was already reaching for the gun beneath the bedside drawer. The movement looked automatic. Practiced. Painfully familiar. Anderson stood quickly pulling on dark clothes while alertness sharpened every part of him. Tina watched silently. Because moments like this reminded her, peace around Anderson never lasted long. Another knock echoed. Harder. Victor's voice suddenly shouted from downstairs. Anderson. Danger. Immediate danger. Anderson grabbed the weapon instantly. Then looked toward Tina. His eyes softened briefly again. Lock the door. Fear crawled through her chest. What happened? Anderson already knew before answering. Instinct again. Trouble. Then he disappeared downstairs. Straight toward the next disaster waiting for them. Anderson reached the living room in seconds. Gun already drawn. Every instinct sharpened. Victor stood near the front entrance breathing hard while Eli peeked nervously from behind the couch clutching his toy car. The moment Anderson saw Eli frightened again. Something dark stirred violently inside him. Victor noticed immediately. Easy. Anderson ignored him. What happened? Victor tossed a thick envelope onto the table. Martin sent this. The name alone turned Anderson's expression glacial. Tina hurried downstairs moments later, stopping instantly beside Eli. "What is it?" Nobody answered immediately, because the tension inside the room already felt dangerous enough. Anderson slowly opened the envelope. Photographs spilled across the table first. Old business meetings. Corporate dinners. Private gatherings. Then Anderson froze completely. His father, Damian Kane, standing beside Raymond Carter. Smiling. Friendly. Years ago. The world tilted. Tina's face lost all color instantly. No. Victor swore quietly beneath his breath. Because he understood immediately, this was bigger than they thought. Much bigger. Anderson grabbed the documents next. Financial records. Company reports. Private agreements. Then finally, one line buried inside an old statement shattered everything. Employee Sarah Hale threatened exposure of unauthorized company transfers connected to Damian Kane Holdings. Sarah Hale. His mother. Anderson physically stopped breathing. Tina stared at him in horror. Because suddenly, the truth became unbearable. His mother didn't simply become collateral damage. She became a threat. Anderson read the next line slowly, each word carving deeper into him. Supervisor Raymond Carter was instructed to resolve the matter internally to avoid public scandal. Resolve. The word felt poisonous. Tina pressed trembling fingers against her mouth. No. Victor looked grim now. Because this explained too much. The cover-up, the missing evidence, Damian suddenly accepting Anderson, later the criminal grooming afterward. God. Damian Kane didn't save Anderson. He contained him. Anderson's hands started shaking violently. The papers crumpled beneath his grip. Tina stepped closer carefully. Andy. He looked up. And Tina almost broke apart from what she saw. Not rage. Worse. Complete emotional devastation. Because suddenly, his entire life looked manufactured by betrayal. His father ruined his mother. Tina's father helped bury it. Then Damian dragged Anderson into the criminal world afterward. Not love. Not guilt. Control. Anderson laughed softly. The sound terrified everyone instantly. Broken. Empty. Oh. His breathing became uneven. He made me into this. Victor immediately stepped forward. Anderson. But Anderson barely heard him. Because memories exploded violently inside his head. Damian teaching him violence, being rewarded for brutality, being used as an attack dog, every criminal order, every bloody night. God. His father built the monster himself. Tina touched Anderson's arm gently. He flinched. Not from her. From the memories. Tina's heart shattered instantly. Look at me. Anderson slowly did. Tears burned in her eyes already. This is not your fault. The sentence nearly destroyed him emotionally. Because he spent years blaming himself for becoming cruel. But what if cruelty was taught to him deliberately? Victor looked toward the documents again quietly. Then grimly said, Damian knew your mother was going public. Anderson's jaw tightened violently. He used Raymond. Silence. Because yes. That was exactly what happened. Tina suddenly sank onto the couch shakily. My father knew. The realization physically crushed her. Not only negligence. Not only fear. Complicity. Her father helped hide the destruction of Anderson's mother. Anderson looked toward Tina slowly. Pain spread across his face again. Because despite everything, he still hated seeing her suffer. That contradiction was killing him. Eli suddenly walked closer quietly. Small. Confused. Scared. Why is everyone crying? The innocence in his voice broke the tension brutally. Anderson stared at his son. Then something terrifying hit him. What if Eli someday looked at him the way Anderson now looked at Damien? Fear crawled violently into his chest. Because suddenly, Anderson understood, violence traveled through generations like poison. Unless someone stopped it. Eli looked toward the photographs curiously. Who's that? Tina quickly stood. Baby, don't. But Anderson answered first. My father. Eli frowned slightly. Your dad. Anderson nodded once. The little boy studied the photograph seriously. Then softly asked. Is he why you're sad all the time? Silence exploded through the room. Victor looked away immediately. Tina's eyes filled harder. Because children somehow always found the truth hiding beneath adults. Anderson stared at Eli completely still. Then slowly crouched to his level. God. He didn't know how to answer this. How do you explain generational destruction to a child? How do you explain becoming the product of someone else's cruelty? Eli looked worried now. You look hurt. Anderson's chest tightened painfully. Because yes. He was. More than ever before. Anderson gently touched Eli's small face. Then quietly whispered. I think maybe I've been hurt for a very long time. The honesty in his voice shattered Tina emotionally. Eli looked sad immediately. Then hugged Anderson tightly again. Just naturally. Like healing broken people was simple. Anderson closed his eyes briefly, holding his son carefully. Because suddenly, one terrifying truth became clear. He could survive hatred, violence, even betrayal. But if Eli ever looked at him with fear someday, that would finally destroy him completely. Victor's phone rang sharply then. The older man answered immediately. His expression darkened within seconds. What? Silence. Then. When? Victor slowly lowered the phone afterward. The room felt instantly colder. Anderson looked up sharply. What happened? Victor's eyes turned grim. Your father knows you have a son now. Silence. Complete terrifying silence. Then Anderson stood slowly. And for the first time since Tina met him again, she truly became afraid of what he might do next. The room went completely silent. Even Eli sensed it. The little boy slowly pulled away from Anderson, looking between the adults nervously. Who knows about me? Tina's heart shattered instantly. God. He sounded scared. Anderson immediately crouched back down in front of him. No one's going to hurt you. The promise came too fast. Too fiercely. Victor noticed immediately. Dangerous. Because Anderson already sounded willing to kill for that promise. Eli studied his face quietly. You look angry. Anderson forced his breathing slower. Because he couldn't scare the child. Not now. Not ever. I'm just thinking. Lie. He was seconds away from losing control completely. Damien Kane knew about Eli. Which meant leverage, manipulation, threats, danger. Anderson understood his father better than anyone. Damien never loved people. He owned them. Used them. Destroyed them when necessary. The thought of that man even knowing Eli existed made something murderous awaken inside Anderson. Victor stepped closer carefully. We need to move. Tina immediately nodded. Yes. But Anderson didn't answer. His eyes remained distant now. Dark. Calculating. Victor saw it instantly. Oh no. The rage was becoming focused. That was worse. Andy. Anderson finally looked up slowly. If Damien comes near my son. His voice dropped dangerously soft. I'll kill him. Tina physically flinched. Not because she thought he was bluffing. Because she knew he meant it completely. Victor rubbed tiredly at his face. We're not murdering billionaires today. Anderson ignored him entirely. Because suddenly, Everything finally connected inside his head. His father destroyed his mother. Manipulated his life. Turned him into a weapon. And now. Now Damien might try touching Eli too. No. Absolutely not. Anderson would burn the world first. Tina grabbed his arm tightly. Listen to me. He looked toward her. Barely holding himself together now. You cannot go after him like this. He knows about Eli. The raw protectiveness in his voice shook her deeply. Tina touched his face carefully. And Eli needs you alive. Silence. That hit. Because suddenly, this wasn't only about revenge anymore. It was about staying alive long enough to be a father. The realization visibly unsettled Anderson. Victor immediately stepped in. She's right. Anderson looked away. Jaw tight. Breathing uneven. Victor lowered his voice carefully. Damien wants a reaction. He'll get one. No. Victor grabbed Anderson's shoulder hard. You react emotionally, you lose. The room remained heavy with tension. Then suddenly, Eli quietly tugged Anderson's sleeve. All the violence inside Anderson softened instantly when he looked down. Can I ask something? Anderson nodded once. Would your dad hurt me? The question nearly destroyed Tina emotionally. Anderson physically stopped breathing. Because no child should ask that. Not his child. Never his child. Anderson immediately pulled Eli into his arms protectively. No. The answer came fierce. Absolute. He will never touch you. Eli looked up quietly. How do you know? Because I'll kill him first. The thought arrived instantly. Violently. But Anderson swallowed it back. Instead he whispered. Because I won't let anyone hurt you again. Again. The word slipped out accidentally. Tina noticed immediately. Anderson blamed himself for tonight already. For the blood. For the fear. For everything. Eli wrapped tiny arms around Anderson's neck softly. I'm glad you came back. God. That sentence physically hurt. Because Anderson almost never did come back. Not for anyone. Yet somehow. This child already loved him without conditions. Victor quietly looked away again. Because even he felt emotional watching this. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Anderson Kane holding his son like something sacred while trying not to emotionally collapse. The world truly had a twisted sense of humor. Tina carefully touched Eli's hair. Baby, why don't we pack a few things? Eli frowned slightly. Are we leaving? Anderson immediately answered. Just for a little while. Eli looked worried. Together. The question shattered all three adults differently. Together. Such a simple thing. Yet suddenly it mattered more than anything. Tina looked toward Anderson silently. Anderson looked back. Then softly. Yes. Eli visibly relaxed afterward. Like that answer solved everything. Children trusted love so easily. God. Adults ruined that eventually. Eli finally wandered upstairs with Tina to pack clothes and toys. The moment they disappeared, Victor turned sharply toward Anderson. You need to calm down. Anderson laughed once. Coldly. My father knows about my son. Yes. And you want calm? Victor stepped closer. I want smart. Anderson's eyes darkened violently. You didn't know him like I did. No. Victor's voice lowered. But I know you. Silence. Victor pointed toward the staircase upstairs. That child needs a father. The words landed heavily. Not a killer. Not revenge. A father. Victor studied Anderson carefully. Anderson, if you start this war now. A pause. You may not survive it. Anderson looked toward the stairs quietly. Toward where Tina and Eli were packing. Home. Family. Love. Things he never thought he'd have. And suddenly, fear hit him harder than rage. Because Victor was right. If he lost control now, he could lose all of them permanently. Victor sighed softly. There's something else. Anderson immediately noticed the hesitation. What? Victor looked grim. The men tonight. His jaw tightened. They weren't Damien's. Anderson froze. What? Victor's expression darkened. They belonged to Morelli. The name changed everything instantly. Anderson's face lost all emotion. Because Morelli wasn't just another enemy. Morelli was war. One of the most vicious crime syndicates in the country. Anderson slowly understood. This wasn't random. Someone hired them. Victor's eyes sharpened. We have a bigger problem. Anderson's voice dropped deadly quiet. Martin. Victor nodded once. Yes. Silence swallowed the room. Then slowly. Anderson smiled. God. Victor hated that smile immediately. Because it meant something inside him finally snapped. Not loudly. Worse. Calmly. Anderson looked toward the staircase one last time. Then quietly whispered. He brought violence into my son's home. Victor's stomach tightened. Because he knew that tone. It was the same tone Anderson used before entire organizations disappeared. And this time, it was personal. Martin knew the moment he lost control of the situation. The phone call came just after sunrise. One of the hired men survived long enough to speak before disappearing. And the message he delivered chilled Martin completely. Kane knows. Silence filled the penthouse afterward. Martin stood near the massive windows staring at the city beneath him while dread slowly replaced rage. Because suddenly, this wasn't jealousy anymore. It was survival. Martin never intended for the attack to go that far. At least that's what he kept telling himself. He only wanted to scare Anderson. Pressure him. Push him away from Tina. But Morelli's men were animals. And once blood entered the equation, everything spiraled beyond control. Now Anderson knew Martin hired them. God. Martin physically felt fear for the first time in years. Because everybody knew one thing about Anderson Kane. He forgave nothing involving family. And now there was a child involved. Martin poured whiskey with shaking hands. The realization finally hit fully. He accidentally gave Anderson something far more dangerous than revenge. Purpose. Meanwhile, Anderson sat silently inside Victor's armored vehicle while rain streaked across the windows. The city blurred past unnoticed. His mind stayed fixed on only one thing: Martin brought killers into Eli's home. His son's home. The thought replayed endlessly. Calmly. That was the terrifying part. Not rage. Not screaming. Cold certainty. Victor drove beside him quietly. Watching. Waiting. Because Anderson hadn't raised his voice once since learning the truth. And that meant disaster was coming. You're thinking too quietly. Anderson stared ahead. He saw Eli. Victor's grip tightened slightly on the steering wheel. Yes. He heard gunshots. Silence. He cried. God. The heartbreak inside those simple words unsettled even Victor. Because Anderson genuinely sounded destroyed by that. Victor carefully said. The child still loves you. Anderson laughed softly. Brokenly. That's exactly why I'm dangerous right now. The honesty chilled the car silent. Because yes. Love made Anderson catastrophic. Victor already knew. He just hoped Anderson realized it too. Anderson leaned back slowly, closing his eyes briefly. Then memories surfaced violently again. Eli hugging him despite the blood. You came back. I don't want bad people taking you away again. God. Nobody had ever trusted him this completely before. That trust now owned pieces of Anderson permanently. Victor finally asked quietly. What are you planning? Anderson opened his eyes slowly. Darkness lived there now. Controlled darkness. The same thing my father taught me. Victor immediately frowned. And what's that? Anderson's voice dropped dangerously calm. Make sure the people threatening your family never do it twice. The air inside the vehicle became heavy instantly. Victor exhaled slowly. There it is. Anderson looked toward him. What? The monster. Silence. Then softly. You know what scares me. Victor waited. You still call me that after seeing Eli love me anyway. God. That nearly hurt. Because Victor suddenly realized, Eli might genuinely become the only thing strong enough to keep Anderson human. Which also meant hurting Eli would unleash something irreversible. Victor pulled into the underground garage quietly. We do this smart. Anderson exited the vehicle without answering. Rainwater dripped from his dark coat while armed guards immediately stepped aside seeing him approach. Fear followed Anderson naturally now. But tonight, something felt different. Sharper. Colder. Even the guards noticed. Victor followed behind slowly. Don't kill Martin emotionally. Anderson stopped walking. Then looked over one shoulder. What? Victor's expression remained serious. You kill him now, Tina will never forgive you. The sentence landed heavily. Because yes. Despite everything. Tina once cared for Martin. Anderson shut his eyes briefly. God. Why did love make revenge so complicated? Victor stepped closer, lowering his voice. You want a future with her? Anderson's jaw tightened. Yes. Then don't become the reason she fears you. Silence followed. Long silence. Because deep down, that fear already haunted Anderson constantly. Tina saw him kill someone. Eli saw blood on his hands. How long before love turned into fear too? The thought physically hurt. Victor softened slightly. You know what separates you from Damien? Anderson laughed bitterly. Nothing. Yes. Victor's voice sharpened instantly. Everything. Anderson looked away. Unconvinced. Victor pointed toward him hard. You're afraid of hurting your son. Silence. Damien enjoyed hurting you. The truth struck brutally. Because yes. Anderson spent years terrified of becoming his father that he never noticed the biggest difference between them. Damien destroyed people he loved. Anderson destroyed himself trying to protect them. Victor continued quietly. You know why Eli hugged you after the shooting? Pain crossed Anderson's face instantly. Because children know the difference between monsters. A pause. And wounded men pretending to be monsters. God. That sentence nearly broke something inside him. Because suddenly, Anderson realized Eli never looked at him with fear. Not once. Even after violence. The child looked at him with sadness instead. Like he already sensed Anderson carried pain everywhere. Victor looked toward the elevators. Now breathe. Anderson frowned slightly. What? Victor's expression turned grim. Because Tina just called. Fear immediately replaced rage inside Anderson. What happened? Victor handed him the phone silently. Tina sounded terrified on the other end. Andy. His heartbeat stopped. What? Silence. Then her voice cracked. My father is gone. Everything inside Anderson went cold instantly. Tina continued shakily. There's blood in his office. The world stopped. Because suddenly, this war was no longer beginning. It had already started. Tina was shaking so badly she could barely hold the phone. Anderson heard it instantly. Fear. Real fear. Not only for her father. For him too. Stay where you are. His voice came sharp. Protective. Deadly calm. Tina stood inside her father's office unable to breathe properly while police officers moved around the room behind her. Blood stained the carpet near the overturned desk. A broken lamp lay shattered beside the wall. And Raymond Carter was gone. Just gone. No body. No explanation. Only blood. Tina. Anderson's voice grounded her slightly. Look at me. I can't. Her breathing became uneven again. There's too much blood. Anderson's chest tightened violently. Because despite everything, he hated hearing her afraid. Are you hurt? No. Eli. He's with Victor's men. Good. At least the child was safe. For now. Anderson closed his eyes briefly. Thinking fast. Too fast. Because this situation smelled wrong. Very wrong. Victor watched him carefully nearby. What? Anderson's eyes darkened. This isn't random. No. Nothing about this felt random anymore. Damien Kane. Martin. Morelli. Raymond disappearing right after the truth surfaced. No coincidence existed here. Anderson grabbed his coat immediately. Victor caught his arm. Think first. He has Tina. The possibility came instantly. Violently. Victor's jaw tightened. Or Damien does. Silence. God. That was worse. Because if Damien Kane truly connected all these pieces together, then Raymond Carter wasn't disappearing. He was being erased. And anyone close to the truth would be next. Anderson looked toward Victor sharply. Lock everything down. Victor nodded once immediately. Already moving. Anderson. He stopped. Victor's voice lowered carefully. If Damien is involved. A pause. You cannot approach him emotionally. Anderson laughed quietly. Coldly. My father taught me not to. The answer unsettled Victor deeply. Because suddenly, Anderson sounded too much like Damien. Controlled. Ruthless. Prepared for war. 20 minutes later. Anderson arrived at the Carter building surrounded by armed security. Police officers immediately stiffened seeing him approach. Fear moved through the hallway almost visibly. Because Anderson Kane walking toward a crime scene never meant peace. Tina saw him instantly. And broke. The moment Anderson entered the office. She rushed toward him without thinking. Straight into his arms. Anderson caught her automatically. Protectively. Her trembling body against his chest awakened something dangerously violent inside him again. Because someone caused this fear. Someone made Tina cry like this. Anderson's arms tightened around her instinctively. I'm here. The quiet promise nearly shattered her. Tina buried her face against his chest, breathing unevenly. He disappeared. Anderson gently touched the back of her head. We'll find him. The certainty in his voice comforted and frightened her simultaneously. Because Anderson sounded ready to destroy anyone responsible. The office remained chaotic around them. Police photographs. Detectives. Blood. But for one moment. None of it mattered. Only Tina shaking in his arms. A detective approached cautiously. Mr. Kane. Anderson slowly looked up. Instant tension filled the room. What? The detective swallowed visibly. We need to ask you some questions. Victor immediately stepped forward from behind. About what? The detective hesitated. Then carefully. There were witnesses who saw Kane vehicles near the building earlier. Silence exploded instantly. Tina froze. Anderson's expression didn't change. That was more terrifying. Victor immediately understood. A setup. Anderson spoke quietly. You think I took him? The detective looked uncomfortable now. We're exploring possibilities. Anderson stepped away from Tina slowly. Predatory calm settling over him again. Do I look stupid enough to kidnap someone immediately after learning new evidence? Nobody answered. Because honestly, no. This looked too obvious. Too convenient. Anderson looked toward the bloodstain silently. Then something caught his attention. A small silver object partially hidden beneath the desk. His eyes narrowed immediately. Recognition hit instantly. Morelli. The silver coin belonged to Morelli Syndicate. Anderson's jaw tightened violently. Not random. Definitely not random. He crouched slowly, picking it up. Victor saw it too. Shit. Tina frowned slightly. What is that? Anderson stood carefully, turning the coin between his fingers. Then looked toward the detective. You're asking the wrong questions. The detective stiffened. What does that mean? Anderson's eyes darkened. This office was cleaned professionally. Silence. Victor immediately understood too. Because yes. The blood pattern looked wrong. Controlled. Deliberate. Not chaotic enough for a kidnapping struggle. Anderson pointed toward the desk calmly. He left alive. The detective frowned. How do you know? Anderson's voice lowered dangerously. Because whoever staged this wanted fear. His fingers tightened around the silver coin. Not death. Tina stared at him quietly. Because suddenly, he no longer looked like a grieving son. He looked terrifyingly intelligent. Like years inside darkness taught him how evil people thought. Anderson slowly turned toward Tina again. Then softly asked. When did you last speak to your father? She swallowed hard. Last night. What did he say? Tina closed her eyes, briefly remembering. He sounded scared. That immediately sharpened Anderson's focus. Scared of what? Tina hesitated. Then whispered. He said there were things about your mother I didn't understand yet. The room went silent again. Victor cursed quietly under his breath. Because suddenly, Raymond Carter might have been preparing to confess everything. Which meant someone silenced him first. Anderson's eyes became glacial. Damien. The name came out like hatred itself. Tina touched his arm carefully. Andy. But Anderson was already spiraling somewhere darker. Because now the truth was becoming clearer. His father didn't only ruin his mother. He was still cleaning up the aftermath years later. Victor stepped forward immediately. We move Tina and Eli now. Anderson nodded once. No argument. No hesitation. Because suddenly, this wasn't just revenge anymore. It was survival. The detective tried again carefully. Mr. Kane, if you know something. Anderson looked toward him. Cold enough to freeze the room. When I know something. Silence. You'll know too. Then he grabbed Tina's hand firmly and walked out. The police did not stop him. Nobody dared. And as Tina followed him through flashing lights and terrified whispers, she realized something terrifying. Anderson Kane was no longer running from darkness anymore. He was walking straight toward it. And this time, he intended to drag the truth out by force. The rain grew heavier by the time they reached Victor's estate. Thunder rolled across the dark sky while armed guards opened the gates immediately for Anderson's convoy. Tina sat silently beside him in the back seat, holding Eli tightly against her chest. The little boy had fallen asleep halfway through the drive, exhausted from fear and confusion. Anderson kept glancing toward him every few seconds. Checking his breathing. Checking the windows. Checking everything. Tina noticed. Of course she noticed. You're scared. The words came softly. Anderson didn't deny it. Yes. The honesty surprised her. He looked out the rain-covered window quietly. I know what men like my father do when they lose control. A chill slid through Tina instantly. Because the way Anderson said father sounded like poison. Not family. Not love. Just history soaked in pain. Victor's estate finally appeared through the storm. Massive iron gates. High walls. Security everywhere. A fortress. Anderson exhaled slightly the moment they entered. Tina noticed that too. This place is safe. Anderson nodded once. As safe as it gets. Victor was already waiting near the entrance when they stepped out. His eyes immediately checked. Tina Eli Anderson. Then finally rested on the dried blood staining Anderson's sleeve again. You still look terrible. Anderson ignored him completely. Any updates? Victor's expression darkened. Your father called. Silence. Everything inside Anderson turned cold instantly. When? 10 minutes ago. Tina's heartbeat quickened violently. Victor looked toward her carefully. He specifically asked if Tina and the child were with you. Fear crashed through the room instantly. Eli stirred sleepily in Tina's arms, sensing the tension. Anderson's jaw tightened so hard it hurt. He said Eli. The room froze. Victor nodded slowly. He knows the boy's name. God. No. Anderson physically felt rage crawl beneath his skin like fire. Because Damien knowing Eli existed was already dangerous. Knowing his name. That meant surveillance. Investigation. Interest. Absolutely not. Tina saw the shift immediately. The terrifying stillness. Anderson looked exactly like the storm outside now. Victor lowered his voice carefully. He wants to meet. Silence exploded violently. Then Anderson laughed softly. No humor. Just disbelief soaked in hatred. Of course he does. Victor stepped closer immediately. You don't go alone. I'm going. Tina grabbed Anderson's wrist instantly. No. He looked toward her. And God. His eyes looked terrifyingly empty now. Not emotionless. Consumed. Tina's voice cracked. He's manipulating you. Yes. The answer came calm. Too calm. And I'm tired of letting him. Victor swore quietly under his breath. Because this was bad. Very bad. Anderson wasn't reacting emotionally anymore. He was deciding things. That was worse. Tina stepped directly in front of him. You promised Eli. The mention of his son made something flicker inside Anderson immediately. Pain. Love. Humanity. Tiny. Still there. Tina touched his face carefully. You promised nobody would take you away again. God. That sentence nearly broke him. Because suddenly, he remembered Eli hugging him despite the blood. I'm glad you came back. Anderson closed his eyes briefly. The rage inside him battled something softer now. Something Eli awakened. Victor quickly stepped in while Anderson hesitated. We do this smart. Anderson opened his eyes slowly. What's the plan? Victor looked relieved just hearing the question. Because at least Anderson was still listening. We meet Damien on neutral ground. No. The answer came instantly. Victor frowned. And why not? Anderson's expression darkened lethally. Because this stopped being business the moment he learned my son's name. Tina physically shivered hearing that. Possessiveness radiated from him now. Terrifyingly strong. Victor rubbed tiredly at his face. Then what? Anderson looked toward the rain outside silently. Then finally whispered. I go home. Silence. Victor blinked once. What? Anderson's voice lowered. The Kane estate. God. Even saying the words aloud sounded painful. Tina immediately understood. This wasn't a meeting anymore. This was confrontation. Son against father. Past against present. Everything unfinished finally colliding. Victor looked genuinely uneasy now. You haven't stepped inside that house in years. I know. Anderson. Victor's voice sharpened. Men don't walk into Damien Kane's territory unprepared. Anderson slowly looked toward him. Cold. Focused. Terrifying. I was raised there. The room fell silent. Because suddenly, everyone understood what that meant. No one knew Damien Kane better than the son he broke himself. Eli suddenly stirred awake in Tina's arms sleepily. Daddy. The single word shattered the tension instantly. Anderson's entire expression softened immediately. God. The contrast nearly hurt Tina emotionally. Eli rubbed tired eyes looking confused. Why's everyone upset? Anderson walked toward him slowly. Then gently took the child into his arms. Like instinct. Like breathing. Eli curled against his chest immediately trusting him completely. Anderson held him quietly for several seconds. Then softly asked. Do you trust me? Eli looked sleepy and confused. Yeah. The simple answer almost destroyed Anderson. Because no one ever gave him trust this purely before. Eli touched the bruise near Anderson's jaw carefully. You look angry again. Anderson's throat tightened slightly. Then quietly admitted. I am. Eli frowned seriously. Mom says angry people make bad choices. Victor almost choked trying not to laugh. Tina covered her mouth quickly. Anderson stared at Eli in stunned silence. Because somehow, a 5-year-old child just hit him harder than Victor ever had. Eli looked worried now. Are you gonna make bad choices? The room became painfully quiet. Anderson looked at his son. Really looked. At the innocence. The trust. The hope. And suddenly, something inside him shifted. Not fully. But enough. Enough to realize revenge wasn't the only thing watching him anymore. His son was watching too. Anderson gently kissed Eli's forehead. Then softly whispered. I'm trying not to. God. That nearly shattered Tina emotionally. Because for the first time, Anderson Kane sounded like a man fighting himself for the sake of someone he loved. And maybe, just maybe, that meant he still had a chance at becoming something other than the monster his father created. Anderson had not seen the Kane estate in 8 years. Yet the moment the gates appeared through the rain, every wound inside him reopened instantly. The mansion stood enormous against the storm-dark sky. Cold white stone. Towering windows. Perfect gardens. Beautiful. Soulless. Tina sat silently beside him in the car watching his expression harden more with every passing second. This place hurt him. She could see it physically. His jaw remained tight. His breathing too controlled. His eyes distant now. Like part of him already returned to being the unwanted boy standing outside those gates in the rain years ago. Victor's convoy stopped behind them. Armed men remained nearby. Precautions. Necessary ones. Because nobody trusted Damien Kane. Especially not his son. Anderson stared at the mansion quietly. Then softly whispered something Tina almost didn't hear. She died begging him for help. God. The grief inside that sentence shattered her. Tina immediately reached for his hand. Anderson froze slightly beneath the touch. Then slowly intertwined their fingers automatically. Like instinct. Like survival. Tina squeezed gently. You're not alone this time. The words hit him harder than expected. Because yes. Years ago he stood here powerless and grieving with no one beside him. Now. Tina sat beside him. Victor waited behind him. Eli slept safely elsewhere because Anderson protected him. Everything had changed. And yet, the pain remained exactly the same. Anderson finally stepped out of the vehicle. Rain immediately soaked through his dark coat. He didn't care. The front doors opened before he reached them. Damien Kane stood waiting. Tall. Perfectly dressed. Cold-eyed. The resemblance between father and son felt unsettling instantly. Same sharp features. Same intimidating presence. But where Anderson carried pain, Damien carried emptiness. Tina physically felt the difference the moment she saw him. God. Now she understood why Anderson feared becoming this man. Damien's eyes landed first on Anderson. Then Tina. Then Victor. No warmth existed anywhere in his expression. Only calculation. You brought an audience. Anderson stopped a few feet away. Rain dripping from his hair. Hatred visible in every line of his body. You know my son's name. Straight to it. No greetings. No pretending. Damien looked mildly unimpressed. He's my grandson. The sentence exploded something violent inside Anderson instantly. Don't. His voice came deadly quiet. You don't get to call him that. Victor immediately stepped closer subtly, watching Anderson carefully. Because rage was dangerously close now. Damien studied his son calmly. You've become emotional. Anderson laughed once. Coldly. You destroyed my mother. The storm seemed to pause around them. Tina's heartbeat became frantic. Because finally, the real war started. Damien's expression didn't change. She involved herself in matters beyond her understanding. The casualness shattered Anderson's control instantly. He moved so fast Tina barely saw it. 1 second standing still. The next. Anderson slammed Damien hard against the marble wall near the entrance. Victor cursed sharply. Guards reached for weapons immediately. No. Tina screamed. Anderson's hand closed around his father's throat violently. Years of hatred finally erupting. You let her die. Damien looked strangely calm despite the chokehold. Almost bored. She threatened powerful men. And she was right. The roar echoed through the rain. God. Tina had never heard pain sound so violent before. Anderson's entire body shook now. Not from weakness. From years of buried grief finally exploding. You made me watch her die. Damien finally looked directly into his son's eyes. And quietly said the cruelest thing imaginable. She made you weak. Silence. Then everything changed. Anderson's expression emptied completely afterward. No shouting. No visible rage. Worse. Nothing. Victor immediately understood the danger. Because Anderson only became this calm right before terrible things happened. Tina rushed forward grabbing Anderson's arm desperately. Andy. He didn't move. Didn't blink. Damien continued coldly. I gave you strength afterward. The words physically sickened Tina. Strength. No. Violence. Manipulation. Cruelty. Anderson slowly released his father. Not mercy. Control. Damien adjusted his suit calmly afterward like nothing happened. Then his eyes shifted toward Tina. Interesting choice. The disdain in his tone instantly reignited Anderson. Damien continued smoothly. The daughter of the men who helped destroy your mother. Tina visibly flinched. Anderson stepped between them immediately. Protective instinct. Instant. Damien noticed. Then finally. For the first time. A faint smile touched his face. Cruel. Knowing. There it is. Anderson's eyes darkened lethally. What? Your weakness. The word settled heavily. Damien looked toward Tina again. You love too deeply. God. The sentence hit because it was true. Anderson spent years pretending love weakened men. But now, he would burn entire cities for Tina and Eli. Damien saw that clearly. Anderson's voice lowered dangerously. You stay away from them. Damien ignored the threat completely. Instead, he reached into his coat slowly. Victor instantly raised his weapon. Guards tensed. But Damien only pulled out a photograph. Old. Worn. He handed it toward Anderson calmly. Anderson hesitated before taking it. Then froze completely. The picture showed his mother Raymond Carter Damien Kane. Together. Smiling. Years ago. Tina stared in shock. What? Damien's voice remained cold. She wasn't just an employee. The world tilted again. Anderson's grip tightened violently around the photograph. Damien looked directly into his son's eyes. Your mother was my accountant. Silence. She discovered missing money tied to Morelli operations. Victor swore quietly. Because suddenly, everything connected horrifyingly. Damien continued. She threatened exposure. Anderson's breathing became uneven again. Tina looked completely shattered now. Then why? Damien interrupted coldly. Because she chose morality over survival. The cruelty in his voice stunned everyone silent. Anderson stared at the photograph, shaking slightly now. Because for the first time, he realized his mother didn't die because she was powerless. She died because she refused to become like them. Like Damien. Like Morelli. Like the criminal empire. Anderson slowly lifted his eyes toward his father. Then whispered the sentence that changed everything. You killed the only good thing in my life. The hatred inside those words felt almost inhuman. Damien remained calm. You survived. No. Anderson's voice cracked violently. I rotted. Silence swallowed the storm. And for the first time, Tina truly understood something terrifying. Anderson Kane wasn't born dangerous. He was abandoned inside darkness until violence became the only language he knew. Rain crashed violently against the mansion windows while silence swallowed the entrance hall. Anderson still held the photograph tightly in trembling hands. His mother smiling beside the two men who eventually destroyed her life. God. Nothing hurt worse than realizing she once trusted them. Tina stood frozen beside him, trying to process everything. Raymond Carter knew Sarah Hale personally. Damien Kane worked closely with her. The accident. The cover-up. Morelli. It all connected now like poison finally surfacing. Victor watched Damien carefully. The older man remained disturbingly calm despite the hatred surrounding him. That alone unsettled Victor deeply. Because men like Damien only stayed calm when they still believed they controlled the board. Anderson slowly looked up. His eyes burned now. Not with explosive rage. Something colder. Sharper. You let me hate the wrong people for years. Damien adjusted his cufflinks casually. You needed direction. The cruelty of the answer physically sickened Tina. Direction. He was talking about grief like it was training. Anderson laughed softly. Brokenly. You made me into your dog. Silence. Damien's expression hardened slightly for the first time. I made you survive. No. Anderson stepped closer slowly. Rainwater dripping from his dark coat onto the marble floor. You made me empty. The words landed heavily. Because everyone inside that room knew they were true. Tina looked at Anderson's face and suddenly realized something heartbreaking. He still carried the frightened boy inside him. The boy who begged for love at these gates. The boy who lost his mother. The boy forced into violence too early. And somehow, that wounded child still existed beneath all the darkness. Damien's eyes suddenly shifted toward Tina again. Then calmly toward Victor. Finally, he said the one thing nobody expected. The child should stay away from Anderson. Everything stopped instantly. Anderson's entire body went still. Victor cursed under his breath quietly. Tina's heartbeat exploded. Damien continued coldly. You think fatherhood redeems men like him? The insult carried deliberate poison. He's unstable. Anderson moved before anyone reacted. Victor barely caught him in time. No. Anderson struggled violently against him now. Pure rage. Because Damien wasn't insulting him anymore. He was threatening his place in Eli's life. You do not speak about my son. The possessiveness in his voice echoed through the mansion like violence itself. Damien remained unimpressed. You think love changes blood? God. That sentence hit somewhere deep and ugly inside Anderson. Because suddenly, fear surfaced beneath the rage. What if Damien was right? What if violence truly lived inside him permanently? What if Eli someday became like him? Damien saw the hesitation instantly. And smiled faintly. Cruel. You already know. Tina stepped forward immediately. No. Everyone looked toward her. Tina's eyes filled with tears again. But her voice remained steady. You don't get to decide who Anderson becomes anymore. Damien's expression cooled slightly. You sound naive. And you sound empty. The answer shocked even Anderson. Tina moved closer toward him deliberately. Then grabbed his hand. Publicly. Fearlessly. This man almost died protecting my son. The words echoed heavily through the hall. Your son. Damien corrected coldly. Tina's expression hardened instantly. No. She squeezed Anderson's hand tighter. Eli is his son. God. Something inside Anderson cracked painfully hearing that. Not because of possession. Because Tina chose him openly. Even here. Even knowing everything. Damien studied both of them silently. Then softly laughed. Amazing. The sound carried no warmth. She still loves you after learning her father helped ruin your mother. The truth hit brutally. Anderson looked down briefly. Because yes. That still hurt. Still confused him. Still tore him apart. But then Tina's fingers tightened around his again. Grounding him instantly. Damien noticed everything. The connection. The dependence. The loyalty. And for the first time, something dangerous flickered behind his eyes. Interest. Victor saw it immediately. And hated it. Because Damien Kane only became interested in things he planned to use. Damien slowly walked toward Anderson. Close enough now to feel the tension vibrating between them. Then quietly said. Do you know why I truly kept you alive? Anderson's jaw tightened. I don't care. You should. Silence settled heavily. Then Damien delivered the truth like a knife. Because Morelli wanted you dead as a child. The world stopped. Victor physically stiffened. Tina gasped softly. Anderson stared blankly. What? Damien continued calmly. Your mother copied financial evidence before her death. Every word sharpened the nightmare further. She hid it. Anderson's breathing slowed dangerously. Where? Damien's eyes darkened slightly. She never told me. Silence exploded. Then realization hit all at once. Sarah Hale died protecting evidence powerful enough to threaten entire criminal networks. And Anderson. God. Anderson spent years believing his mother died powerless and forgotten. But she died fighting. Victor finally understood too. That's why Morelli targeted the house tonight. Damien nodded once. They think the boy might have information. Tina's blood turned cold instantly. What? Anderson's expression changed completely afterward. Not rage anymore. Worse. Protective terror. Because suddenly, Eli wasn't only his son. He was leverage. A possible threat. A target. Absolutely not. Anderson stepped toward Damien slowly. Every word afterward came terrifyingly calm. If anyone touches my child. Silence. I will erase entire bloodlines. Even Victor felt unsettled hearing it. Because Anderson meant every syllable completely. Damien studied his son carefully then. And for the first time, something almost resembling respect appeared in his eyes. There you are. The sentence chilled Tina instantly. Because suddenly, she understood something horrifying. Damien Kane liked the violent parts of Anderson. He always had. Anderson noticed too. Disgust crossed his face immediately. You're sick. Damien looked genuinely unsurprised. I'm realistic. No. Monster. That's what Tina wanted to say. Because now she finally saw the truth clearly. Damien Kane didn't destroy Anderson accidentally. He shaped him intentionally. Violence was inheritance to men like him. Anderson suddenly grabbed Damien's collar hard. Victor moved instantly. Guards raised weapons. Tina gasped. But Anderson only leaned close enough for his father alone to hear. You will never come near Eli. Damien looked directly into his son's eyes. Then quietly whispered back. He already has your darkness. The sentence shattered something inside Anderson instantly. Because suddenly, fear swallowed the rage whole. Not fear for himself. For Eli. And for the first time since becoming a father, Anderson Kane truly became terrified of what blood might pass from father to son. Anderson didn't speak during the entire drive back. Not once. Rain streaked across the windows while Victor drove in tense silence beside him. Tina sat in the back holding Anderson's hand tightly. He barely reacted. That terrified her more than anger would have. Because Damien's final words clearly reached somewhere deep inside him. He already has your darkness. God. The sentence poisoned everything. Tina could physically feel Anderson spiraling beside her now. Quietly. Internally. Dangerously. When they finally reached Victor's estate, Anderson stepped out immediately without waiting for anyone. Tina hurried after him. Andy. No response. He kept walking through the long hallway toward Eli's room. Fast. Purposeful. Almost desperate. Victor caught Tina's arm gently. Give him a second. She looked toward him helplessly. He's shutting down. Victor's expression darkened. No. A pause. He's afraid. That hit differently. Because yes. Anderson Kane looked terrified tonight. Not of Morelli. Not of Damien. Of himself. The bedroom door opened quietly. Soft warm light spilled across the hallway while Eli slept peacefully tangled in blankets. One small hand curled beneath his cheek. Completely innocent. Completely unaware of the darkness surrounding his existence now. Anderson stopped breathing the moment he saw him. God. The child looked so small. Too small for this world already trying to consume him. Anderson slowly sat beside the bed. Silent. Still. Then carefully brushed Eli's messy hair back from his forehead. The little boy stirred softly but didn't wake. Trusting. Safe. The sight physically hurt. Because suddenly, Anderson remembered himself at that age. Afraid. Lonely. Always listening for screaming or violence. No child should live like that. Especially not Eli. Never Eli. Tina quietly entered the room moments later. She stopped near the doorway watching him. Anderson looked broken tonight. Not violently broken. Emotionally. Like Damien's words reached old wounds still bleeding underneath everything else. Tina walked closer slowly. Then softly asked, "What are you thinking?" Long silence followed. Then finally, "I don't know how to protect him from me." The confession shattered her heart instantly. Tina sat beside him carefully. "Andy." He shook his head once. "You saw me tonight." Pain crossed his face visibly. "You saw what happens when I lose control." Tina looked toward Eli sleeping peacefully. Then back toward Anderson. "Yes. Honest. Always honest." Anderson's jaw tightened. "I killed people in front of him." The guilt in his voice nearly destroyed her. "Because they were trying to hurt him." "That doesn't matter." His voice cracked slightly. He still saw it. Silence. Because deep down, that part was true too. Eli saw blood. Violence. Fear. The same things that shaped Anderson. And now Anderson feared history repeating itself. He looked down at his hands quietly. Scarred. Dangerous hands. These hands. His breathing became uneven again. They were never meant to hold children. God. Tina physically felt tears rise instantly. Because Anderson genuinely believed himself unworthy of softness. Unworthy of fatherhood. Unworthy of love. All because Damien poisoned those beliefs into him for years. Tina gently took his hands into hers anyway. "I disagree." Anderson laughed softly. Brokenly. "You didn't grow up with me." "No." Tina's voice trembled carefully. "But I grew up loving you." That hit him brutally. Because suddenly, Tina saw both versions of him. The wounded boy and the feared man. And she still stayed. Still chose him. Still loved him. Anderson looked toward her slowly. Then whispered the question truly haunting him. "What if Eli becomes like me?" Silence filled the room heavily. Tina answered carefully. "Then we teach him differently." The simplicity of the answer stunned him. Because Anderson only understood extremes, violence or survival. Not healing. Not softness. Not breaking cycles. Tina touched his cheek gently. "You know the biggest difference between you and Damien?" Anderson looked unconvinced already. "What?" "You're terrified of hurting Eli." The truth landed heavily. Because yes. That fear consumed him constantly now. Tina continued softly. "Damien never feared hurting you." God. The sentence physically hurt. Because suddenly, Anderson realized something horrifying. Everything Damien called weakness was actually humanity. Love. Fear. Protection. Guilt. The very things Damien lacked. Eli stirred softly then. Tiny sleepy eyes blinking open slowly. "Daddy." The single word instantly softened Anderson's entire face. Tina noticed again. No matter how dark Anderson became, Eli reached him effortlessly. The little boy rubbed his eyes sleepily. "Why are you awake?" Anderson swallowed hard. "Couldn't sleep." Eli frowned slightly. "Bad dream." God. Children understood too much sometimes. Anderson looked toward him quietly. "Something like that." Eli pushed himself upright slowly. Then reached tiny arms toward Anderson automatically. No hesitation. Just trust. Anderson froze briefly. Then carefully lifted him into his lap. Eli immediately curled against his chest half asleep. Comfortable there already. Like he belonged. The feeling overwhelmed Anderson painfully. Eli rested his head against Anderson's heartbeat. Then mumbled sleepily. "You smell sad." Tina covered her mouth quickly, trying not to cry harder. Because somehow, a child described Anderson perfectly in 3 words. Anderson's arms tightened protectively around him. I'm trying not to be. Eli looked up sleepily. Mom says people stay sad when they think they're bad. Silence crashed through the room. Anderson physically stopped breathing. Because suddenly, it felt like the child looked directly into the ugliest parts of him. Eli touched Anderson's face softly. You're not bad. God. That destroyed him completely. Tears burned instantly behind Anderson's eyes again. Because no one ever said those words to him before and truly meant them. Not once. Eli smiled sleepily afterward. You're just scary sometimes. Victor, standing silently outside the half-open doorway, actually laughed quietly under his breath. Tina smiled through tears. Even Anderson almost laughed weakly. Because honestly, the child wasn't wrong. Eli yawned softly, then wrapped tiny arms around Anderson's neck again. But scary people can still love people. The innocent wisdom shattered the room into silence. Anderson closed his eyes briefly, holding his son tighter. Because suddenly, a 5-year-old child healed something years of violence never could. Not completely. But enough. Enough for Anderson to finally realize, maybe darkness inside him wasn't destiny after all. Maybe it was simply pain that nobody helped him carry sooner. For the first time in years, Anderson slept without nightmares. Not deeply. Not peacefully. But enough. Enough to wake up without blood and screams choking his lungs. And the reason lay curled against him. Eli slept sprawled across Anderson's chest while Tina rested beside them quietly beneath soft morning light. Warmth filled the room. Domestic warmth. The kind Anderson once believed belonged only to other people. Not men like him. He stared silently at the ceiling for several long moments. Listening. Tina's soft breathing. Eli's tiny heartbeat against him. Rain fading outside. Alive. They were alive. The realization hit him differently this morning. Because last night could have ended with blood and funerals. Instead, they were here. Together. God. The thought terrified him. Because now he had something real to lose. Eli shifted sleepily. Then mumbled against Anderson's chest. You're warm. The sleepy complaint almost made Anderson smile. Almost. Tina slowly opened her eyes, watching them quietly. And immediately her chest tightened painfully. Because Anderson looked softer this morning. Not healed. Never healed. But softer. Like fatherhood was slowly reaching places hatred couldn't. Tina brushed Eli's messy hair gently. He kicks in his sleep. Anderson looked genuinely serious. I noticed. The sincerity made her laugh softly. God. This looked too normal. Too beautiful. And that frightened her. Because life never allowed Anderson peaceful things for long. Anderson looked toward her quietly. Then suddenly asked. Why did you still choose me? The question surprised her. Not because of the words. Because of the vulnerability behind them. Anderson genuinely didn't understand why she stayed after seeing all his darkness. Tina touched his face softly. Because I know who you are underneath it. Pain flickered across his eyes instantly. And what if there's nothing underneath anymore? God. That sentence shattered her heart. Because he truly feared becoming empty like Damien. Tina leaned closer carefully. Then Eli wouldn't love you like this. The child still slept peacefully against him. Safe. Trusting. Anderson looked down at him silently. Then whispered. He deserves better than me. No. Tina's voice sharpened slightly. He deserves a father who fights to be better. The words settled heavily inside him. Because suddenly, maybe redemption wasn't becoming perfect. Maybe it was simply refusing to stay broken. Eli stirred awake moments later, blinking sleepily. Then immediately smiled, seeing Anderson still there. You stayed. God. That sentence hurt every single time. Anderson gently touched Eli's hair. I told you I would. Eli smiled proudly afterward, like promises actually meant something now. Tina quietly looked away, wiping tears quickly before either noticed. Because children trusted so easily. And Anderson looked at that trust like something sacred. Eli suddenly frowned thoughtfully. Are you still angry? Anderson hesitated. Honesty. Tina watched carefully. Yes. The child looked worried immediately. At Grandpa. Silence. God. Nobody even knew how to explain Damien Kane properly. Anderson carefully chose his words. At people who hurt others. Eli thought about that seriously. Then quietly asked. Did they hurt you too? The room became painfully still. Anderson looked toward the window briefly. Then finally whispered. Yes. Eli looked sad instantly. The little boy reached up, touching the scar near Anderson's jaw softly. Mom says hurt people hurt people. Tina nearly choked hearing her own words repeated back. Anderson stared at Eli in stunned silence. Because somehow, a child understood his entire life already. Eli tilted his head sleepily. But you protected us. The simplicity of it hit hard. Because yes. That was true too. Anderson carried darkness. But he also shielded people from it constantly. Eli hugged him suddenly. You're my dad. God. That nearly broke him again. Not because of biology. Because of acceptance. Unconditional acceptance. Anderson slowly held him tighter. Then quietly admitted something he never thought he'd say aloud. I don't know how to do this. Eli looked confused. Do what? Be somebody good. The honesty devastated Tina completely. Because after everything, Anderson still sounded like a frightened boy asking permission to be loved. Eli thought carefully for several seconds. Then simply said. You already are. Silence. Complete silence. Anderson physically felt tears burn again. Because children didn't care about reputations. Criminal empires. Blood. They cared about who stayed, who protected them, who loved them. And somehow, that was enough for Eli. A soft knock interrupted the moment. Victor entered carefully holding a tablet in one hand. His expression immediately softened seeing the three of them together. Interesting. The feared Anderson Kane looked most dangerous when holding a child gently. Victor cleared his throat awkwardly. Sorry to interrupt the emotional healing. Eli grinned immediately. Victor. Victor pointed dramatically. See. The small one likes me. Finally someone appreciates greatness. Eli laughed. Actual laughter. Bright and innocent. The sound filled the room warmly. Anderson watched silently. Because he realized something terrifying. He would kill to keep hearing that laugh. Victor's expression slowly darkened afterward though. Reality returning. What happened? Tina asked immediately. Victor handed the tablet toward Anderson quietly. News headlines flooded the screen. Business tycoon Raymond Carter still missing. Below it. Another headline. Damien Kane denies connection to disappearance. Anderson's jaw tightened instantly. Victor looked grim. He's moving publicly now. Meaning, damage control. Narrative shaping. Manipulation. The Kane Empire was preparing for war. Anderson slowly handed the tablet back. Then another notification appeared. Victor frowned. What? The older man stared at the screen silently for several long seconds. Then cursed softly. Anderson's eyes darkened. What now? Victor looked up slowly. Martin's missing too. Silence crashed violently through the room. Tina froze instantly. What? Victor's voice lowered carefully. He disappeared sometime last night. God. No. Tina's heartbeat became uneven immediately. Because suddenly, two men connected to the truth vanished within hours. Anderson's expression turned dangerously unreadable. Victor looked toward him carefully. You thinking what I'm thinking? Anderson's voice came quiet. Deadly calm. My father's cleaning the board. And suddenly, everyone understood the horrifying truth. Damian Kane was no longer hiding the war. He was preparing to finish it. Martin woke up tied to a chair. Pain exploded through his skull immediately. Darkness surrounded him except for a single dim bulb hanging from the ceiling above. Cold concrete. Rust. Blood. God. He knew places like this. Which meant only one thing. He'd been taken by professionals. Martin struggled violently against the restraints. Useless. Panic crawled into his chest. Then slowly. Footsteps echoed through the darkness. Measured. Calm. A man stepped into the weak light wearing black gloves and an expensive suit. Damian Kane. Martin stopped breathing. No. Damian remained perfectly composed. You've caused considerable inconvenience. The calmness terrified Martin more than shouting would have. Because Damian Kane looked at people the way businessmen looked at broken equipment. Disposable. Martin swallowed hard. You can't do this. Damian sat slowly across from him. You hired Morelli men. Not a question. Martin's heart pounded violently. Silence betrayed him instantly. Damian sighed softly. Emotions make intelligent men stupid. The insult barely registered through Martin's fear. Where's Raymond Carter? Damian's eyes lifted slowly. Somewhere useful. God. Martin physically felt sickness twist through him. Because suddenly, everything became horrifyingly clear. Raymond knew too much. And now Martin did too. Damian leaned forward slightly. You should have stayed out of family matters. Martin laughed shakily. You ruined that family yourself. Wrong answer. Damian's expression didn't change. That was worse. Love makes people reckless. The older man calmly removed one glove finger by finger. You nearly exposed years of careful work because you couldn't accept rejection. The humiliation burned. But beneath it, Martin finally realized something terrifying. Damian truly saw emotions as weakness. Even love. Especially love. Martin's breathing quickened. What are you going to do to me? Damian looked genuinely indifferent. That depends. Silence stretched painfully. Then Damian quietly added. Tell me where the files are. Martin froze. Files. What files? Damian noticed instantly. Interesting. He didn't tell you. Martin frowned shakily. Who? Sarah Hale. Anderson's mother. God. Martin suddenly understood. The evidence. The financial records. The hidden information Sarah copied before her death. That's what this entire war was truly about. Damian studied him carefully. She hid copies somewhere before the accident. Martin's blood ran cold. She died protecting evidence. Yes. The answer came emotionlessly. Martin stared at Damian in horror. Because suddenly, he realized Anderson's mother didn't only die because she knew too much. She died because she refused to sell her morality. Damian looked mildly irritated now. Anderson inherited her stubbornness unfortunately. The casual cruelty made Martin nauseous. You destroyed your own son. For the first time. Damian's eyes sharpened slightly. No. His voice lowered coldly. I perfected him. God. Martin physically recoiled. Because now he understood why Anderson feared becoming his father. Damian genuinely believed suffering created strength. Violence created survival. Love created weakness. Anderson spent his whole life fighting against those beliefs without realizing it. Martin suddenly laughed softly. Brokenly. Damien frowned slightly. What's amusing? Martin lifted exhausted eyes toward him. He'll kill you. Silence. Then Damien smiled faintly. You think love makes him stronger? Martin's heartbeat slowed strangely now. Because suddenly, he realized something Damien never understood. No. Martin whispered quietly. It makes him human. The room became still afterward. Damien looked almost disappointed. Because men like him truly believed humanity weakened people. And that was exactly why Anderson would eventually surpass him. Not despite love. Because of it. Meanwhile, Anderson stood alone on Victor's balcony overlooking the storm-covered city. Hands gripping the railing tightly. Mind spiraling. Raymond missing. Martin missing. Damien moving openly now. War. Real war. Anderson closed his eyes briefly. Then suddenly, soft footsteps approached behind him. Tina. Of course. She always found him when darkness swallowed him too deeply. She stopped beside him quietly. Neither spoke immediately. Rain whispered across the city below. Then softly. You're planning something. Anderson laughed quietly. No humor. When did you become able to read my mind? Tina looked toward him sadly. I learned because I was always scared you'd disappear. God. That hurt. Because yes. He always disappeared when pain became unbearable. Anderson looked away toward the skyline. I don't know how to stop this anymore. The confession came quietly. Honest. Tina's chest tightened painfully. Because beneath all the fearsome reputation, Anderson still sounded overwhelmed. Not evil. Overwhelmed. She touched his arm gently. Then stopped carrying it alone. Silence. Anderson looked down at her hand. Then softly admitted. I'm scared. The vulnerability stunned her. Not because he feared death. Worse. Tina already knew what he feared most. Eli. Anderson nodded once slowly. My father looked at him like. His jaw tightened painfully. Like ownership. The disgust in his voice made her shiver. Because she saw it too. Damien didn't look at Eli with love. He looked at him like legacy. Anderson whispered quietly. I won't let him poison him. The protectiveness in his voice nearly made her cry. Tina stepped closer. You won't. Anderson looked toward her slowly. Then finally voiced the deepest fear inside him. What if I already did? Silence. Rain crashing softly around them. Tina reached up, touching his face carefully. You know what poisoned you most? Anderson looked exhausted now. What? Thinking nobody loved you. God. The truth physically hurt. Because suddenly, he realized Damien didn't only raise him through violence. He raised him through emotional starvation. No affection. No safety. No gentleness. Anderson became dangerous because nobody taught him softness could exist beside strength. Tina's eyes filled softly. But Eli will never grow up that way. The certainty in her voice shook him deeply. Because yes. Eli already had. Love, protection, honesty, warmth. Things Anderson never received. And maybe that changed everything. Anderson suddenly pulled Tina into his arms tightly. Almost desperately. Tina immediately held him back. No hesitation. God. They really loved each other too much. Anderson buried his face briefly against her hair. Then whispered. I don't know how to survive losing you again. The raw honesty shattered her. Because this wasn't obsession anymore. It was vulnerability. Terrifying vulnerability. Tina held him tighter. You won't. But deep down, both of them already knew the truth. The closer they became to peace, the more dangerous the world around them became. The call came at 2:13 a.m. Victor answered first. 1 minute later, he was kicking Anderson's bedroom door open. Get up. Anderson woke instantly. Years of violence made deep sleep impossible. His hand already reached beneath the pillow for a weapon before his eyes fully opened. Victor looked grim. We found Raymond. Everything inside Anderson went cold immediately. Tina sat upright beside him. What? Victor's expression darkened further. He's alive. Relief flashed briefly across Tina's face, then vanished. Because Victor still looked deeply unsettled. Where is he? Victor hesitated. That alone terrified Anderson. In one of Damien's old storage facilities. Silence. Then Victor added quietly. He's asking for Anderson specifically. 30 minutes later, the convoy stopped outside an abandoned warehouse near the docks. Rain hammered the rusted roof violently while armed guards secured the perimeter. The building looked dead. Forgotten. Perfect for hiding ugly truths. Anderson stepped out first. Cold air hit his face sharply. Victor immediately caught his arm. Careful. Anderson's eyes remained fixed on the warehouse entrance. I'm done being careful. Tina exited the vehicle next. No. Both men looked toward her. Her face looked pale but determined. You are not walking into another trap alone. Anderson's jaw tightened slightly. Tina. I'm coming. Victor almost smiled faintly. God. She really was the only person capable of standing toe-to-toe with Anderson Kane emotionally. Anderson looked exhausted already. You shouldn't be here. Tina stepped closer. And neither should you. Silence. Then Anderson finally nodded once. Defeat. Tiny defeat. But still. Victor muttered under his breath. This relationship will kill all of us. The warehouse smelled like blood and seawater. Dim lights flickered weakly overhead while footsteps echoed through empty corridors. Anderson moved ahead, instinctively shielding Tina slightly behind him. Always protecting. Always alert. Then finally, they found him. Raymond Carter sat chained to a metal chair inside a small concrete room. Bruised. Bleeding. Barely conscious. Tina gasped sharply. Dad. She rushed forward immediately. Raymond slowly lifted swollen eyes toward her. Pain cracked visibly across his face. Tina. Anderson stayed near the doorway silently. Watching. Something ugly twisted inside him seeing the men responsible for so much suffering. But then, he noticed something unexpected. Raymond looked terrified. Not of death. Of Anderson. Victor noticed too. Interesting. Raymond stared directly at Anderson now. Then whispered weakly. She looked just like you. The room froze. Anderson's heartbeat slowed dangerously. What? Raymond's shaking hands clenched weakly. Your mother. His voice cracked. She had your eyes. God. That nearly broke something instantly. Because nobody talked about Sarah Hale anymore like she was human. Only tragedy. Only grief. Raymond started crying quietly. Actual tears. Tina looked stunned. Her father almost never cried. She trusted me. Anderson's jaw tightened violently. Then why did you help him? The question exploded through the room harshly. Years of pain behind it. Raymond physically flinched. Because there was no defense good enough. He threatened us. Silence. Victor stepped closer sharply. Who? Damien. The answer came brokenly. Raymond shook visibly now. He said if the files leaked. His breathing became uneven. Morelli would kill everyone connected. Tina's face lost color. What files? Raymond looked toward Anderson slowly. Then whispered. The evidence your mother copied. Anderson stepped forward immediately. Where is it? Raymond closed his eyes briefly. Guilt swallowed his face whole. Your mother gave it to me before the accident. The room went completely still. Tina stared at her father in shock. You had it this whole time? Raymond nodded weakly. She knew Damien was watching her. Anderson's breathing became rough now. Because suddenly, his mother's final days became horrifyingly clear. Fear. Surveillance. Betrayal. Yet she still fought. Raymond continued shakily. She told me if anything happened to her. Tears streamed harder down his bruised face. To protect you. God. That destroyed Anderson instantly. Because his mother's last thoughts were still about him surviving. Not herself. Him. Anderson physically looked away briefly, trying to breathe. Tina noticed his hands shaking slightly. Raymond looked toward Anderson again. I failed her. Silence. Then quieter. I failed both of you. The grief in the room became unbearable. Because yes. Everything traced back to fear and cowardice. Raymond feared Damien. Feared Morelli. Feared death. And Sarah Hale paid the price for everyone's fear. Anderson finally spoke again. Low. Raw. Where are the files? Raymond swallowed painfully. Safe deposit box. Victor immediately leaned forward. Where? Raymond looked directly at Anderson. She left the key with something only you would understand. Anderson frowned slightly. What does that mean? Raymond's eyes filled again. She said. A shaky breath. Tell him to look where the stars still wait for her. Silence crashed violently through Anderson. Because instantly, memory hit him. His mother. Late nights. A tiny apartment rooftop. Her voice softly saying. When life hurts too much, look at the stars. They remind us light survives darkness. God. Anderson physically staggered backward slightly. Tina grabbed his arm immediately. Because she saw it. The grief. The realization. Anderson whispered brokenly. The rooftop. Victor immediately understood too. She hid it there. Anderson nodded slowly. Because suddenly, he realized something devastating. His mother knew she was going to die. And she spent her final days trying to leave him a way out. Not into violence. Into truth. Tina's tears fell harder now. Because for the first time, Sarah Hale no longer felt like a ghost-haunting tragedy. She felt real. Brave. Protective. Loving. Anderson closed his eyes briefly, overwhelmed. Then suddenly, a gunshot echoed somewhere outside the warehouse. Everyone froze instantly. Victor cursed sharply. Move. Another gunshot exploded. Then screaming. The guards outside. Anderson's expression changed immediately. War again. Victor pulled his weapon instantly. They found us. Anderson grabbed Tina, automatically pulling her behind him. Raymond looked horrified. No. Then finally whispered the truth that chilled everyone completely. Damien never intended to let any of us leave alive. Gunfire exploded outside the warehouse. Rapid. Violent. Close. Victor instantly shoved Tina down behind metal crates while Anderson pulled his weapon with terrifying calmness. Years of survival took over immediately. But tonight, something was different. Because he wasn't only protecting himself anymore. Tina. Eli. Even Raymond. People were depending on him to survive. Anderson looked toward Victor sharply. How many? Victor listened briefly to the chaos outside. Too many. Another burst of gunfire echoed violently through the warehouse corridors. Then screaming. One of Victor's men. Dead. Tina physically trembled beside the crates. Anderson noticed instantly. He crouched quickly in front of her, both hands gripping her face gently despite the violence surrounding them. Listen to me. His voice remained terrifyingly calm. You stay behind me no matter what happens. Tina grabbed his wrist desperately. You can't fight all of them. Anderson's eyes darkened. Yes, I can. The certainty frightened her. Because she knew he meant it. Victor reloaded nearby. We need to move now. Anderson turned sharply toward Raymond. Can you walk? The older man nodded weakly. Barely. Then suddenly, heavy footsteps thundered through the hallway outside. Approaching fast. Victor's expression hardened. They're inside. Gunfire ripped through the doorway instantly. Metal sparks exploded across the room. Anderson fired back immediately. Precise. Lethal. One attacker dropped before fully entering. Another screamed. But more kept coming. Too many. Victor cursed harshly. This is Morelli's private crew. Professional killers. Not street criminals. War specialists. Anderson's mind calculated rapidly. Exit points. Distances. Tina's position. Raymond's injuries. Protect Eli's mother. Protect the truth. Protect the future. Everything narrowed violently into survival. Another attacker burst through the side entrance. Anderson moved instantly. Brutal. Efficient. The knife slid across the man's throat before Tina could even fully process the movement. Blood splattered across concrete. Tina gasped sharply. Anderson looked terrifying again. Cold. Fast. Deadly. But the moment he turned toward her, concern replaced the violence instantly. Are you hurt? God. The contrast nearly broke her emotionally. Even covered in blood. His first instinct remained protecting her. Victor suddenly shouted. Down. A grenade rolled violently across the floor. Everything exploded. The warehouse shook brutally. Tina screamed. Smoke swallowed the room instantly. Concrete cracked overhead. Anderson's entire body slammed over Tina, automatically shielding her from debris. Pain exploded through his shoulder again. But he didn't move. Didn't care. Only checked her breathing. Tina. She coughed violently beneath him. I'm okay. Another gunshot interrupted. Victor fired back through smoke. We're losing the exit. Anderson looked around rapidly. The building was collapsing slowly. Fire spread across broken crates nearby. Raymond coughed blood weakly against the wall. Chaos. Pure chaos. Then suddenly, a masked attacker emerged directly through the smoke, aiming toward Tina. Anderson reacted without thinking. Bang. The men dropped instantly. But another attacker appeared behind him simultaneously. Too close. Too fast. Gun raised directly toward Anderson's back. Tina saw it first. Her heartbeat stopped. Andy. The gun fired. Everything slowed. Anderson turned too late. Then suddenly, Raymond Carter lunged between them. The bullet tore through his chest violently. Silence exploded through the room. Tina screamed. Her father collapsed hard against the concrete floor, gasping weakly. No, no, no. Anderson stared in shock. Raymond looked toward him through blood and pain. Then whispered the sentence changing everything forever. I owed her this. God. The grief in those words shattered the room. Because after all the fear, all the cowardice, all the failures, Raymond Carter finally chose courage. Anderson immediately shot the attacker dead. But it didn't matter anymore. Tina crawled toward her father, sobbing violently. "Dad." Raymond's trembling hand found hers weakly. Then slowly. His eyes lifted toward Anderson again. "You were never the monster." The sentence physically froze him. Raymond coughed blood harder now. "Your mother." A painful breath. "She was proud of you." God. That destroyed Anderson completely. Because he spent years believing his mother died disappointed in him. Ashamed. Instead, she still loved him. Even knowing what he became. Tears burned instantly behind Anderson's eyes again. Victor grabbed his shoulder sharply. "We have to go." More gunfire echoed outside. The warehouse fire spread rapidly now. The building wouldn't hold much longer. Tina cried helplessly, holding her father. "We can't leave him." Raymond weakly squeezed her hand. "Yes." Her face crumpled instantly. "No." Raymond looked toward Anderson one final time. Then whispered. "Protect them better than we protected her." Silence. Anderson physically felt those words carve themselves into his soul. Because suddenly, he understood. This wasn't only revenge anymore. It was responsibility. Breaking the cycle. Choosing differently. Victor shouted again. "Move." The ceiling cracked violently overhead. More debris crashed down. Anderson made the hardest choice of his life then. He grabbed Tina tightly despite her screams. "We have to go." "No." Tina fought him desperately. "My father. He's saving us." The raw pain in Anderson's voice stunned her. Because he understood this sacrifice too well. Raymond looked peaceful suddenly despite the blood. Like dying for something finally freed him from years of guilt. Anderson dragged Tina through the smoke while Victor covered them with gunfire. The warehouse roared with fire behind them. Tina sobbed violently against Anderson's chest. Anderson held her tighter despite his own shaking hands. Because deep down, he knew exactly what she was feeling. The pain of losing a parent while unfinished love still existed between them. They barely escaped before the warehouse exploded behind them completely. Flames consumed the night sky violently. Victor shoved everyone into the vehicles immediately. "Go." As the convoy sped away into the storm, Anderson stared silently at the burning warehouse through the rear window. Something inside him changed forever tonight. Not softer. Stronger. Because for the first time, he realized revenge alone would never heal him. But protecting the people he loved still might. Tina did not speak the entire drive home. She sat curled against the car door silently crying while rain blurred the city outside. Anderson watched her helplessly. God. He knew this pain too well. The numbness. The disbelief. The feeling that the world continued moving after stealing someone important. Victor drove quietly in front while armed vehicles surrounded them. Nobody spoke. Even the guards understood grief lived inside the car now. Tina finally whispered brokenly. "I screamed at him before he disappeared." The confession shattered Anderson's heart instantly. "He died thinking I hated him." "No." The answer came immediately. Fiercely. Tina looked toward him through tears. "You don't know that." "Yes, I do." Anderson's voice softened painfully. "He died saving you." Silence. Because deep down, that truth mattered. Raymond Carter made his final choice out of love. Not fear. Not guilt. Love. Tina buried her face into trembling hands again. Anderson physically struggled not to pull her into his arms immediately. Not because he didn't want to. Because he understood grief sometimes needed space to breathe. Still. His entire body ached seeing her cry like this. Victor's phone suddenly rang through the silence. The older man answered quickly. Then frowned sharply. "What?" Anderson looked up immediately. Victor slowly lowered the phone afterward. His expression unreadable. What happened? Anderson asked. Victor looked toward him carefully. One of our men reached the rooftop apartment. Silence. The rooftop. Sarah Hale's hiding place. Anderson's heartbeat slowed dangerously. And Victor reached into his coat slowly. Then handed over a small rusted key attached to a faded silver star charm. The moment Anderson saw it, he stopped breathing completely. God. He remembered it instantly. His mother used to wear that charm around her neck constantly. When he was little, he asked why she loved stars so much. And she smiled softly saying, because even the darkest skies still make room for light. Anderson physically felt grief crush his chest. His fingers trembled slightly holding the tiny charm. Tina looked toward him quietly. He kept it all these years. Victor nodded once. Your mother hid it beneath a loose tile on the rooftop. Anderson closed his eyes briefly. Because suddenly, he could picture her there alone. Terrified. Preparing for death. Still thinking about him. Still trying to protect him. The realization hurt too much. Victor handed over another item carefully. A sealed envelope. Old. Yellowed with age. Anderson stared at it silently. His name written across the front in his mother's handwriting. For my son. The entire world disappeared around him. Tina immediately covered her mouth seeing his expression. Because Anderson suddenly looked like a child again. Not a feared man. Just a son holding the last thing his mother ever left him. His hands visibly shook now. He couldn't open it. Couldn't breathe properly enough to try. Tina quietly moved closer. Then gently touched his arm. You don't have to do it alone. God. That nearly broke him completely. Because yes. For once. He didn't have to survive grief alone anymore. Anderson finally opened the envelope carefully. Inside sat a folded letter stained slightly by time. His mother's scent was long gone. But somehow, it still felt like her. Anderson unfolded the paper slowly. Then began reading. My sweet boy. If you are reading this, then life has already hurt you more than I ever wanted. First, forgive me. Forgive me for leaving you alone in a world that was never kind to us. I tried so hard to protect you from men like Damian Kane and the darkness surrounding him, but I was already trapped long before you were born. Anderson's vision blurred instantly. Tina quietly took his free hand. Holding him steady. He kept reading. You were never a mistake, Anderson. Never. You were the only beautiful thing that ever happened to me. The day you were born was the first day I stopped fearing life completely. God. A broken sound escaped Anderson's throat before he could stop it. Victor quietly looked away, giving him privacy. But even he looked affected now. Anderson continued shakily. I know you will grow angry one day. I know this world will try to poison your heart. But please listen to me carefully. You are not your father. No matter what you become to survive, your soul was never born cruel. Tears slid silently down Anderson's face now. Because those words hit directly into every fear Damian planted inside him. Not your father. Not your father. Not your father. The sentence repeated violently through his mind. Tina cried softly beside him too. Because somehow, Sarah Hale still sounded like she was protecting him even from the grave. Anderson wiped roughly at his face before continuing. Love deeply, my son. Even if it hurts. Especially if it hurts. Men who stop loving become dangerous to themselves and everyone around them. Promise me you will not let pain turn you into stone. God. That shattered him. Because that was exactly what happened. He became stone. Cold. Violent. Emotionally empty. Everything his mother feared. And yet, Somehow Tina and Eli still reached him anyway. Anderson's breathing became uneven. He read the final line slowly. If someday you find someone who looks at you and still sees light, stay. Don't run the way I did. Don't let fear steal your happiness. You deserve love too. And if you ever have a child, hold them gently. Break this curse our family carries. Let your child grow up knowing softness. Promise me. I love you beyond death. Mom. Silence filled the car completely afterward. Anderson lowered the letter slowly. Emotion destroyed him entirely now. Because suddenly, everything became painfully clear. His mother never wanted revenge. She wanted healing. She wanted him free. Free from Damien. Free from hatred. Free from becoming empty. Tina gently touched his tear-streaked face. Anderson looked toward her like he was drowning. Then finally whispered the truth that terrified him most. I think I've spent my whole life becoming the exact thing she feared. No. Tina's answer came instantly. She grabbed the letter carefully. Then pointed toward one line. If someday you find someone who looks at you and still sees light, stay. Tina's eyes filled softly. She knew you'd survive this. Anderson's chest physically hurt. Because suddenly, he realized something devastating. His mother believed in the men he could become, long before he ever did. Victor quietly cleared his throat afterward. There's something else. Both looked toward him. Victor's expression turned grim again. The key opens a safe deposit box downtown. Anderson's jaw tightened slightly. The evidence. Victor nodded once. But Damien's men are already searching for it. Silence settled heavily again. Then slowly, Anderson folded his mother's letter carefully against his chest. Protectively. Like something sacred. And for the first time in years, his next decision wouldn't be driven by hatred. It would be driven by the promise he silently made to her. He would not let darkness inherit Eli too. The bank opened at exactly 8 a.m. By 7:15, Anderson already stood across the street watching the building through dark-tinted windows. Rain still lingered lightly over the city while Victor's men occupied surrounding rooftops and vehicles. Everything about today felt dangerous. Because Damien Kane wanted those files desperately. Which meant whatever Sarah Hale copied years ago could destroy empires. Tina sat beside Anderson quietly holding the silver star charm in her hand. She kept rubbing her thumb over it absent-mindedly. Grief. Exhaustion. Fear. Everything still lived inside her eyes. Anderson hated that. He hated how much pain surrounded everyone near him. Victor adjusted an earpiece from the front seat. Movement on the east entrance. Anderson's expression sharpened instantly. How many? 3 black vehicles. Damien's men. Of course. Anderson looked toward Tina immediately. You stay here. No. The refusal came instantly. God. She really had stopped fearing him completely. Anderson rubbed tiredly at his jaw. Tina. I'm done staying behind while everyone bleeds for secrets. The raw pain in her voice silenced him. Because yes. Her father died protecting these files too. This belonged to her now as much as him. Victor sighed dramatically. You two argue like an old married couple during gunfights. Very unsettling. Neither answered. Because tension already consumed the car again. Anderson finally looked toward Tina carefully. If anything goes wrong, I run. Immediately. Tina nodded once. But deep down, both knew she wouldn't leave him easily anymore. That frightened Anderson more than bullets. Victor's voice suddenly lowered. They're moving. Across the street. Men in dark suits entered the bank calmly. 2 calm professionals. Anderson immediately recognized Morelli's private crew. His jaw tightened. They know. Victor looked grim. Looks like it. Silence followed. Then Anderson quietly opened the car door. Tina stays with you. Victor frowned slightly. And you? Anderson's eyes darkened. I'm ending this before someone else dies. Inside the bank, everything looked painfully normal. Employees. Customers. Morning conversations. No one realizing predators moved among them. Anderson entered silently through the side access wearing a dark coat and gloves. Every instinct sharpened. The safe deposit section sat underground. 2 Morelli men already guarded the hallway casually pretending to be clients. Amateurs would miss it. Anderson didn't. He moved smoothly down the corridor. One guard noticed him too late. The knife struck silently beneath the ribs. Fast. Precise. The second guard reached for a weapon. Anderson slammed him brutally into the wall before he could react. Unconscious instantly. No gunshots. Not yet. Anderson breathed slowly, trying to stay focused. Not rage. Control. His mother's words echoed violently inside him. Don't let pain turn you into stone. God. Too late for that. Still. He kept moving. The vault room waited ahead. 3 more men stood near the deposit boxes, already searching frantically. One looked up sharply. Kane. Recognition flashed. Then weapons. Everything exploded instantly. Gunfire ripped through the room. Customers screamed upstairs. Anderson moved like violence itself. Fast. Lethal. One attacker dropped immediately. Another slammed hard into steel lockers. The third fired wildly. Bullet grazing Anderson's side sharply. Pain exploded. He ignored it. Because suddenly, all he could think about was Eli. Not growing up fatherless. Not becoming another broken child buried beneath violence. Anderson disarmed the final attacker brutally, then pinned him hard against the vault wall. Who sent you? Blood dripped from the man's mouth. You already know. Damien. Of course. The attacker smiled weakly despite the pain. He says the boy belongs to the bloodline. Something inside Anderson snapped violently. His son was not legacy. Not property. Not inheritance. Eli was a child. A little boy who loved toy cars and hated vegetables. Not another Kane weapon. Anderson's grip tightened dangerously. He's nothing like us. The attacker laughed softly. You really believe blood doesn't win eventually? God. That sentence hit too close. Because wasn't that exactly what Anderson feared too? Darkness passing downward. Violence inherited. The hesitation lasted 1 fatal second too long. Another gunshot erupted from behind. Anderson turned sharply. Just as Damien Kane stepped calmly into the vault room holding a weapon. Everything stopped. Father. Son. Finally alone. Damien looked entirely composed despite the bodies around them. You disappoint me. Anderson slowly straightened. Blood soaking through his shirt now. You sent killers into my son's life. Damien's eyes remained cold. He is Kane blood. No. The denial exploded instantly. He's my son. Silence filled the vault heavily. Then Damien quietly spoke the sentence Anderson feared most. You love him more than survival. God. That was true. Terrifyingly true. Anderson would die for Eli without hesitation now. Damien studied him calmly. That makes you weak. Anderson looked toward the deposit boxes briefly. Then slowly back at his father. And for the first time in years, he understood something clearly. Damien genuinely believed love and weakness were the same thing. That's why he destroyed everyone who loved him. That's why he killed Sarah emotionally long before she died physically. And suddenly, Anderson no longer wanted to become stronger than Damien. He wanted to become different. The realization changed everything. Damien raised the gun slightly. "Give me the key." Anderson reached slowly into his pocket. Damien's eyes sharpened instantly. But instead of pulling the key, Anderson pulled out his mother's letter. The older man frowned slightly. "What is that?" Anderson looked down at the worn paper quietly. Then softly laughed. "Not broken this time. Sad. She spent her whole life trying to save me from becoming you." Silence. Damien's expression hardened slightly. Anderson slowly lifted his eyes again. "You know the difference between us?" Damien remained still. "I would rather die." His voice lowered painfully. "Than make Eli fear love the way you did." The words landed like a knife. Because for the first time, Anderson stopped fighting to prove he was strong. He fought to protect softness instead. Damien noticed the change immediately. And hated it. Because suddenly, his son no longer looked like a weapon. He looked like a man. And men willing to love despite pain became impossible to fully control. Damien's finger tightened slightly on the trigger. "You think morality will save you?" "No." Anderson's eyes darkened. "But maybe it'll save my son." Then suddenly, he tossed the safe deposit key directly into one of the industrial incinerator vents nearby. Damien's expression changed instantly. The key vanished into flames. Gone. The evidence inaccessible now. Everyone froze. Victor burst into the room seconds later, weapon raised. Then stopped in shock. "What did you do?" Anderson kept his eyes locked on Damien. "I ended it." Silence crashed violently through the vault. Because suddenly, the war was no longer about power or revenge. Anderson made a choice. Not to inherit hatred. Not to let darkness keep spreading. Even if it cost him the truth. Even if it cost him justice. For the first time in his life, Anderson Kane chose love over destruction completely. Nobody spoke during the drive back. Victor looked stunned. Tina looked emotional. Anderson looked exhausted beyond words. Not physically. Soul-deep exhaustion. Like he had spent his entire life carrying rage only to finally set it down. The city blurred quietly outside while blood slowly soaked through the bandage near his side again. Tina noticed immediately. "You're bleeding." Anderson barely looked down. "I know." Victor cursed sharply from the front seat. "You got shot again and decided not to mention it." Anderson leaned his head back tiredly. "It wasn't important." Tina stared at him in disbelief. "You could have died." Silence. Then quietly. "I almost wanted to." The confession shattered the car. Victor looked sharply through the mirror. Tina's eyes instantly filled with tears. Because Anderson didn't say it dramatically. He sounded tired. Like a man who spent too long surviving without understanding why. Tina grabbed his hand tightly. "Don't ever say that again." Anderson slowly looked toward her. Pain lived openly inside his eyes now. "My mother died protecting truth." A pause. "Raymond died trying to fix his mistakes." His jaw tightened slightly. "And I almost destroyed myself trying to avenge both of them." God. The grief in his voice physically hurt. Tina touched his face carefully. "But you didn't." Silence. Because yes. That mattered too. For the first time, Anderson walked away from hatred willingly. Not because he lost. Because he chose differently. Victor drove quietly for several moments. Then finally muttered. "Your mother would have slapped you for throwing the key away though." A shocked laugh escaped Tina unexpectedly through tears. Even Anderson almost smiled faintly. Almost. Victor sighed dramatically. Years of criminal conspiracies. Gone. Burned. Anderson looked toward the rain quietly. No. Both looked at him. The truth still exists. His voice softened slightly. In me. God. That sentence landed heavily. Because suddenly, Anderson understood, justice wasn't only exposing monsters publicly. Sometimes it was refusing to become one yourself. When they reached Victor's estate, Eli came running the moment the doors opened. Daddy. Anderson physically softened instantly. The exhaustion. The darkness. The grief. Everything cracked open the second the child threw tiny arms around him. Anderson crouched carefully despite the pain, pulling Eli close immediately. God. This felt real. Too real. Eli frowned almost instantly though. You look hurt again. Victor muttered under his breath. The child notices everything. Terrifying. Tina smiled weakly through tears. Anderson gently touched Eli's hair. I'm okay. Lie. But softer this time. Eli studied him seriously. Did you fight bad people? Silence. Anderson looked toward Tina briefly. Then back at Eli. Yeah. The little boy looked sad immediately. Did you win? God. That question. Anderson thought about it carefully. Really carefully. Because for years, winning meant violence, fear, revenge, survival. But today felt different. Anderson slowly smiled for the first time in a very long time. Small. Tired. Real. Yes. Eli grinned proudly. I knew it. Then suddenly hugged Anderson again tightly. Anderson closed his eyes briefly, holding him. Because no victory in his entire violent life ever felt like this. None. Victor quietly walked away, giving them space. For once. Even he looked emotional. Tina stood nearby silently watching Anderson laugh softly when Eli started rambling about toy cars again. The sight shattered her beautifully. Because after everything, he still found his way back to love. Her eyes burned softly. Anderson noticed immediately. He always noticed. What? Tina walked closer slowly. Then gently touched the side of his face. You came home. God. That nearly broke him completely. Because no one had ever called him home before. Not truly. Anderson looked toward Eli smiling in his arms, Tina standing beside him, warm safety peace. The things he spent his whole life believing he didn't deserve. Then quietly, almost disbelievingly, he whispered, yeah. Tina kissed him softly. No desperation this time. No heartbreak. Just love. Steady. Certain. Anderson melted into it immediately. Because finally, he stopped kissing her like someone afraid she'd disappear tomorrow. When they pulled apart, Eli looked deeply offended. Gross. Victor burst out laughing somewhere behind them. Tina actually laughed too. Real laughter. Warm and alive. And Anderson. God. Anderson laughed with them. The sound echoed softly through the house. And for the first time since his mother died, it didn't sound broken anymore. Months later, the city still whispered Anderson Kane's name with fear. The underworld still respected him. Damian Kane eventually disappeared from public life after losing control of his empire piece by piece. Nobody knew exactly what happened. Anderson never spoke about it. Because revenge stopped mattering eventually. Some wounds healed quieter than war. Tina reopened a small foundation in her father's memory, helping workers abused by powerful corporations. Victor complained constantly while secretly funding half of it. And Eli. Eli grew up loved. Completely. Fiercely. Softly. Exactly the way Anderson never was. Some nights Anderson still woke from nightmares. Still carried scars. still feared the darkness inside himself. But now, small footsteps always followed afterward. Tiny arms wrapped around him sleepily. And a little voice always whispered, "You came back." Every single time. Anderson held his son tighter and silently thanked the woman who once wrote, "Don't let fear steal your happiness." Because in the end, love did not erase Anderson's darkness. It simply taught him he was never meant to carry it alone. And maybe that was enough. The end.